Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
all the way from Ghana.
Round of applause.
Back to you, my brother.
But Anita, you forgot just one shout out. Zimbabwe, are you in the building?
Please, it's like some 2 people in the back, but we love you. Thank you, Zimbabwe.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Garikai Nongo. So I'm going to be one half of your host for today and tomorrow. So we're going to have one
Recording in
good time.
progress.
And it's going to be engaging. We are excited to see you here. Anita and I, between us, have seen many beautiful audiences, but you are one good-looking audience out there. So now, we're going to get the program on the go.
Recording in
and
progress.
I'm going to pass over to Anita to introduce herself and introduce our first speaker.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as much as we're going to be having a lot of fun and networking and engaging, it is my plea that we also leave the next 3 days and live it in terms of partnerships and participations and collaborations. And that's why together we're here under this building. So I've seen Aban here, we've got investors, we've got startups, we've got entrepreneurs, we've got women and everybody else. The women, are you in the building? Oh, ladies. So when I said we've got women and everybody else, you are all looking at my beautiful Ankara. We've got women and men. Hey, what is going on in Kigali? Hang on, please. I'll leave the stage very soon. Are my women in the building? Are Africa's women rising? Are my men in the building?
Yeah!
Hey, what a base. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's get to the show. Let's get to the program. Do pay attention. I'm going to kindly ask that you please put all your phones on silent. We beg of you. We just need a good, strict 1 hour of your time, after which we've got our tea break, and then we go into our tracks, right? But for now, please, with a resounding round of applause, bring to the stage the Ecosystem Engagement Manager, Jennifer Okeke Ojudu. Please, louder than that, louder than that, louder than that, louder than that. Jennifer, please go to the podium. Thank you, my dear.
Hello. 1 second. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm so excited to see all of you in person. I've been emailing you for a while. So hello, everyone. Good morning. Bonjour. Inakwana. Kedu. Munubwanji. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for making out the time to be here. Before I start, on behalf of all our over 462 hubs in 53 African countries, our honorable board, the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our beautiful ED, Anna Keledo, and all our AfriLabs team who are sitting in front and working backstage, it is my honor to welcome you all to the 2023 AfriLabs Annual Gathering. We're finally here. Over the last couple of years, for those of you who know AfriLabs and who have grown with us, the AfriLabs Annual Gathering has evolved. It first started off as an opportunity for our hubs to meet, interact, and get to know one another. Because before the pandemic hit, AfriLabs was already working virtually because we were growing. And it was a chance for our hubs to meet each other in person, connect, and figure out how to collaborate. As you all know, it has grown, it has evolved to now this. And this year, not only has it evolved beyond an opportunity for us to connect and an opportunity for us to speak our truths, to go through all the work that we're doing as a community to find points of synergy and conversion. The hubs who started with us are before you right now, and they have all grown and established themselves as renowned business leaders and world changers. And someone said yesterday when she described herself, one of our hubs, said, "I am a game changer, I am a world changer, and that is what our hubs have grown and evolved to. Our hubs this year have worked with us alongside some of our esteemed partners to put together tracks, which we didn't have before. But these are industry experts who have worked with us to create content that is relevant to specific tracks across different sectors. And those tracks, because they are created by business titans and titans of industry, are so relevant and are so effectively going to communicate the evolution of, one, Africa, the evolution of, two, our digital economy, and how to accelerate that. Now, these individual tracks are also going to leave behind a lasting impact that will create an opportunity for us to create full, thriving innovation communities around these tracks. So this year, by the time we finish each of these tracks, we will have full communities around the investment of Africa and driving investment into our startups. We will have startup solutions and climate change action and adaptation communities. We will have full communities that are dedicated specifically to help gender inclusion across Africa. We're going to have tracks that will dissect and understand the investment and value chain opportunities in the creative and technology intersection. We are also going to have, obviously, more hub solutions and sustainability goals and ideas. And finally, we will have clear conversations around policy and policy advocacy that will help guide the policy conversations that we will be having with our leaders moving forward, that will enable a thriving and developed digital economy across Africa. So please turn to the person beside you. Again, my title is Ecosystem Engagement Manager, so I'm going to engage you for a few seconds. Turn to the person beside you and say, we're changing the world today. And finally, before I get off the stage, I'd like to ask each and every person to please stand up. Before I get off the stage, I'd like to ask each of you to please stand up. Now, I just want to say, you to yourself, and on behalf of Africa, I'm thanking you. And I'd like you to give yourselves a round of applause because you chose to be here today. You chose to change the world today. And you chose to find a way to accelerate that Africa's digital economy. So I want to say thank you so much for being here. And please, give us 3 days of your time, and let's change the world together. Thank you.
Are we changing the world today? Are we changing the world today? A round of applause for Jen, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to acknowledge those that host us, those that are hosting us for this AfriLabs annual gathering. So allow me just to take this brief pause to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary in Rwanda's Ministry of ICT and Innovation, Mr. Yves Iradukunda. A round of applause for him. Now, after the opening remarks, we're going to get a bit creative. Do we like creative? So, we're going to delve into a bit of poetry that's going to demonstrate how we are changing the world today. So, coming all the way from Equatorial Guinea, I'm going to ask you all to put your hands together for Oscar Nchaso. An applause.
Great morning, Kigali. Great morning. Well, I have a piece of poem for this occasion. But what I need from all of you, please, I need you to put your, thank you. Better here? So while I'm reading this poem, I need you to put your fingers this way, peace. Thank you. I want to see those. Thank you. Thank you. Like that. Keep it, please. Keep it. We're going to need it. Just keep it. It won't be long. It's peace o'clock in Kigali. Her name is Africa. If you ever meet her, Tell her I miss her. Tell her I need her. Tell her I'm sorry. Please tell her I love her. Tell her Gabon is my brother. Kinshasa and Brazza need no border. From moonlight to sunlight, Africa one day will arise. If you ever meet her, tell her I care. Tell her I want. Tell her I would. Do anything for her to be good. Please tell her I would be there, I swear. Ababa kids need and will make her proud. Mandela's freedom will shout out loud. We are teaching lions to ride today. Africa's victory, they'll sing one day. Her name is Africa. If you ever meet her, tell her I miss her. Tell her I need her. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her, please tell her I truly love her. It's peace o'clock in Kigali. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor to ask, is Egypt in the house? South Africa, are you here? So all the time when I didn't mention your name, I'm sure you were thinking, see this West African girl. Listen, the best comes from the West, hands down, but the greatness also comes from the South. So I give you your flowers. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with our program this morning, in true AfriLabs vibe and energy, every time we introduce someone, please give them a resounding round of applause, because standing on stage under the lights and in the microphone is not so easy, so please encourage them when they're coming up on stage. Now, you've got to give this one a wild and loud one. Please allow me to welcome the co-founder of KMT House Egypt, who also sits as the AfriLabs board chair. Please welcome Mr. Mu'taz Helmi.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So I'm the one who ordered for this booster. Can you tell? I'm a little short, but good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, government representative, AfriLabs community. Good morning. Good morning, guys. I stand before you today as the chairperson of AfriLabs, filled with immense pride and gratitude to address the extraordinary gathering at our annual event. The renewal of my mandate for another term fills me with profound honor. Together, we have embarked on a remarkable journey, and I'm thrilled to continue leading this incredible organization towards great events with you. Thank you. With overwhelming joy, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you who graces us with presence here in Rwanda. Your attendance represents an unwavering commitment and dedication to advancing innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship in Africa. It is through our collaboration and the sharing of ideas that we can drive sustainable development and prosperity throughout our diverse continent. In this land of 1,000 hills, Rwanda, we gather at a crucial juncture in our journey. Here we witness the tremendous progress Africa had made by embracing innovation and harnessing the transformative power of technology. Rwanda, under the visionary leadership of President Paul Kagame, stands as an inspiring example of what can be achieved when innovation becomes the heart of a nation's development agenda. We are deeply grateful for the hospitality extended to us by the Rwandan government and the people of this remarkable nation. In their experience and the best practice, we find invaluable lessons to bring us closer to our goals. In the days ahead, we have a robust agenda that promises to be both inspiring and impactful. Our theme for this year's gathering, Accelerating Africa's Digital Economy by the Strength of Our Community, reflects our shared commitment to harnessing the power of technology and entrepreneurship to confront the pressing challenges facing our continent. Throughout panel discussion, interactive workshops, and engaging networking sessions, we aim to foster collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the exchange of best practices among our esteemed members and partners. Our mission is clear: to create an enabling environment for startups and innovators across Africa, empowering them with economic growth, create jobs, and shape the future of our continent. We firmly believe that Africa's greatest resource lies in the boundless creativity, exceptional talent, and unwavering ingenuity of its people. It's our collective responsibility to nurture and support the next generation of African innovators and entrepreneurs, unleashing their potential to drive lasting positive change. To our distinguished guests, Honorable Minister, and representatives from government from across Africa, I express my deepest gratitude for your presence here today. Your participation underscores the importance that your respective government place on innovation and entrepreneurship as catalysts for development. We are honored to have you as our partner and advocates, and we are eagerly anticipate working closely with you to create an innovative-driven Africa that knows no bounds. Once again, I warmly welcome each and every one of you. Let us seize this moment to collaborate, to learn from each other, and to chart a course toward a prosperous and innovative Africa that we can proudly call our own. Thank you, and let's AfriLabs Annual Gathering 2023 commence with unwavering determination. Thank you so much.
There's a reason she's called Mother Africa. Do you know why? Do you know why Africa is a woman? Because Africa holds immense power. And Africa is the birthplace of humanity. Africa births so many different people, different colors, from the north to the south, the east, the west. Africa holds in her bosom our dreams and our ambitions. So we call her Mother Africa because she's the one that we would sacrifice for. So every single time there's an ingenious organization that has a woman at the helm, you know that organization is badass. You know that organization takes care of its people as if they were her children, right? You know that the organization also has a lot of women. And that is why the organization is successful. So, ladies and gentlemen, the mother in Africa that we keep referring to is also a mother expressed through the leadership of AfriLabs. Please allow me to welcome our mother, our executive director. With a resounding round of applause, please welcome Anna Ekeledo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. It's so beautiful to see all of you here today. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for taking out time of your schedules. Thank you for leaving your homes. For those of you who your homes are here, thank you for hosting us for the AfriLabs annual gathering. I'm so proud to be here, and I'm so honored to be here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Paula Ngabire, Rwanda's Minister of ICT and Innovation, represented by Permanent Secretary of Ministry of ICT and Innovation, Mr. Yves Iradukunda, thank you. Esteemed high-level delegates of governments of various African countries, the AfriLabs board, members of the AfriLabs community, our family, members of the press, I stand on all existing protocol. Welcome to the AfriLabs Annual Gathering 2023 in the beautiful city of Kigali, Rwanda. Now, as the Executive Director of AfriLabs, it is a profound privilege to stand before you today, surrounded by brilliant minds, innovative hearts, and a shared vision for a brighter Africa. Kigali, our gracious host, embodies the aspirations we hold for our continent. The city's remarkable journey to becoming a thriving tech hub is a testament to what can be achieved when we harness visionary leadership and unwavering determination. Rwanda's commitment to innovation and technology has set a shining example for the rest of us. We gather here today at a pivotal moment in Africa's history. Our youthful and dynamic population is eager to seize the power of technology and innovation to overcome the challenges and create opportunities in Africa. Now, AfriLabs, with our expansive network of over 400 technology and innovation hubs, across 53 African cities and over 200 African cities and the diaspora, and our expanded community of innovators, startups, investors, corporate policy and development partners, all here today, stand at the forefront of this transformation. We are the pioneers of change, the architects of dreams, and the creators of Africa's digital future. Now, our theme, Accelerating Africa's Digital Economy by the Strength of Our Community, is a declaration that we must unite as individuals and as a collective to lead Africa to prosperity. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, yes, if you want to go far, fantastic. We are here today because we choose to go far, not just for ourselves, but for our children, their children, and generations to come. Now, it has been predicted that Africa's digital economy will grow to $712 billion by 2050. But let us not be content with that. Let us challenge ourselves to think bigger, to dream audaciously. Why stop at $712 billion? We can make it grow to $1 trillion within the next decade. And we can. All of us here working together, we can. The importance of this isn't just about numbers. It's about impact. Africa and its citizens rely on us as an ecosystem. We have a responsibility to ensure that this growth translates into prosperity for all. Now, let me share a story with you. The story of a young woman from Dakar, Senegal, a city with a population of over 1.5 million. Her name is Fatima. With a vision to celebrate her country's rich cultural heritage, she built a business that crafted traditional clothing and accessories. But she didn't stop there. She expanded her reach using e-commerce platforms trading across borders in Africa and beyond, with her name and her culture reaching the corners of the earth where she ordinarily wouldn't have dreamed of going without technology and with her socioeconomic background. Now, in doing so, she empowered her family's well-being, created jobs, and generated wealth. Fatima's story is a testament to the power of innovation and technology to transform lives and the potential it has to lead hundreds of millions to prosperity. But as we celebrate the success of Fatima, we must also acknowledge that there are countless more whose stories would never be written, whose families would never benefit, and whose communities will never reap the benefits of innovation and digital technologies, which are now critical elements to scale development, grow economically, and be connected globally. If we don't act now with urgency, and if we don't lead with light and responsibility. The responsibility is ours to make their dreams a reality, to ensure that innovation reaches every corner of our continent, and to create opportunities for all. This is the calling of our time, and together we will answer it. Now, as we embark on this transformational journey together today and over the next few days, let us recognize that Africa's destiny is in our hands. If we are truly going to realize our collective vision of a thriving innovation economy in Africa, we must first make the decision here today in Kigali that this is what we want. And we must decide to build strong allies and alliances in this mission. It is not a task for one, it's a task for all. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to our hosts, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of Rwanda, Minister Paula Ingabire, the Minister of ICT and Innovation. Thank you. Thank you to the Ministry of ICT of Rwanda, Rwandan Development Board, and the Rwandan innovation community for opening your arms and your hearts to us. Your warmth and hospitality are deeply appreciated. I would also like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsors and partners here today who have invested in this vision with us, not just today or the next couple of days for the gathering, but who work with us, who work with our community year after year to build the ecosystem. Your commitment to the cause of African innovation is much appreciated. And last, but definitely not least, I would want to welcome and thank our community and delegates from over 70 countries across Africa and the rest of the world. So we have people here from not just Africa, but from everywhere in the world. Thank you for being here and welcome. Your presence here is a testament to the strength of our community and the power of collaboration. So, let us begin this annual gathering with open hearts and open minds. Let us engage, connect, and collaborate like never before. Together, we'll continue to write the story of innovation, progress, and success in Africa, accelerating Africa's digital economy by the strength of our community. Once again, welcome to the AfriLabs Annual Gathering 2023 in Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. We are truly inspired, and I think these 3 days are going to be incredible, and they're going to be life-changing as we try to change the world. Now, we're going to hear from the host, And representing the Minister of ICT and Innovation, some have called him the tip of the spear in Rwanda's digital transformation. So for the hundreds in attendance and the thousands watching from home, please put your hands together for the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, Mr. Yves Iradukunda.
Good morning. Let me try this again. Good morning. Good morning. Fantastic. This is very unmatched energy for any conference, any meeting I've ever been at. So thank you. Thank you for a great start of the meeting. Delegates, members of the AfriLabs, it's my true honor to be joining you this morning for your annual meeting. And let me start by welcoming you to Kigali for this meeting, but also to give you greetings from the Honorable Minister Paula Ingabire, who could not be with us this morning, but is delighted to have hosted your annual meeting and annual gathering here in Kigali. We are very delighted indeed to host you as members of the AfriLabs, because your work is outstanding and very important as you advance innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa. Today, allow me to share why this gathering is very important to us as your host. More than 20 years ago, Rwanda decided that ICT was going to be one of the cornerstones of our economic growth. Despite the big challenges we are facing, it was very clear that to accelerate our economic growth, we needed to spur innovation, to leapfrog by providing good public services to our citizens, and technology was going to be important as and then we heavily invested in it to make sure that indeed it becomes the foundation on which we build. Just to give you a few examples of some of the things that we had to do to pave the way to the economic growth, we built a national fiber optic backbone that covers Rwanda with the aim that when our entire population is ready to use internet, we can quickly close the infrastructure gap. And today we have 4G coverage across the country at 97%. Secondly, thank you. Secondly, we noted that connectivity coverage was not enough. So we invested heavily in access to affordable smart devices, particularly smartphones, because the population needs the tools to be able to access digital technologies, to access the services that both the government and the private sector provide to the citizens. Such digital infrastructure is crucial to build a digital economy. And so our work as policymakers is also to support through interventions that help in making the digital economy affordable for our citizens across the whole continent. I started with infrastructure to emphasize that if we don't have affordable and reliable digital infrastructure, there will not be an African digital economy. But to make these critical investments, it is important also to grow the innovation ecosystem, and most of the people in the room today are part of the forefront leaders that are creating the next unicorns in Africa. As Rwanda, innovation hubs have played a crucial role in nurturing our ecosystem, and we started by setting up KLab and FabLab, which were at the forefront 10 years ago, and today we are expanding similar facilities and programs in our secondary cities across Rwanda, because we believe innovation is everywhere. And so we are making our efforts to make these services and platform and facilities available to our citizens across the country. We have also seen that due to the success of KLab and FabLab and other initial innovation hubs, more partners came into the ecosystem. So we have now West Avele, Norskin, we have foundations such as the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies, we have the Novartis Foundation, we have many other organizations that are setting up here in Kigali, but that are supporting Pan-African startups. So as Rwanda, we continue to see our role as a hub for proof of concept, where we invite such organizations to set up here, and we facilitate an environment that allows them to support not just Rwandan startups, but helping innovators from across the continent build startups that can scale across the continent, because we believe scale is important. So it's worth emphasizing that Pan-African funds, such as Rwanda Innovation Fund that we set up in Rwanda, is an instrument that we want to continue to make available to African startups that are coming to access it. It's a partnership we've had with the African Development Bank. So the fund has invested in multiple startups and companies that are scaling across the continent. Many of them are coming from outside of Kigali, but some of them, being led by different African nationalities, but starting their proof of concept here in Rwanda. We have also established the Kigali International Financial Center, which is enabling the creation of a conducive environment for investors to domicile their funds here in Rwanda and support the ecosystem. We've also created the Kigali Innovation City as an innovation hub where Pan-African innovators, academia, institutions, startups, and investors can cohabitate together and create a vibrant ecosystem. We also created mechanisms that are allowing us to unlock early stage financing through various projects, and we are developing these efforts together with development partners. So as we start this AfriLab annual gathering, we believe that the potential of technology to change Africa is undeniable. It is the role of everyone, all the stakeholders in the room today, to aim to build a resilient companies and startups who can navigate global shocks, build ethical companies based on creating value and impact for our ecosystem, and generating revenue and creating employment for Africa's youth. As policymakers, we commit and will continue to enable different mechanisms and to enable AfriLabs network in particular. And we believe the opportunities that Africa CFTA present will help materialize the dreams that have been presented to us through the previous speakers. So we have to ensure that African entrepreneurs can trade everywhere. We have to make sure that regulatory framework is seamless so that a startup starting from Nairobi or from Kigali or from Ghana can find itself in South Africa or Nigeria seamlessly and expand their activities. So as I conclude, once again, I want to thank you for having chosen to host the AfriLabs annual gathering here in Kigali. We are very happy to host you, and we wish you productive sessions over the next 3 days. Once again, feel at home. And on behalf of the Minister of ICT Innovation, Paula Ingabire, we wish you to encourage and start or continue this movement that paves the way for African companies to grow, not just across the continent, but globally, and create wealth and prosperity that Africa very much deserves. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for the Permanent Secretary. P.S. I'm going to kindly ask you to stay on stage. And I'm going to call upon the Executive Director, Anna, to also join us on stage for a fireside chat between the Executive Director and the PS. How exciting is that going to be?
good? Okay, fantastic. Hey. Okay. Okay, thank you, Permanent Secretary, for the really inspiring speech you gave earlier. It's really inspiring to see the milestones that you've achieved so far for Rwanda and the ecosystem. Now, I would like to ask, being in charge of the Rwandan ICT, the Rwandan economy through ICT and digital technologies, would you like to share with us your vision? I mean, you've spoken about, what has been achieved so far, but where do you see the vision of the Rwandan ecosystem?
Thank you very much. Very good question. And I reflected about how our leadership put technology at the center of our economic development. And where we are today gives us hope that indeed technology, digital technologies, and innovation can empower all other economic sectors. And so our vision to build the Rwanda that we want, our vision 2050, still emphasizes on the role of technology. And for that, we recognize that the growth that is happening across the continent is one that requires cross collaboration. And so we want to set up an ICT hub or a technology hub that welcomes talent, that welcomes organizations and partners from all over the world to create a vibrant ecosystem where people can come, create and nurture and grow and expand and scale their businesses across the continent and globally. And so we want to make sure that our policies, our interventions through funding schemes, our legal setup can allow this to happen, and as we build a more strong digital economy for Rwanda, but also for Africa.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Now, this is fantastic, and I'm really glad to see that you're actually taking the steps. You're not just talking about what you're looking to do, but I mean, did anybody have any issues coming into the country in terms of visas? No, so kudos to that. The steps you've taken are definitely worth emulating by other African countries and the likes. And we know that for any ecosystem to grow, and you've mentioned it, attracting talent, attracting, capital and the likes, it's important for government policies across the continent to be harmonized, right? To facilitate ease of movement, ease of trade, ease of doing business, and supporting startup scale and capital as well, and skills. Now, what would you say needs to be done? What are the critical steps that need to be taken, not just by Rwanda, but of course, we've seen with the successful implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area as a really positive milestone towards government saying, you know what, we're going to work towards harmonized policies for trade together. And under that, we have the digital protocol, of course, which is quite relevant to the conversation today. So what would you say are the critical policies that we need to drive as a continent together, not just individual countries setting policies?
Right. So when it comes to policies and recognizing that across the continent there has been more of harmonization on how we set policies and to enable ecosystems to actually connect. And I think AfriLabs is a great testament on how the continent is really moving together. And I think not only from innovators and entrepreneurs' point of view, even policymakers are also creating more harmonious policies. And Rwanda is also participating in that. And you just referred to the digital protocol that is being negotiated just now for the Africa CFTA to expand on how we trade, particularly through the use of technology. And that's just an example of many other policy instruments that are being done. But reflecting again on our journey, I believe things like just the ease of doing business is important. I mean, Rwanda ranks second in Africa today, And it was very important. And it's not just the ranking, but it's actually all the efforts that make that possible when it comes to the ease of doing business. And I talked about the approach to attracting talent and making it possible for talent to come and be here. So that's also an outcome of policy vision that made sure that we have actually institutions. We have the Carnegie Mellon University, Africa campus here. We have the Africa Mathematical Science Institute. We have Africa Leadership Universities. And collectively, these institutions alone are bringing people from over 40 nationalities from the continent. And again, this is an outcome of policies that we wanted to make sure that we're not just attracting talent, but we're actually participating in creating the right talent that the continent needs. And we can talk about some policies we're championing here. For instance, our public procurement law, traditionally, probably similar to other jurisdictions, public procurement does not prioritize innovation. In fact, it's quite the opposite. In public procurement, you design tenders based on existing solutions or product or services. And it does really not give room for innovators to propose solutions or innovations to government in particular. And so what we decided a couple years ago, we worked closely with the National Public Procurement Authority, and we created guidelines that provide for public procurement for innovation. And we did a pilot where we basically asked government institutions to have a problem statement on challenge they want to solve, and we procured challenges as opposed to specific solutions from the innovators. And 2 years later, what happened is that this framework was adopted within our new public procurement law. So this is going to be transformational for us, is that, yes, we are encouraging and supporting young innovators, but ultimately what we want is them to access the market, to access the opportunities, and governments tend to be the largest procurement entities when you look at the structure of our economy, and this might be similar to other countries as well. And so this framework is going to really, pave the way to opportunities. But there are other foundational policies that, to your question about how do we, expand this across the continent through collaboration, there are policies such as, or laws such as the data privacy and protection. I think in Europe, a lot of technology companies have been able to expand, but they have to abide by GDPR, among other standards or legal frameworks that exist there, particularly when it comes to technology-driven innovation. So data privacy and protection is very important. The second is cross-border data flows, obviously to enable trade and across the different boundaries of our countries here in the continent. We have to have frameworks that allow cross-border data flows. We also have to look at digital payments. This is very important because the cost of transaction for many of the businesses, for many of the citizens, is prohibitive when it comes to embracing digital payment, to jumping on e-commerce, to increase trade among ourselves. So digital payment, we need to enable and reduce the cost of transaction, and so fintech companies that are thriving here on the continent will play a critical role. We also have to make sure that in our regulatory framework, we are agile, and so in some cases here, we've set up sandboxes, particularly in finance. We are looking at smart cities as well as another area where we set up sandboxes that enable a safe space and a conducive environment for these innovators to create solutions that are scalable. So those are just a few examples of policy interventions that are linked to specific actions and programs of the government here. And we do this in collaboration with different partners, many of them in the room.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, these are all really admirable, and I would like to ask about capital, right? We all know that funding is really important for startups to grow, right? It could literally make the difference between the startup, start getting off the ground, survival, and scale, right? So I know that Rwanda has deployed a number of innovative and blended finance models, for example, like the Rwandan Innovation Fund, bringing together the private sector, venture capital, bringing the government and bringing development organizations to put money together to invest in startups, and not just Rwandan startups, but African startups as well. Would you like to speak more about this or other innovative financing models that are, and funding, right, that are available for Rwandan and African startups, and for our audience here that they can actually tap into and learn more about?
Right. So I think there are challenges when it comes to funding opportunities, and because our context might be different from some kind of funding models that exist outside of the continent. And some of the most experienced and successful investors find it very difficult to understand our startup ecosystem, our business opportunities, and so that limits the investments that are coming in. So when we set up the Rwanda Innovation Fund, we did not want it to be just a fund that invests in the Rwandan startups. We wanted to really start championing what does it look like believing and supporting entrepreneurs on the continent. And we hope the Rwanda Innovation Fund can start demonstrating that there is indeed value in betting on African startups. And so the work we are doing is beyond just investing in these individual startups, but it's also creating a pathway where we can demonstrate the possibilities and the potential investing in African businesses. But we are not stopping there. At the national level, we are also looking at our investment code provides for a startup fund, which is domiciled within the Ministry of ICT and Innovation. And we've gone through a couple rounds of investments, deploying early stage funding to startup companies. So the startup fund that we have at the ministry is one of the vehicles we're using. And we think this is important to do because, as government, because we want to de-risk the venture capitalists, angel investors, and others that are coming into the ecosystem. So we are deploying the funds of our startup fund at the ministry to de-risk, but also to put the startups on a path to of readiness when they start encountering with funders that are coming into the ecosystem. But at the Pan-African level, probably you are all aware of the UNDP fund, Timbuktu, that was just announced at the UN General Assembly and will be headquartered here in Kigali, but will operate in about 8 different countries. And we hope to also champion how funds deployed through the UNDP and other partners that will join this Timbuktu fund can also unlock more possibilities for startup companies across the continent. But I think at the end of the day, we also need to make sure that the CFTA can actually really materialize to allow startups to really trade across different borders. And I think at some point it will not be an issue of funding. I believe the potential exists, it's there. The opportunities are real, and for those who are jumping in and supporting startups are starting to reap the benefit of investing and believing in African startups. But eventually what is going to be a differentiator is our ability to trust each other across different countries to allow the startups to succeed beyond the specific jurisdiction where they start. So I emphasize on this idea of a proof of concept. I think everyone here represents amazing entrepreneurs, amazing innovators. So how do we really make sure that in our programming, in our funding and support, we act as a launchpad where they can be able to jump into your network and leverage the work that you're doing across the different countries represented to succeed beyond their own countries.
Fantastic. So I'm going to come back to the question of trust, right? Because I think that's quite important because, there are situations whereby you have everything laid out perfectly. You have the plans, you've done your research, you've built the structures and all that, and it makes perfect sense on paper. But the trust, if it's not there, it's hard to move forward. So before you answer that question, I'd like to get some questions from the audience, if that's okay. I know you're pressed on time.
No problem.
But if you could just take 1 or 2 questions from the audience, please. Will anyone like to ask a question? Okay. Can we get a mic to her, please?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aqua from GIZ Togo, and I'm really glad to be here today and for the next coming 3 days. I have 2 questions. The first one for me will be about the Vision 2050, if I heard well. So I would just like to know if there is in the roadmap of the Rwanda city, Rwanda country, any collaboration with the ecosystem players from Togo, because I'm really interested to collaborate with the Rwanda country about their digital roadmap. And my second question is, according to all the experiences you already get, is there any frame to learn closely from what you already done? And if yes, how to access it? Thank you.
Do you want to take all the questions and then one more?
We can take a couple and then.
Yeah, okay. Okay, gentleman at the back, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Tresije. I am founder and team leader at TechBuzz Hub, Uganda, and I'm very excited to be here in Rwanda. And I really appreciate the amazing work being done by the government. And thanks to AfriLabs for making it possible for us to come here. My question is simply to understand if you mentioned that you have laid cable 4G across the country, about 97%. My question is, what is that cable already being used entirely, or if it is not being used entirely already, to what percentage of use is it being utilized by the Rwandan innovators and entrepreneurs? My second one is on the Innovation Fund domiciled under the Ministry, I think, of ICT. I just want to understand the formalities of how that fund is managed, especially for entrepreneurs to benefit. Why I'm asking this question is I am also leading a team in Uganda that is working towards getting maybe a startup policy and act. So I would want to learn from the success story of Rwanda with very amazing incentives that just came out from your act. And I'll be very, very happy to have that feedback. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think we'll just take one more question, please. Okay, Steve.
Thank you very much. Just one question, really. Interested to know how the Rwandan government in all these initiatives are working with other African governments or Ministry of Innovations. Thank you.
What's your name, please?
Steve Chumba, Active Spaces Cameroon and AfriLabs.
An AfriLabs board member.
Yeah, Yes.
Address this first? Okay. All right. Let me address these a few questions. Maybe we'll come back to the audience if time allows. I think, in general, one of the voices that I heard in your questions is how we collaborate with other governments. There are many mechanisms through which we try to make sure that we are learning from others and also sharing what we are learning. One is the framework of Smart Africa Alliance, which is the headquartered here in Kigali, and board members are the heads of the states for governments, countries that are members, and they have a steering committee by ministers of ICT or technology and innovation, or equivalent in the member states, and I believe we have more than 35 now member states from the continent. Through the Smart Africa Alliance, when it comes to digital transformation, there is blueprints that get designed. So a country can lead on a blueprint or on a strategy or in a program, and it's shared among member states, and it can be available for implementation. And I think Smart Africa Alliance does a great job to mobilize funding from development partners. Some of them I noticed are your partners as well, GIZ, NORAD, and many others. And the funding supports member states to pilot programs that are designed through these blueprints. So in the case of Rwanda, we led on smart cities, and we've been championing, pilot, projects and initiatives that we also share with other member states within that framework. But we also have an entity, and it's probably of interest to many of you who would want to engage beyond the discussions today. It's the Rwanda Cooperation Initiatives, particularly promoting South-to-South cooperation, because we are seeing a lot of lessons learned being shared with countries across the continent. And so we host delegations, but we also send delegations to other countries. But particularly the Rwanda Cooperation Initiatives can take you through a learning journey depending on the topic of interest. And they can curate MOUs, partnerships, and to some extent they've also been able to support some of the Rwanda's solutions, including things like the tax system, which is digitized, including an integrated financial management system to other countries. And so they can support people that are coming in to learn, but also be able to avail our teams to help design products that they're interested in, that we've been able to do here in Rwanda. So when it comes to your question, Aqua from Togo, in terms of the digital roadmap, luckily our Vision 2050 is available online, so you can have access to it, but we're also busy designing a smart Rwanda master plan, which is our strategy to digitization. We're also revising our innovation strategy, so these are ongoing efforts. So we'll be happy to welcome you at the ministry or through the Rwanda Cooperation Initiatives or Rwanda Development Board or other institutions that we work very closely with to go on this learning journey together. So my colleague Esther is in the room. She'll probably be here for the next 3 days. She's our Director General in charge of emerging technologies and innovation at the ministry. So she can actually be able to share more on that. So we want to learn from you as much as you're interested to also take notes on some of the things we are doing. For Kenneth, I think you asked a question about the usage of or the adoption of technology across the board. So we learned one big lesson the hard way. That journey I mentioned over the last 20 years, it wasn't all straightforward. We laid out the fiber connectivity across the country. We brought in telecommunication companies, they built towers, and we had great coverage across the country. But ultimately, what you want is people to use this infrastructure. And that requires devices, right? So today we have close to 80% phone penetration, but the smartphone penetration is just below 50%. And so broadband is actually accessible, but is not fully used due to high cost of smart devices, but also a high cost of internet, which we continue to work on. And so during that journey, it was also important to realize this infrastructure had to go hand in hand with access to affordable devices. But the second part of it is skills, right? So today we have a platform called Irembo Gov. It's a single entry portal where citizen access services, including foreigners. If you're coming into the country and want a visa, you go on Irembo Gov, you apply for your visa, it's issued upon arrival. So that's a platform that has more than 100 highly demanded services. Now, you can access these services on your smartphone, right? You can apply, and receive, especially things like birth certificates, marriage certificates. These are things you can apply on the phone. You get a PDF, and that's it. Now, Irembo, as a company, has had to deploy agents across the country because most of the citizens don't have these smartphones. So what we are trying to do now, as we work on more affordable devices, we also deploy, we have a program called Digital Ambassadors Program. It's done by government, it's in partnership with the World Bank, COICA, among many others, where we have young graduates who are trained in digital literacy. They go house to house, training citizens on how to use the smartphones and other smart devices. The goal is that every citizen can be able to self-serve, so they can just log into their smartphone or even borrow it if they don't have it, but be able to take in their hands on how they access these services. And so you ask a very good question. I think adoption is a journey. We continue to do a lot that we can, tackling devices and skills for the citizens. On Innovation Fund, I think I elaborated on it, and the same for Startup Act. We have gone through a process that involved the ecosystem to design a Startup Act that is ready to be approved through the due processes. And so we're happy to share what we have learned in that process, and I can testify that it's taken more than 3 years to go through that conversation. But what was more important is the role of the ecosystem players, and entrepreneurs, funders, to really start embodying some of the values that we are advocating for in the Startup Act. And so some of the incentives, some of the programs are already happening even before the Startup Act is legalized. So I think for Steve, I think I talked about how we work with other governments. I think just two frameworks, the Smart Africa and the Rwanda Cooperation Initiative, but our president champions technology for us, so it makes it easier for us to engage both internally with other government agencies, but also to partner with other governments. And so in different platforms such as this, we're very open to learn from others, but also very eager to share what we are learning and working on, and some of these things I already mentioned. I want to come back to your question about trust.
Absolutely.
I mean, what I've seen this morning already, I mean, it starts here, right? I think there is no doubt that AfriLabs community plays a critical role in building the Africa we want. The Africa where we trust one another, and we want to trade with one another. We want to share notes, what we are learning. We want to challenge each other. We want to support one another. And so if there is going to be trust in how we build our continent, it starts here, and that's my challenge to you all.
Oh, fantastic, thank you. Thank you so much, Anita.
One, two, good. Thank you very much for that insightful fireside chat. I did not mean to disrupt the chat, but I realized that we're also really behind time, so I've got to do due diligence and keep this moving and finished off in time for us to start our tracks. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a special address from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives from Nigeria. Please, joining us via video, give a round of applause to Honorable Benjamin Kalu. The video, please.
Mr. President of Rwanda and the chairman of this occasion, permit me to stand on the well-established protocol, especially for want of time. I would have been there in person, but the International Parliamentary Union has kept the Parliament busy all around the world, and the Speaker of the House is currently attending on our behalf, which means that I have to be around in Nigeria to hold the Parliament. I regret my not being there in person. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, innovators, and entrepreneurs, members of the esteemed AfriLabs Member Hub Committee, I stand before you today with a profound sense of optimism and purpose as we convene for the AfriLabs Annual Gathering 2023 under the theme Accelerating Africa's Digital Economy by the Strength of Our Community. This gathering serves as a testament to our collective commitment to harnessing the boundless potentials of Africa's digital revolution. If one thing must be stated without mincing words, we are definitely living in an era of innovation, and Africa cannot afford to be left behind. The COVID-19 pandemic is a trite example of how important the digital economy is to the world, more so to Africa. With the use of digital space, the pandemic brought the entire world together. So while our country is physically shut down, the digital domain came alive. Incidentally, Africa is blessed with the youngest population in the world, with an average age of 18 years on the continent. This means, with the right tools and policies of government, our potential for innovation and exponential growth within our digital economy is unmatched. As we already know, the twin concepts of innovation and entrepreneurship are key to the socio-economic growth of any country, and they are necessary for sustainable development. Africa is globally known for its strong entrepreneurial culture. However, for this to translate to development, we need to create the enabling environment that will nurture economically resilient businesses. We understand the many challenges that entrepreneurs face in this climate, such as the high cost of doing business, regulatory bottlenecks, unfavorable government policies, and poor physical and digital infrastructure that could discourage from continuing their innovative journey. To address this need, the 9th Nigerian National House of Assembly, in which I played a key role, passed the Nigerian Startup Act in 2022. This landmark legislation now provides a legal and institutional framework for the development of startups in Nigeria, creating an enabling environment for their establishment, for their growth, and for their operation. The Act is a cornerstone in our journey to position Nigeria's startup ecosystem as a leading digital economy in technology across Africa, fostering excellent innovators with cutting-edge skills and, most especially, exportable capacity. Nigeria has also outlined an ambitious roadmap for the acceleration of our national digital economy anchored on key 8 pillars: developmental regulation, digital literacy and skills, solid infrastructure, service infrastructure, digital service development and promotion, soft infrastructure, digital society and emerging technologies, and indigenous content development and adoption. These pillars serve as the foundation upon which our digital transformation is built, touching every aspect of our economy and society. They are testament to our commitment to creating a conducive environment for innovation, entrepreneurship, and the digital economy to thrive. We understand that the effective policy making and lawmaking play a pivotal role in building the right ecosystem for the digital economy to flourish. They provide the framework within which our innovators, entrepreneurs, and tech enthusiasts can unleash their full potential. As we gather here today, I am reminded of the crucial role that organizations like AfriLabs play in nurturing and sustaining our digital ecosystem. AfriLabs stands as a beacon of hope, fostering innovation, technological advancement, and digital transformation across the African continent. Your commitment to creating spaces where innovation can flourish, your dedication to nurturing talents, and your relentless pursuit of excellence are all commendable. I am reminded of the crucial objective that will drive Africa's digital transformation, industrialization, and support for the African Continental Free Trade Area, as articulated by the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa 2020 to 2030, an ideation of the African Union. I commend African Union for this initiative. These crucial objectives are ambitious, but at the same time essential. They include building a secure digital single market by 2030, which essentially means creating a market that facilitates the free movement of people, free movement of services, free movement of capital, aligned with the after. Ensuring affordable high-speed internet access for all Africans, along with affordable smart devices to enable access to essential online services. The third one is the establishing a digital sovereignty fund to close the infrastructure gap and provide accessible, affordable, and secure broadband across the continent. The Innovation Act is an example of such, but we need more regional laws and policies in this regard. The next and the final objective is, of course, enabling coherence among existing and future digital policies and strategies through effective cooperation between institutions. As a dedicated advocate for economic development and innovation, I completely understand the importance of legislative support in realizing these objectives. More importantly, I understand the significance of collaborative inter-regional legislation and policy making in propelling Africa's digital transformation. My leadership in the Nigerian National House of Representatives in passing the Nigerian Startup and Innovation Act in 2022 demonstrate this commitment to creating an enabling environment for startups, enabling environment for innovators, and enabling environment for our continental digital economy. Thus, I extend a heartfelt call to all partners in African growth and innovation who are gathered here today at the AfriLabs Annual Gathering 2023. My office starts open, and I am profoundly enthused about the prospect of working hand in hand with stakeholders from across the continent. Together we can harness our collective strength and expertise to turn the ambitious objectives of accelerating Africa's digital economy into a tangible reality with the needed impact. Africa's digital potential is vast. Let us unite in purpose and action, for it is through collaboration that we will achieve the transformative change we envision for our beloved continent. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, our collective vision is to create a digitally empowered Africa, a continent we'll be all proud of. I'm sure technology will help us to do that. Organizations like AfriLabs plays a pivotal role in uniting our communities' strength to drive innovation and digital transformation across the continent, and I commend you for that. role you have played within the technology space for quite a while now. Together, we will accelerate Africa's digital economy, fostering progress and prosperity for all. Together, we can accelerate Africa's digital economy, unlocking its full potential and shaping a future that knows no bound. Let us draw inspiration from our past successes, the legislative strides we have made, and the vibrant AfriLabs community that surrounds us. Together we can, and will lead Africa into a new era of digital prosperity. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a successful and enlightening AfriLab Annual Gathering 2023, while promising to join you next year in person, if God permit. God bless Africa. God bless all of us. Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now we're going to get ready for some inspiration. And to give us this inspirational talk, I'm going to have the pleasure of introducing the last speaker of the day, well, of the morning. And she hails from a country whose name means the big house of stone, Zimbabwe. And while there, she was, I like that. While there, she was the founding manager for the first innovation hub in Zimbabwe. She has served AfriLabs as the treasurer, managing the finances very ably to ensure that AfriLabs remains afloat. A round of applause there. And now she is the co-founder and strategy lead for iZone Zimbabwe, and a person who I can call a friend, ladies and gentlemen, Kudzai Mbaiwa.
Thank you, Garikai. You are too kind. Good morning, everyone. I want to stand on existing protocol as well as on this booster here. And I've been given a very simple task, which was supposed to be done in 10 minutes. I want to commit to do it in 5, which is to inspire. I want you to help me by speaking to your neighbor by just saying 3 words. Every step counts. Please go ahead. So that's the inspiration for today. If you're not inspired, please go ahead and give up. But since I have time, let me very quickly share a personal story. I want to share just 3 quick things, and then we can be on our way. I've been reflecting for on the past 10 years, because like Garikai said, I was the founding manager of Zimbabwe's first innovation hub, which was called Muzinda Hub, and that was exactly 10 years ago. That is how I first came to know about AfriLabs as we became members. Later on, I was to co-found what we currently know as iZone Hub, and that still lives. I want to say that in reflecting on our progress as a hub, in reflecting on our progress as AfriLabs, as we were speaking from our AGM yesterday, I have recognized that in this life, every single step counts. I read a lot of books. I read a lot as a child of 2 teachers. But one of the things I have recognized is that in the past, I read so many books but did not get as much done. And therefore now I read a few books and try and get a lot done. One of the most life-changing books I've read recently, highly recommend, is James Clear, Atomic Habits. Anyone who's come across that book? Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous book. I highly recommend it for the AfriLabs book club. Now, having said that, James basically emphasizes the fact that every little step showing up counts, every little motion you make towards perhaps fitness, lift a kg, the next day lift 2, and you keep progressing. Every single step absolutely counts. And I want us to, as we begin to go out for our next sessions, reflect on this at an individual level, reflect on this at an institutional level, and perhaps I want to challenge my country and to challenge my continent to say we have very big, broad visions, big, hairy, audacious goal. But for these things to happen, we must be mindful that every step counts. I now draw towards a close by sharing a quick personal story. And this, I think some that are in this room have heard, but you will hear it again. One of my biggest achievements this year was to summit the 2nd highest peak in Africa, which is Mount Kenya. I pause for a round of applause. Are you not inspired? 4,985 meters above sea level. It was an intense 3-day journey, starting with 14-kilometer walk from 3,400 meters above sea level to 4,200 at a place called Shipton's Camp. We went to bed. They woke us up at 2 a.m. exactly. They gave us a breakfast of popcorn and black tea. And at 2 a.m. in the dark, we got into single file and began to go up the mountain. Now, I come from a country that is both landlocked and also does not have snow. I met snow for the first time this year as an adult on that mountain. We started 2 o'clock, 2:15 it begins to rain, 2:20 there was a snowstorm. People started falling off. Okay, not literally off the mountain, but falling back and quitting. And I want to acknowledge what the guide who was in front of us said to us. He said, don't think about what is happening around you. Remember your training. Remember your training. So how to breathe, that you must continue to hydrate and keep a steady pace. Just put one foot in front of the other. Every step counts. We were given up to 8 a.m. to summit. On our way up, we met what we call the Subarus. Jeremy knows what I'm talking about. He's one of them. People who go quickly up the mountain and come down and are in time for breakfast while you're still on the way. We literally summited, long story short, that mountain at exactly 8 a.m. this year on the 16th of April, 2023. Every step counted. On your way down, that's when you realize why they let you leave at night, so that you don't see where you're going, because it's tough. But suffice to say, as I close, I want us to walk away with this simple reflection. Perfection is a great thing in life, but progress is even better. It is a superior thing to keep moving. And so I want us to, as we begin to move forward, to always have this simple reflection, that in life, you don't need to necessarily be fast. It's good to be fast. I speak fast. I walk fast. I eat fast. But when I hike, I am incredibly slow. And that gets me to my summit. Every single step counts. Thank you.
Wow.
Anita, how did you see that one?
There's certain things I will never do in my life. I am not going to go up any mountain. My life alone is a mountain, my love. So every step as I move from Accra to Kigali is what counts for me. But I really respect anybody and everybody who goes outside of their comfort zone to do something that shakes and shifts their soul. Thanks for teaching us that.
A round of applause. All right, now we're coming to a close of the opening ceremony, and you've been an incredible audience. A round of applause for each and every one of you. Now, I'm going to do the boring announcements, then Anita can do the exciting close.
I have announcements as well, so go ahead first.
Wonderful.
Gentlemen first.
Now I feel bad. But there have been a few changes to the rooms for the next sessions that are coming after this coffee break. So please remember that those who are going to be following the policy track will be in MH1. Policy track is MH1. The investor track will be in MH2. And then the creative track will be in MH3. Anita?
Thank you very much. We acknowledge that some of you have brought your beautiful children with you. Our daycare is in the mezzanine, kindly. And for lunch, if you're carrying a Nile badge or access, lunch will be in the Auditorium Club. If you are Zambezi and Kagera Orange, lunch will be in Fellini and Lada, which is the hotel's restaurant. And of course, the tracks my brother has just mentioned. And if you're looking for the Nile Lounge or meeting room, I think it's open about now, but we kindly oh, okay, the rooms are on the screen. I knew that. I was just saying if you're paying attention. Kindly, we ask that if you're going to use the Nile Lounge or meeting room, you do that one after another with respect for each other's privacy. Thank you very much.
I think what's on screen may be a slight mistake. I think policy is in MH1 and investor in MH2.
In any case, I do believe that we can also scan the brochure.
Absolutely.
It's on the screens wherever you are. And of course, if you have any questions to ask, one of our wonderful ushers will be more than happy to guide you to where you need to be.
Awesome. So ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great morning. What remains is for us to thank you and to wish you an exciting rest of the next 3 days. We're going to see you again tomorrow morning. Allow us to say our goodbyes and then see you in the tracks that are going to follow.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Oops, sorry. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I am very happy to welcome you on the Hub Sustainability track, where we will dive into one of the most challenging and struggling issues almost all hubs are experiencing today. We are about to engage in panels, keynote, workshops, and explore ways to sustain the activities of Hub across Africa. And I'm thrilled. My name is Maysam Rabet. I've met most of you. I'm the new Director of Community at AfriLabs, and I'm welcoming today our track hosts, Paul Mbois and Fifi Baidu. Paul is an entrepreneur, fund manager, angel investor with more than 16 years experience. Paul has worked across multiple areas of focus, including national, international organization, and he's the founder of Africa Business and Investment Summit. Paul has trained and empowered more than 6,000 young innovators in the past 15 years. He helps startups get finance, structure their businesses with innovative solutions to create unicorns. He's the founder of Zytech Hub, a co-working space and creation and acceleration space in Cameroon. And he's also founder of Zytech Corporation, a firm linking investors to entrepreneurs and building companies in Africa. Please welcome me, join me to welcome Paul on stage. I'm also introducing our second track host, Fifi Baidu. Fifi has over 2 decades in technology entrepreneurship, and he's a Google Cloud certified professional cloud architect and developer. He's the founder and chief architect of Cloudport and co-founder and CTO of iSpace Foundation. He's committed to supporting startups and entrepreneurs through collaboration with renewed organizations like the Founder Institute, Google for Entrepreneurs, and the Habicutus Project. Fifi, please join us on stage. And we're missing Fifi. Paul.
Thank you, everyone. Please, can we give ourselves a round of applause for being here? Okay. So we are done with all the speeches. In the concept of this track, one of the key things we try to focus on is to be very critical as hubs, right? We can call them enterprise support organizations in general, but I'd want us to have a very frank conversation. So this session will be a panel discussion. We'll try to talk a bit about what is happening and also poke ourselves and look ourselves in the mirror to tell ourselves the truth of what is going on. So on the panel, I would want us to welcome Madame Yvonne Rivers all the way from the United States. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she comes to the panel? Also joining me on the panel is Mr. Solomon Tum, all the way from Ghana. Please, can we celebrate him as he comes? And my very good friend, Alexandra Fraser, CEO of Veridian. Please, can we give her a round of applause? And finally, but not the least, Mr. Tunde, all the way from Monster Point, Nigeria. Okay. So briefly, I would want us to just do a minute of introduction. I know your portfolios are very big. So just in a minute, can you just tell us so we have an idea of who you are, what you've been doing in the ecosystem in Africa? So start by you.
Good day. Good day, everyone. So good to be here. I'm from Washington, D.C., and I am CEO of She Phoebe Global. We were organized in 1997, and for the last 13 years, we've been serving on the continent. So we build entrepreneurial ecosystems. We teach you a pitch in 1 minute to win money. And that's a big thing for sustainability. So we're going to talk about what we've done for the past 30 years.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you. I'm Solomon. Like you rightly said, from Ghana. I work at Reach for Change as a country manager. I'm running our operations in Ghana. Reach for Change operates in 18 countries, actually. Primarily, we support social entrepreneurs through a series of programs, either through innovation labs, depending on the stage at which they are in their development, incubation and acceleration, as well as scaling readiness programs to help entrepreneurs scale 10x. But there are 4 main focus areas as an organization. Youth unemployment is a big deal in Africa, especially for the markets that we are in on the African continent. So one of our major programs is designed to drive job creation for youth, of course, using entrepreneurial skills development. Women's economic empowerment is our second program area. And then, of course, you also have climate action and agribusiness, and finally, ecosystem development, where we work with other hubs and ecosystem players to drive some key standards for the industry.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. So nice to be here. I'm a reformed venture capitalist. I started my career off in the funding space, but realized that it's no good being in the funding side if the ecosystems aren't built and your entrepreneurs aren't ready for finance. And that's what I really love doing. So for the past 10 years, I've worked really building ecosystems. I'm an angel investor as well with ABAN, and Veridian specifically specializes in designing and developing programs and toolkits and resources to build ecosystems, whether it's with angels, hubs, which is what I'm talking about today, or even entrepreneurs. And so we've got a lot of open license toolkits and resources for hubs to use. And hopefully I'll get to share about those as we go along.
All right. My name is Tony Makaiva, founder of Monster Point. So my journey into entrepreneurship space and ecosystem building started as a co-working space primarily, and then we evolved into an innovation hub that was focused on democratizing opportunities for Africans through human capacity development, wealth creation, supporting founders, and then deploying smart capital to enable growth of the economy of the African continent. So that's our journey. So co-working space evolved into an innovation hub, and I'm happy to be here to share my story and see how we can build sustainability.
Okay, please, can we give this massive panel a round of applause for their presentation? Okay, so I want to paint the decoration of what we'll be doing today. So we've seen an explosion in the rate of enterprise support organizations in Africa, and majority has been mainly a copy from the West, right? And based on funding, right, most of them have pivoted to donor and partner funding. But some hubs have emerged to become very unique and, showing a different value proposition to the ecosystem. Some have found specialization, right? But some are still very much generalist. In the midst of the clouds, many of these hubs have gone extinct, right? And some are just a shadow of themselves because they are barely meeting the bare minimum. We face a scramble of resources, and most of us are struggling for survival. In return, the startups we support are struggling to get the right support and investment. So in this panel, I want us to discuss, in the area of sustainability, how do we reduce first the failure rate of startups? How do we get our startups, our hubs, to think differently? Are we together? So please, first, I want us to show the first question on Mentimeter so we can gather an experience of those who are in the hall, input the country you're operating in, if it's a hub or it's a DHI, DHH, whatever it is, an organization. Can we have the slide of the first question on the board? So while that is going on, I want to ask, I'll start with you, Alexandra. I want to find out, what is your definition of hub solutions and sustainability? And just to add to that, is donor funding an indicator of lack of sustainability?
So I'm going to start with the first question. The first part of the question. I don't necessarily think donor funding is a lack of sustainability. When you actually look at all the European hubs, they are primarily funded by governments. And we don't have that luxury. We have unemployment, crises, education systems to fix, healthcare to provide. We don't have the tax base to support our governments being able to put millions of dollars or whatever currency you want into supporting innovation hubs. And so we've, as hubs, have had to look for other areas of funding. And so I think taking donors' money is not necessarily a bad thing. I think you also need to look at your business model and what you're trying to do, because donor funding might not necessarily be applicable to all types of hubs or all types of programs or initiatives. But there is also this big push from international donors to demonstrate sustainability for our hubs, which is actually really difficult. And I think a lot of us are trying to experiment with lots of different business models, and these business models also might take a little bit of time to gain traction, and that's really where we are. But I think it's also about, we've got the donors on one side. Sustainability also we need to look at ourselves in the mirror in terms of sustainability and say, are we just doing the same thing we were doing 5 or 10 years ago, or are we really offering value to our participants and to the market, and to our entrepreneurs? And I think sometimes it's quite easy to blame lack of funding instead of taking a hard look at yourselves in the mirror.
Okay, so building on that, Mr. Tunde, how do you define sustainability? How do you think as hubs, African hubs, we should define sustainability?
So I think that sustainability from an African perspective should be exactly what are you trying to solve? Because most times, if you're trying to solve a problem, if it's a problem, and the problem is market facing, you make money. I'll give an example. When I started co-working space, because there was a need. I didn't know about all these innovation hubs. So that's why I started as co-working space. I needed an office. I was transitioning. I was leaving proper jobs being an entrepreneur, all the money I had saved, I didn't find any building that could accommodate the kind of money I had. In Nigeria, you have to pay for a whole year. You pay a whole year rent, you buy a generator, you furnish. By the time you spend all that money, you are gone. You have not even started your business. So I said, it doesn't make any sense. So that's why I got into co-working space. I said, if I get a building, pay the 1 year rent, fix the infrastructure, and distribute the space among startups like myself, I will make money. That's how I got into the game. But I also learned a very difficult lesson. Startups don't have money. So when I started, people say startups, support startups, do this. I went to startups, I didn't see the money. I had to pivot in the middle of the business because I now saw it as a business. So I wasn't even looking for any donor funds. I saw it as a market business. And the reason is that I also did my own research. I discovered that in the area in which I occupy, there was no co-working space at all. There was none. So I opened it and people started coming, but startups. So my own view is that if you're going to, what is sustainable primarily is what the market can pay for. That is the primary business. That means the unit economics must make sense. After that, you can now begin to look at other sources of revenue to impact probably your environment. I got into programs 5 years after I ran a co-working space. I didn't get any donor funds for 5 years. After the 5th year, and there was this why I got into donor funds. I had a crisis. There was NSAS in Nigeria at a point, and they almost damaged my infrastructure. So I started thinking about supporting people who are underprivileged through human capital development. So
Okay.
I think those are very important things that people need to pay attention to.
Okay, so Mr. Solomon, let me pick your brain. What would be your approach towards sustainability?
Thank you. I think, so I share very much in what they both have shared. I just want to add a little twist to it. In the context of hubs and enterprise support organizations, sustainability could also mean or imply a strategic reliance on donor funds. So just to let you know that no, relying on donor funding is not an indicator that you are not sustainable, but it has to be strategic. I have seen hubs go in for donor funds, and that has been their downfall because they didn't have the capacity to absorb that kind of funding and all the requirements that came with that funding opportunity. So it is important that as hubs figure out how to fund their programs, they also make sure that the funding they are going in for actually aligns with what it is that they are set out to do and also have the capacity to actually use the grant for its intended purpose. That's how I would take sustainability. And then from the solutions point of view, it's also about having clearly defined goals, clearly defined programs with a very clear impact results chain. Oftentimes, you see hubs running projects, and that is taken as programs. I told you about Reach for Change running programs in a space of economic empowerment for women as well as job creation for youth, etc., etc. These are major interventions that are solving clear problems with clear results. So the incubation bits you do to support somebody with entrepreneurial skills to create jobs then becomes a project at that point, because at some point that incubation program will end.
Definitely.
And a lot of hubs focus on projects and not programs, so they don't have major interventions, and that is what creates that downfall and struggling.
But don't you think it's from where they learned what they learned? So while thinking about that, I'd love us to invite another member of our panel, Leslie Donna Williams. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she joins us? Okay. So what's your take on that? Because we've been talking about sustainability for a number of years now, right?
Yeah.
Telling, African hubs, enterprise support organizations to really be sustainable. But somebody from Kenya or Rwanda, what should be his thinking about what sustainability is all about?
First of all, any entrepreneur, any enterprise, any hub, any whoever, you need to be looking at how you're going to survive whether anyone gives you a dime or not. And if you get that dime or that dollar or that 100 or that million, that's a seed that you plant, utilizing the programs, utilizing the projects, so you can make that seed grow. I say all the time, and I think what you refer to, you need to look at into the mirror on what you're providing and don't wait for not necessarily a handout, but use what you do have in your hand and you have something yourself now. Look at your IT, your IP, your intellectual property. I see a lot of hubs don't realize all that you have. And the first thing I do when I work with someone new, and just to give it a little more complex, I've been in the United States, I'm from the African diaspora, I've been doing work on the continent for the last 13 years. We are a registered business here in Rwanda as well as in Kenya. I have teams who work for She Global here on the continent. And we always will go with the asset. What have you done before? What are you looking to do? And you do have to have objectives. You've got to have a mission, and it has to fit into the programming and what the funding is. And it's like a well-oiled moving machine. You are a business owner, because that's the key thing. I see a lot of times NGOs will come to me and whatever and say, we want funding. No, you need to look at how you can mobilize what you have to really make it spread. So whether you get that donor funding, whether you get input, whether you win money with grants and so forth with that, it's got to be a strategy. It has to be purposeful. It has to be for us to fund all the things you want to do. It's not going to happen overnight. So if you're just starting, look at what money you do have and then set a goal. First year, third year, fifth year, 10th year. This is where we're going to be, but you have to be target and laser focused. You cannot be off from it. And that's what I say for us. It's about people, it's about the process, it's about profits. Yes, the greatest people have the greatest systems, because I see a lot of times people are turning around. You keep talking about this and this, but what's your system to success? You have to plan that step by step by step. And be careful for what you're really getting back when you talk about outcomes and measures, because funders are looking for outcomes and measures. Make sure you can document that, but as well as how you can grow. When someone gives you I keep going back to that dime, that dollar, that 100, triple it, return on investment. You do that, you will always be around. Otherwise, you will disappear.
So people, process,
And profits.
And profits. So let's say you've been working with people. So would Scan, I want to know, can you rate how sustainable your hub is or your organization? And it will be important, we'll get some contributions from the crowd. But based on your experience, how has it been in terms of working with hubs, maybe mentoring younger hubs, in terms of their level of sustainability? How do you think they approach this topic?
Sure. So I got involved in hub development around 2005 and set up Impact Hub Johannesburg in 2010, and now I'm the CEO of Tsimologong Precinct. So I think, there's different generations of hubs. I think for those of us who set up hubs in the last, 15 years ago or so, it was really that pioneering generation where we're kind of navigating without a torch, with making up this business model that's still not 100% defined. But I think we are seeing different waves, so there was like you said, bootstrapping, which a lot of us did. I think, remember back then, my desks were doors with cages as the legs. We just pulled resources together. Then there was this wave of a lot of corporates setting up hubs, and especially banks looking for fintech solutions. And this year we've seen two major corporate-funded and corporate-run hubs and incubators shut down. And I think, for me, if you're not clear about what is your why and where and how the pain point is solving, it will always be a sideline corporate social investment project which isn't sustainable. And now with the current sort of emerging generation, which we're involved with ADIBNet, the Africa-European Digital Innovation Bridge Network, we are learning, getting inspiration from the EU models of what a DIH looks like, but we're in this process of defining it for an African context.
Yes.
And this generation is almost looking at this consortium approach where government or corporates is not really your partner, your funder, your service provider, but actually in partnership with you and co-designing and co-owning it. So the structure shifts, the way of working and collaborating shifts, and there is sort of like an end point around what you're trying to solve. So with us in Johannesburg, we've got a smart cities focus, so partnering around with corporates and government to set up our DIH with them as co-owners, if you like, of this hub. So the
Okay.
models start shifting.
Thank you very much. So just looking at the active pool, we see that half of the hubs or the organizations here are struggling with sustainability, right? You'd see 3, that's the highest, 43%, and 29% almost, just still surviving. So in concrete steps, what are the 4 key things? So we start with Alexandra. What are the 4 key things would you tell a hub manager, a hub founder, or a hub should do in order for them to be sustainable? What are those 4 key indicators that they should attack for them to be sustainable?
I think, just 4, Paul. So I think, I often think about hubs and what we tell entrepreneurs, and I think we need to kind of practice what we preach often. So I think one of the key things is that you need to be lean, and you can often run light programs or light versions of new programs and test new products fairly easily and fairly cheaply in the market. And I think that's something that we should adopt in terms of kind of...
So being very lean?
Lean, yeah, exactly. And kind of developing MVPs of kind of minimal viable programs. Is this something, especially if you're moving into kind of new programs in terms of specialization or you trying to shift things, so kind of adopt that kind of testing approach that we tell our startups to use all the time. I think the other thing is to also really have a look at what are your costs? How are your costs structured? How do they pay for themselves? What are the different business models? How could you get your different assets and your different, whether it's your IP or it's your human resources or it's your physical space, how can you really leverage that and get people to pay you for it? And then, I think the reality is some of us do need to also look at donor funding, and that you might want to think about, are you also at risk if you have one donor versus multiple donors? I think that's also a huge issue. And also thinking about how do you diversify your income streams.
So definitely how you diversify lean, which means minimum viable programs, doing what we preach to our startups. Solomon, based on your work, what do you think startups, hubs should do, right, in terms of sustainability? That taking home from this conference, they would, okay, if I do these things, then I'm seeing sustainability on the other side of the river.
Right. So
struggle with
I'm getting to that point.
Okay.
So we can debate this program angle the whole day. But just to say that if you have a program like you are saying, granted, most of them are also not multi-year. And I'm speaking from our experience and our work with hubs. They tend to deliver short-term projects. So GIZ has some funding to support women in tech, 3 months. And then you find all these hubs rushing to take that 15,000 euros to run a 3-month program. Alexandra has some small grants to provide, and you find 50 hubs applying for that pot of money. If you have a multi-year program, you give yourself an opportunity to build a significant amount of unrestricted funding that can cover your operations, for example. So apart from running lean, like she said, making sure that you have a sustainable model, et cetera, there's a strategy part of it. If you keep going in for short-term projects, it hampers your sustainability journey. So you are better off focusing on multi-year programs where you know that the funding you have is covering you for 3 years, 4 years, and then you can now spend time fundraising for the next 2 or 3 years whilst you implement what you have currently.
Okay,
so that's
Alexandra,
one approach.
You can jump in.
Yeah, I think that's nice. That's a luxury though, because sometimes your cash flow is constrained, and and your new hub, you've got to go for those short programs, where you don't need 3 years of audited financials and figuring out the procurement system. So sometimes you need those short programs to build your track record.
I agree.
Yeah.
I am not against that. But he's asking, in my experience, what do I think has been the problem? A lot of them have been around for a while. And where they are, they don't have, they've had opportunities to do better. But working with them, you realize that there are opportunities they never took advantage of.
Okay,
And
so
one of them is the fact that opportunities to run multi-year projects, sometimes it's about collaborating with others. You don't have to do it all by yourself.
Definitely.
All
So looking at the Mentimeter, we were asking the question, right? Leslie, working with hubs, how do you think about, because we are seeing a new wave in terms of hubs turning into consultancies, offering products, services, and we're having almost half, offering between 1 to 6 products or services. What's your take on that?
Look, I think one needs to diversify your risk as a hub. So keep your eye on the market. We tell our entrepreneurs to do that all the time. So you're right, practice what you preach. And that will allow you to pivot and create new products and services. I think, one of the things we forget about as hubs is that, yes, we need to be program driven, but quite often donor money is required to run a lot of programs. There are certain ones that you can sell as a product, especially to corporates, but you're also developing assets within your hub that you can actively go and sell. So for me, I'm really about creating this blended finance approach where we use grant financing where required for the developmental cycle, but actively start extracting assets to start commercializing and running with it. So it does mean on the downside that we need to be multifaceted and multi-skilled as hub creators and hub teams, but there is always that blend for me, have a heart of impact, but a mind for commerce. For me, that's the blend.
So Tunde, we have the issue where all of us hubs are trying to, it's as if we're replicating each other in terms of products and services, right? So as a hub, how do you stand out in terms of creating a product or creating a service?
Sure. Oh, sorry.
So what I found out from my experience, you have to solve pain points.
You have to?
Solve pain points. People are trying to do vitamins and candies. If you solve a pain point, you make money. I'll give you an example. The reason why I'm saying is that I ran my hub. So what I did was when I saw that startups were struggling, I moved to corporates. During the pandemic, I made more money in the pandemic than pre or post-pandemic. How did I do that? Because when I saw that startups don't have money, I pivoted. I built my co-working space to attract multinationals. I invested in infrastructure. I borrowed money to do that. But I saw it as a business. I told a lot of people were going for donor funds. I said, you have to run this thing as a business. The business performance must be looked at. Can this thing sustain itself? If I don't get money from anybody, how am I going to survive? I'm a married man. I have children. I'm not going to do good for all people and then my family go hungry.
Definitely.
So I was very frank with myself. I suffered doing that, but in the pandemic, when most of the players were going down, I had money because I had long-term contracts that I signed with multinationals. They didn't just pull out. Even if they're going to pull out, they have to pay you some money. And they didn't pull out. And then my cost was low because everybody was at home, we were running lean and all that stuff. So basically what I would say is that most people have to solve pain points. Don't go for, when you talk about we are trying to replicate solutions. For instance, I'm into learning. There is a problem in learning globally.
Sure.
Go for that problem and solve it.
Okay.
And then you make money.
Thank you very much. I'm moving to you. There's this balancing act, right, that startups hubs are trying to do, where they are trying to balance the vision and the resources they have, right? You have a very big vision, but your resources are very small. And now we have development partners in the mix, corporates who are launching accelerator programs. So we are like, we have to partner with you, but you guys are already in a field of work. So how do hubs approach this, and what should be their strategy looking at the new wave in terms of development partners and also corporates getting into acceleration and incubation?
First of all, you need to stay true to your mission, never get off your mission. But if I can say, when you ask the question of what are the 3 things that hubs can take away from today, I say, and because you'll hear me going back to building the foundation of who's running the hubs. Because if you really don't have that capability and the capacity and all of that. So the first thing, the first key, I would say 3 keys to success. You can write this down. Number 1, what is your SWOT analysis? The people you're working with. What's your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? And I hone in on that because when COVID happened, the people who survived were the ones who knew there were threats. They had prepared the best they could because there was unknown of coming that. So when you're running your hub, with your team, with your people, with your process, with your profits, what's your SWOT analysis with that? The second thing I look at is really with the key performance indicators is exactly what do you need to do to make sure it's success. I have another, I guess I'll call a system. I call it my 1-minute business plan. You can call it a lean canvas or whatever. But the 1-minute business plan is to spend at least 1 minute asking yourself, what are the products and services you are offering? Who are you providing it to? What's the solution? Where are you going to find them? And then how much money you're going to make. You've got to track out all of that. Crunch the numbers. Your numbers are your key. Now, as you say, other people getting into the accelerators, incubators, and whatever, collaborate. Use that because most of the corporates who are funding incubators and accelerators, they're not grassroots where the hub is. So use your IP, what's your intellectual property, align with that. So it'll be a win-win on both sides. But you have to come to the table with the plan. Don't allow them to come with the plan. So come with your plan because they're going to ask the question, how can we work together? Don't let that be a blank statement. Tell them this is how we can work together because you've already figured it out, relatable to what they can provide to you so you can provide solutions to your hub and sustainability and work on a long-term plan to be partners. We've just signed an MOU with AfriLabs, with what we do in Kenya, Rwanda, and the United States, whatever, because we have an African diaspora with the United States that we've got African Americans who are willing to put money into Africa. So we find the money. We find the money. So we follow the money.
Okay, so we have to follow the money. I don't know if mics are available. We want to hear from my audience who are experts, hubs. What have you done in terms of balancing the act of your vision, your mission, and also your resources? So please, anyone who has succeeded or is trying to implement that in their organization, what has been your plan or your strategy so far in terms of balancing your vision, your mission with the resources you have so you don't lose track of yourself? Because we've seen within the last 5 years, many hubs that started as incubators, now they are consulting firms. They are no longer doing incubation. So, please present yourself, then you go over with your presentation.
Hello?
Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Tochukwu Chukwueke. I run a makerspace in Nigeria called Clinton L Innovation Center. So I have a question, but I'll make the comment before the question. The reality in Africa is that most donor funding is predefined. You can't change that. You either accept it or you go. So, and hubs, even if it doesn't align, so that's part of what's happening. So hubs are now redefining their mission, their vision to be able to align with the predefined programs and projects of donors. So what we do in our hub is we have a mission and a vision as a makerspace. And then we have a program. For instance, we have a program that we call Engineering for Industry, which we feel that the challenge with donor funding is that most times donor priorities are not the actual problems that Africans have. But you still have to find a way to manage that. So what I do is when I apply for donor funds and I get the funds, I adapt that funding or that program to be able to meet the requirements of the donor while also achieving my hub's mission
your
and vision.
Interest. Okay, thank you. Any other contribution? We have somebody over back. Yes?
Okay, my question, can I ask my question now or
Yes,
later?
no, your question will be answered. Let's
Okay.
you answer your question.
So my question is, so you talked about having long-term programs and projects, not just short-term donor funded. So I wanted to ask, could you share with us, because we are here to learn, which donors do you know who are willing to accept your own hub's long-term projects and work with you, just to help us to learn about that? Thank you.
Okay,
That's the
so-
gentleman
Okay,
next to
so
you.
I think anybody in the panel
Okay.
would answer, but after her,
Yes. Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Candide Legued. I'm from Togo in West Africa. Unfortunately, there is no translation. I'm a francophone, but I'm going
Yeah,
to
you
try
can speak
to.
in French. It's okay. I'll translate for them.
Okay.
Or they
But
translate. Yeah.
I'll I may continue in English if you can follow me. Okay. I just want to share my experience. I am a founder of a business incubator for women enterprises, women startups. We started in 2015, and we started with a UNDP funding for 3 years to set up the incubator and run the incubator. But after 3 years, then the subvention, the loan, the funding stopped, okay? And I have to find another source of funding from Holland, for another 3 years. But since then, so since 2020, we have been trying to self-fund ourselves. By doing what? We have a program, we have a business model, we did an impact study to see whether what we have done for 5 years is really what we are intended to, we have intended to do. But we found out that it does not really respond to the vision that we have set up at the beginning. So what we did is define our business model, and then we started answering wherever we see a call for application or project or whatever. Then we answer. And this is how we've been sustaining, our activities till now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, can we give her a round of applause? Okay, so before we go to the next two that their hands are up, so just to answer that, we have two issues. So one is funders come with a pre-planned, this is what they want, these are the key indicators, these are the traction that they want, right? And secondly, you have some hubs that take a lot of time in terms of getting proposal writing now. Hubs have turned to project management offices, right? So what would be your answer to that? So we'll just go like.
If I could quickly address the first one regarding, never lose sight of your vision. You cannot mold yourself into a square peg if you're round. You can, but will it fit with your purpose of what you're doing? And I think the second one relating to, she mentioned she had funding and for 3 years and whatever. You've got to plan ahead. If you know the funding is going to be for 3 years, you don't wait until 3 years to start thinking, what are we going to do and how are we going to go? We're talking about sustainability. And that's why I go back to your SWOT, your 1 minute business plan and whatever. You've got to really know these numbers and how you can get best from that, or else you're going to be in a lurch when suddenly oh wow, next month our funding stopped. Now we got to start your programs. Because to me, that's a disservice to who you're serving.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Solomon?
Right, thank you. So donors come with predefined set of programs. That is true in most cases. Once you have little room for amendment, like she said, you need to ask yourself, what is your core? And how do I balance that with the expectations of the funder? If these are the predefined sets, do I fit in that category? Can I do this and do this well? Then go for it. Otherwise, then don't spend time there. Find something else. And like I mentioned from the beginning, just like we support startups, if you have somebody in a university who has a brilliant idea, you support that person through a series of programs. You just don't throw grants at them.
Sure.
You worry them. And the hubs are also in that same situation. Most of the hubs are startups. So if you don't have the capacity to absorb what you can't, go with somebody, collaborate. Otherwise, find what it is that you can do.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
I think it's also about partnerships. You know, things do change, unfortunately. Sometimes the same pot of money is also funding all foreign, like international development. So there's a war in the Ukraine, and you know, there are all sorts of different things, and that has knock-on impacts, and that's something that, you know, none of us can really control, big macro events. But I think it's also about relationships. It's about building relationships with potential funders and understanding what they are also looking for and where there's an alignment. And it's also okay to sometimes say no as well. And not every donor or not every organization is going to be the right match for your hub and what your vision is. So I think that's also really important.
So as we match investors with startups, we also match.
Exactly.
Definitely.
I mean,
Okay.
there's some, I mean, I'm like, if I have to write another proposal for some organization, which is like a black hole, I've actually just decided. I don't care how sexy that RFP is. I don't care how many $1 million that they put on the bottom. Life is too short to write proposals because it goes into a black hole and you never hear anything back. So
Great.
sometimes,
I love that. Life is too short to write proposals. Okay.
no, to write bad proposals.
Okay, to write bad proposals. Okay. So we'd want to have the fourth question. Leslie? Yes.
Sorry,
Sure,
if I may.
Okay, after?
If I may.
Yes.
quickly.
Yes.
Sure. I mean, his question really hit home, and it kind of like answer kind of crosses over. As a hub, our job is to be curators of ecosystems. And once you know the purpose and what you're trying to solve for, you then need to curate the right partners to come on board. If you're not clear about your purpose, your hub is going to fall apart. It may not happen today or tomorrow, but within 3 to 5 years, it will fall apart. You can't be all things to everyone. And initially, donors are rigid when they come on board. And like you said, it is about relationship. The more you're able to, number one, negotiate upfront where and how you can adapt certain elements in the contract, that's realistic. You have to be realistic about what you can deliver on. And when you prove that you are able to deliver, then donors, funders, and even massive organizations tend to be a bit more open to adapting to what is realistic. But right now we have a problem that a lot of hubs basically punch above the waist and then don't deliver. So funders are stuck in this hard place where they know that certain systems they need to see. They also have their own KPIs, but it's a constant conversation. And you cannot wait until the end of reporting period to communicate with them again. You need to build that relationship and have regular feedback and adjust in partnership with them. And I'm happy to take the conversation further offline.
Yes.
Okay, I think my position is always this: identify what value you're bringing to the table. People would pay for what they find valuable. I personally don't think that, maybe because I've not applied for donor funds severally, I've always tried to run it sustainably from scratch, but I'm firmly of the opinion that identify value, let people, once you can communicate value properly, you are going to attract money. I don't, because I've raised debt capital, I understand that when people see value, they will give you money. I think most people need to focus on creating value. Once there's significant value, over time, people would respond to you appropriately. Any other thing is not sustainable.
Okay, thank you. So while waiting for the Mentimeter to come up, I would want to ask, what are your top revenue streams as an organization or as an enterprise support organization? So from the crowd, so just give us your top 3. And if somebody has repeated what you have to say, please, you don't repeat it. Thank you. Any hands? We want to know your top 3 revenue streams as an organization or as a hub.
Guys, GIZ's in the room. I'm sure some of you are funded by GIZ.
Please, donor funding is not part of that list. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Wayne from Kenya, Nakuru Box. I think just to respond to the question, our top three, now that you've subtracted one, I will say the first is co-working space. And of course, consultancy is our second. I think part of the conversation that we're having,
thank
just
you.
allow
we
me.
just
allow
want
me.
the list, then we will go now because we are short of time, right? So we want just give us the list. We will know what is in details.
We do conferencing and event management.
We're not getting you very well.
We're doing conferencing and event management as part of revenue.
Okay, event management, conferencing. We have consulting. Who else wants to? Yeah. So the lady behind. Yeah.
Real estate.
My name is Martin Olo from FabLab Winam. Majorly fabrication.
Okay, so fabrication is like your key revenue source, yes?
Hi, I'm Amy from Impact Hub Accra. So real estate, that's a source of revenue for us at Impact Hub Accra.
I didn't get it?
Real estate.
Real estate.
Real estate, please, can you explain that to us, please?
So typically in Accra, Ghana, rent for an office space is quite on the high end. So we build and sublet.
Okay, so more of rental spaces, co-working.
Yes, tailored
okay.
to the company.
Yes.
Bonjour, si je peux parler en français.
Bien sûr.
Je suis Asma NFR, je suis la directrice de la fondation Orange Digital Center du groupe Orange. C'est vrai, il y a une vraie problématique de budget. Nous, en tout cas, pour le budget des Orange Digital Center, qui sont des centres physiques qui vont de la formation jusqu'à l'ouverture de la start-up et l'investissement dans la start-up, donc on est sur toute la chaîne de valeur. Ce qui est bien chez nous, c'est que Orange met 70% du budget au niveau des ODC. Donc nous sommes présents sur 17 pays, nous avons 17 centres physiques au niveau des capitales, mais aussi dans les régions au niveau des universités. C'est vrai qu'il faut des bailleurs de fonds avec nous pour pouvoir toucher plus, former plus, mais les bailleurs de fonds savent quelle est la vraie problématique aujourd'hui.
Ok, je voudrais demander qui finance les ODC.
Les ODC, à 70%, c'est le groupe Orange. C'est la filiale elle-même, c'est nos structures physiques à nous. Donc nous déployons, il y a celui du Sénégal qui fait 6000 mètres carrés. Donc c'est des centres qui sont totalement gratuits, ouverts à tous, qui vont de la formation. Donc, mais la vraie problématique aujourd'hui, tout à l'heure vous parliez des bailleurs de fonds et de répondre à la demande des bailleurs de fonds. Les bailleurs de fonds demandent la même chose. Finalement, c'est la formation au numérique, c'est l'employabilité, c'est la création de l'écosystème entrepreneurial dans les pays. Le but ultime de tout ça, c'est créer plus d'emplois et donner la main aux Africains pour qu'ils prennent le lead sur leur pays. Donc, je pense qu'on est tous d'accord sur l'objectif final.
Bien sûr.
Maintenant, c'est la manière de faire et comment le construire ensemble. Merci.
Et ça, c'est une vraie question parce qu'on devrait savoir si l'Orange... Please, can we try to add to this poll so we get if you have more options in terms of revenue stream that we can draw from. We had another hand behind. Yes, behind.
Good afternoon, or I guess it's still morning. So I'm coming from city of Tampere, Finland. So we actually built a model where we based on 3 Ps. So it's a public, then there is a private, so it comes to rental side and the projects. And meaning public, that public sector basically gives the fundamental base, and then who runs the hub builds on top of that.
Okay, so that is good. Okay, last, before we come to the panel. Please, there's free internet, so we can scan the code. And we want to pick your mind. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kweku Ifa. I run a robotics company, and what we do for funding is we resell electronics and robotics components for makers and maker spaces. So it's a great source of funding for us.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to the panel as we close, what would be your key takeaways and what should be the additional revenue streams hubs should start thinking about? We'll start with you, Leslie.
Sure, maybe I'll start with revenue stream just because it's something I haven't heard. We have something called the Studios Collective at Simolokong Precinct. And it's basically where we'll go out and get work and then subcontract our entrepreneurs who've been through our program. So we trust their quality. We take responsibility for the quality of delivery. The entrepreneurs leverage our brand, but then and piggyback off our brand while we grow their brand. They then comfortable having access to market, and we've done that with some local and international projects with great success, and we're expanding that part of our business. I think for me, the key insight I want to share is
engage consultants. As a business owner, sometimes you can't see it. Engage consultants. As a business owner, sometimes you can't see it. And I use consultants, for instance. Now I'm currently having a consultant that's looking at my business because I'm transitioning. Try to bring third-party people inside that understands where you're going. They look at you from an external point of view and tell you that adjustment you need to make. Because most big organizations truly use consultants to transition. And finally, I think that infrastructure as a service is something that most ops have to look at. It has sustained me for a while. I think you should look at it, particularly because post-pandemic, flexibility and options that co-working space offers have become more attractive than they were pre-pandemic. So that could be an opportunity for ops to be. Then also, finally, we have a document that I prepared for this presentation that is detailed revenue streams, people processes, how you can, all the things you can do to improve your business, worked on by myself and my consultant, that I feel like I make available for people to download and look at it. It's on our website, monsterpoint.co, and you can just download it for free, and maybe it will be valuable to you. Thank you.
So thank you for providing a free resource.
In terms of sustainability, I think it's important to think about as well what you don't do, and have a clear idea of what you can do and what you can't do, and you can look at your strengths and weaknesses for that, because I think sometimes trying to be all things to everyone doesn't allow you to really focus and build a team or a center of excellence. But that doesn't mean that you have to have gaps. It means that there's room for partnerships, and partnerships are absolutely key, especially if you've got a small team. Have those trusted service providers, whether it's startups, other hubs, key partners, then you can take on a lot more work. So that's something else. And it almost becomes then like mutual biz dev, because if you write someone into a proposal, they'll probably write you into a proposal as well.
Okay, Solomon.
Thank you. So on the sustainability side of things, I think it's also important that the hubs look internally. All right. Alexandra talked earlier on about something I said that was more of a luxury, that some of these hubs don't even have their 3-year financial statements and things like that. But you also go down to check, and some of them have been in existence for more than 3 years. So why aren't you keeping your books? The discipline must start internally. So from governance to ethics, having a model that is sustainable and staying true to that plan, like they've all said, I think is one way to go in terms of survival. Now, on the revenue side of things, touching on what Tunde shared about infrastructure as a service, that is true. Using Reach for Change as an example, we don't have that infrastructure, so we won't do co-working spaces and things like that. However, there are other aspects of the business you can also leverage on. So over our 14 years existence, we've built a lot of capacity in the area of M&E. So aside our own programs, we also deliver monitoring and evaluation as a service to other projects across Africa, because they don't have that strength internally. And because we focus so much on social impact, we also are able to communicate that impact well. So development communications or impact comms is something we do. So we then also offer comms as a service. So if you don't have the infrastructure, you can also look within. What else are you good at, and how can you leverage on that? But at the end of the day, it must tie into your core so that you don't veer off.
So to always being in the line of what are you good at, and also looking at your model, your systems. Are you keeping financial records? Are you even running a proper organization?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that I told Alexandra that it's sad. Some of them could have been where they're supposed to be today, but they are not there because if you look back, there are things which were not done. It's not because they are new.
How many hubs do we have, enterprise support organizations? Please just raise your hand.
Training for either people in the hub and outside the hub, from SME training to investment and export readiness training. I'm an AGOA advisor, So we tie into that. We even teach leadership development. So outside of SMEs who we serve. And another unique, innovative thing that we do, we sort of call it a franchise in the US or whatever, that essentially if someone comes through our training and they're really growing, but they don't have sort of the infrastructure to run it, we are sort of will get basically a management fee that they'll percentage per year on their assets and revenue, because it's like helping them to grow their business with that. So that's a regular fee annually can add up.
And I think that's a very interesting discussion. When we look at, for example, the AfriLabs Academy, we're thinking about how do hubs scale, right? And the impact hub model has always been, right, like the reference point to that. What do we think about specialization? Because we've been hearing specialization. Is it part of sustainability? Maybe some few hands. Is specialization part of sustainability? Or we can just decide to be generalist technicians? Yes, somebody's hand is up. Okay, you start with Daniel, then you come to him.
Thank you. I think it's a part of sustainability, because if you achieve it to have a special topic and you sit on this topic, then nobody can so easy take this from you, no matter what the revenue streams are.
Okay.
So I was about to say basically what you just said. I would say that specialization will depend on the ecosystem where you are developing your activity. And in my specific case in Gabon, we specialize in digital economy, because that was a huge push from the government to diversify the economy. And we knew that a great stream of revenue will come from this area. So when you specialize, you're attracting all the funder, and as he just mentioned, you develop capabilities that make you more sustainable over the time.
Okay, so who can just jump on this? As hubs, we produce a lot of data, but who has tried to turn his data to a data mining, business where you can sell that data, because we provide it free to development organizations. So who can talk on that? How do hubs start looking at, making use and monetizing their data?
So I think that to monetize data, you have to leverage technology. And what I mean is that, so I'll give an example. There's a project, because there's a project that I had to work on that was a developmental organization funded project that had to do with education. Now, the individuals that got the project initially were trying to use manual systems to capture the experiences of learners across board. But it was too disconnected. So we came in and then used technology to manage the operations. Through that model, we could extract data. So even though they initially didn't see data as a value point, now with that data set, you can now draw insights on what to do and what not to do. And that's very important for us.
Thank you. Anyone wants to join before we close?
Yeah, very quickly, we have a research and data intelligence team at Simologong Precinct. And that's really been amazing for forming partnerships with government and other stakeholders. So we create ecosystems on a topic. They trust us because there's data, but we are at that point now where we're influencing policy because of it.
Okay, so
I would say when you use the data that you have, find out who wants to buy that, and who wants to buy that are funding organizations. You have USAID, you have Prosper Africa, you have a lot of different things who are US instruments who are serving Africa. They need to do their details, and they want to know what's the percentage of people graduating from the hubs, what's their assets of 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. You have it if you collected it, and make sure you do, and then that's basically, you become a provider for that, and that's money.
So the final words, value-added services, right? So as hubs, that should be our focus. We should think about adding value and also question ourselves, why do we do the things we do? Why is your door still open? I always ask myself that, why is my door still open? Why do I still exist? And those are questions we need to keep asking ourselves. So we've eaten up our time, and I want to thank our panelists. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Can we give them a round of applause? Okay, thank you very much. We keep on the discussion. So after this, we would have a community where we'll be talking more about hub sustainability management, and we're working on a hub sustainability and management guide. But before that, thank you very much. Please, can we, where's the photographer? Can we take a picture with my panelists? Then we'll love everybody to join us. So we have a photo. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Are you ready to leave your seats soon?
Echo.
No? You have to be ready for that. All right, so one of the things that actually we have been always speaking about, like when we're speaking about hubs, is identity, right? And like whenever we ask any hub manager or hub ambassador, who are you? Then it's very hard to describe. Because sometimes you know who are you, what are you doing, and like few knows how they are doing what they are doing, and very little who knows actually why they are doing what they are doing, right? And most of the times we describe ourselves with the what instead of the why. So it's very important for us actually to nail down some numbers today. I love data and numbers, so we're gonna go through a lot of numbers here. And because sometimes like we listen to many stories, and the panel has been fantastically sharing a lot of insights on how to become sustainable, but also when we see the numbers, the narrative changes, right? Most of the cases, the narrative changes a lot when we see the numbers and we try to interpret them in a way that makes sense for us. So today I'll be sharing with you Hub in a Box, which is a format that actually we have co-created like with different networks, including AfriLabs, Impact Hub, and among other networks as well. And actually we have done the first one in 2015. That was actually, we invited the champions of hubs back then from different continents. And we said that we want to sit down together and do something interesting. What is that? Is basically we document all the stories we have in the room. So that was actually the big inspiration that we got. And while documenting these stories, we tried actually to make sense of the numbers we were getting. So we documented all types of content that we can get at that time. Statistics, YouTube videos, SoundCloud tracks, written blogs, among many others. And actually, we came up actually with a toolkit back then. And then for a while, the concept deteriorated. And then 1 year afterwards, actually in the gig in Berlin, we did a mini hub in a box. And it was focusing on financial sustainability aspects and crowdsourcing the financial sustainability from different hubs. All right, so I'm gonna share with you today like the different aspects that we got, but also you're gonna hear more from your side. And in the first panel, we got like a lot of questions. I'll ask similar questions to them, but like we will try to put them visually in a way that makes sense for us, in a way that we can take forward actually. So in the beginning, actually, I would like to invite you all to stand up. Thank you. And maybe come here as well. Come closer here. We're gonna count each other. No, I'm just kidding. Can you come closer? We have been sitting for a while. So there was a question that was asked actually about like the sustainability, right? But like before asking the sustainability, we would like to do a spectrum of how sustainable your organization is. Your organization could be a digital innovation hub, could be an innovation hub, could be an incubator, could be an accelerator, could be a business support organization, could be an ESO, whatever your organization is, how sustainable it is. So if it's a super duper sustainable, then you should be on that side of the room. If it's not sustainable at all, unfortunately, you have to be on that side of the room. And if you are swinging in between, this is the right place for you. So we have to do that in like 30 seconds. If you are super sustainable, go there, go there. We need at the end, just a second. At the end, we need one line. It's a spectrum, right? From 0 to hero. And it's no shame to be not sustainable at all. I'll be there, I'll start that. I'll be here. If you are not sustainable, you are still struggling, there is no shame to say that loudly because there's a lot of learnings that can happen here. We need one line, one straight line from here to there. And we have 30 seconds. We have 30 seconds for that. I think 29 now. No, one line. This is not a line, right? This is kind of a population of amazing people coming together. Okay, so if you don't have any of the organizations that I mentioned, and you were working with any of the hubs over the past year, and you believe that they are super sustainable, then this is the right place for you. If they were not, then this is the right place for you. So here, there's an invitation for me here. Not sustainable? Okay. So we need to break that correlation. Yeah, now it's got to get better. All right, while doing so, I would like actually to ask you to scan this QR code while the spectrum is being populated. If you can scan it, just like write minty.com and then enter the code. All right? Hopefully everyone, is it done? Okay, perfect. So the people who are swinging in the middle did it already. How about the sustainable people? Yeah? Those who are struggling, is it good? Are you still struggling, or you got it? Okay. All right, so what does sustainability mean for you? If you are on that side of the room, or that side of the room, or in between, when we say sustainability, is it about finance, about governance, about team, about what exactly? About environment? Could be. Mindset. I like that. Management. And management is coming in red. I don't know why, but yeah, that tells us something, right? Many of the cases that we have seen is like malmanagement practices has been pushing hubs to fail. So it's important to see that. And sustainability for some people means smooth operation. And this is super important. Commitment, finance, show me the money. Finance is getting bigger. Business models, service providers, value. Operations is coming again. Impact, of course. Team, management. Interesting. Okay, so finance is not moving, you see? We need that money right in the middle. Nice. All right, that's interesting. So I want you to see who are the people beside you, on that side, on that side, on that side. Look to each other, because there is so much learning that we can get from each other, and that was the purpose actually of Hub in a Box, that we can crowdsource all of the insights that we have in the same room very quickly, probably over lunch, and then discuss that together. Get one practice that could work for you tomorrow, instead of just like getting interesting like lessons to learn that is not applicable to you. So I would like to thank you so much. Give yourself a round of applause. We will continue, actually. It's not over yet. Thank you so much. You may be seated if you want. It's not moving, you see? But what I like the most here, that impact is coming up. Don't go back to your original seats, please. The purpose was to sit down together with those who are around you. All right. All right, so do you see this map? These were the people in the room when we initiated the mini hub in a box. They were coming from Africa, from South America, from Europe, from Asia, and they were all coming together with like amazing practices of failures. That was the case, actually. We were sharing a lot of interesting insights of how we failed, not fast in that time. It was failing dramatically. How did we come up after the failure that happened? How could we actually pivot? Because one of the things that we have seen, and that was before COVID, by the way, we have seen many hubs who started, for example, as co-working spaces, and over the time they found out that they have their doors open, nobody is willing to pay properly, and they are failing at the end because the profits are not actually paying off the bills. How many of us are in this stage today? I see some gestures, right? Yeah? Yeah, don't be shy. So that's the case actually till today to many of the co-working spaces. And we have seen actually some of the co-working spaces, and these are part of the trends that we have observed, emerging to be like the lady that was mentioning that in the previous panel. We are working, the first revenue stream for us is real estate. She didn't say rental, she didn't say co-working, right? She said real estate. And this is one of the realizations that we have seen for some of the co-working spaces that emerged to be a real estate management office. So they take real estate, they increase the value of these real estate spaces, and through increasing this value, they provide so much value for the real estate developers, right? And that was a model that actually emerged over Africa as well. And it's interesting to witness that. And we also have, especially after COVID, witnessed many cases of how co-working spaces, physical spaces, has shut down, not completely, but like these, like transformed all of their spaces to become virtual offices, either supporting, concierge service or supporting by different sets of support that is needed for entrepreneurs, SMEs, corporates, among others, right? And it's interesting to see this evolution. The question is, if we are today struggling in our finance, then maybe what we have today is not the right model for us, right? So it's very important to realize it as early as possible. Otherwise, we're stuck there and we'll lose more money. So that's why finance has been staying in the middle, right? Sustainability for me is not about finance. Finance is a tool for sustainability, not the purpose. But like what I've seen here was impact as well coming up. So if you have a strategy in place, that you can take your hub forward and then operations would come afterwards, then you might become sustainable, right? And my question here is how many in the room of the hubs or the support organization have a written strategy? If you have a written strategy, you can raise your hand proudly. Nice, very nice. Like we have 8 people in the room, 10, 12. Okay, how many have a strategy? Maybe not written, just a strategy. Okay, more people are coming. Thank you. So actually, I know the following question is basically how many of us has no strategy, right? What the heck? Yeah, but basically it's interesting to see that there are more who have a strategy in place, but actually it's not in place, it's in mind. And it's very tricky because strategy, if it's in mind, with like whatever like noise you have today, you will forget about it for a while, right? And you will go to catch or chase this opportunity or this donor or this partner or this community, and you forget for a while your strategy. And at the moment you go back, you will regret that time because it's a precious time that you have lost chasing an opportunity that is not maybe aligned with your pathway, your strategy. So one of the things that I would love to see everyone is doing is basically having a written strategy, a simple one-pager strategy. It doesn't have to be 80 pages. One-pager strategy in place, and break this strategy down into an operational aspect, what we would like to do, what we would like to achieve this quarter, next quarter, this year. Very simple, no like big words. And then make sure that everyone in your team knows it. But before doing that, ask yourself, do I have the right resources for that? Because in many cases, we have seen hubs emerging because they have seen other hubs emerging. Does it make sense, or it sounds good, right? No, but like what I'm trying to say here, that many hubs have started their journey because they have seen in other continents, in other cities, other hubs are like growing. There might be some money, some pictures over there, you know, interesting vibes, but actually they don't know why they are doing what they are doing. So it's very important here to know why we are starting our hubs. And if you started like 10 years ago, we might forgot why actually we have done that, right? This is part of the journey. And these people actually, when they came together, they were focusing together on 3 different things that matter the innovation hub ecosystem as a whole. One of them was basically the space rental and the community, and this is what I was reflecting on, and how this evolves. And it's interesting here that it's not only about the physical space, but more of the community that is populating that space. More about the community that later on could provide programmatic approach to these spaces, right? And then afterwards, we have the products and services, and this is very important because one of the things that you can find like your financial freedom is basically by productizing your services. If you find yourself, and we have found that in the previous statistic, if you're offering more than 10 like services or products, this is a very kind of a big warning, right? Because definitely you are distracted at a certain point, definitely. So make sure that you streamline your processes, make sure that you have like 3 to 5 products in place where you put all your efforts for a while, for a couple of years, and when they prove, and when I say prove means the data, so you have to be following a data-driven approach. Keep collecting data about what you're doing, and if the data is telling you that this product is a failure, shut it down now. Put it on the shelf, put it aside. And if the data is telling you that it's moving on, it's a big hope, it could be a big success, then put more efforts and resources in it. And this is very important. It's not about what you love to do, it's about like what works for the community. And the community here could be entrepreneurs, could be corporates, could be governments, could be like academia, could be whatever stakeholders you work with, right? It's not only one single like community aspect. And the last one was basically incubation and acceleration. And we have seen an emergence between spaces who are just offering basic services like 1 week, once a week, basically like mixer or a networking event along the co-working. They emerged to be very strong incubators. And we have seen others who have done like a couple of incubation programs and then they didn't know how to survive because it's a resource-intense process and they didn't manage to sustain it, right? So it's very important not to replicate the models that worked for others, but to replicate the models that works for you. And you'll never be able to do that unless you test and you keep testing and experimenting the process step by step. This is very crucial. If we just like hit the wall, full speed into one direction without like literally seeing where are we heading, we will hit the wall, easy, right? So it's very important here to have like these kind of probes across the journey to make sure that we have the right team, we have the right structure in place that makes sense for the organization to grow. So if we see all of our team members focusing on the programmatic approach, we know that this is another big warning, right? Because we don't know anyone who is taking care of the business growth. We should have a business growth team in place, whatever you call it. call it marketing, business development, sale, whatever the name, you should have this function in place, right? Because if you don't have this function, we will see the scenes that we have been seeing for a while. We have very interesting programs. We have shiny hubs, but after 2 years, they're struggling to pay the water bill, the electricity bill, right? The rental. The landlord is like, running behind them. This is what happens on a daily basis, right? This is not like, coming from the space saying that. These are stories actually I've witnessing myself. If you are still on Mentimeter, this is a question actually for us to, just to put it. Why? Because I'll share it on LinkedIn for us all to access that. If you can answer it very briefly, it's the same spectrum that we have done here. Are we still figuring it out, the business model, the financial sustainability model, or we have found the secret sauce and became super successful and sustainable, or are we in between? I'll give you like a couple of seconds to do it. And the good thing that we know the number of people who did it. And I know the people here. So please make sure that you use your internet and smartphones to do it, because it's interesting to do this kind of crowdsourcing for the data for us all to learn. So how sustainable is your hub? I was happy in the beginning, like, the orange one was hitting 10, but then it was coming back again. We have only 8 people who did it, you see? We see the counter here. And I see those who are using their mobiles as well, and those who are not. So please help me, like, yeah, that's good. We are definitely more than 20 people in the room. We have 3 more questions to answer later. So help me, like, do that faster. All right, I'll move on while you keep doing that. But like a quick nutshell about like how is the ecosystem in Africa. Like a couple of years ago, that like statistic was done that we have like more than 1,000 tech hubs, and these were the ones who were mapped. This means that I believe my story that they are multiplied by 4 at least. But like these are the only ones who were spotted, who were put in the report. They say 1,000, I say 4,000. Yeah, and it's interesting to see that more than half of them are relying on co-working services. It's interesting, right? No? Is it interesting or not? Yeah, it's expected for me, in a way. But it's interesting to see later on how the financial model of these spaces are struggling to sustain these co-working spaces. So more than half of them are relying on co-working spaces. And you can see here, like across the different countries, basically, that were mapped. The yellow means that the hubs are mainly relying on co-working spaces. And the black means that actually they are offering programs, not only co-working. It's interesting to see that we have more yellow than black, right? Because it's more than half of them actually are relying on co-working. And I'd love to see that changing actually over the years, because the only way to do is basically to package the services, the wisdom we have, the collective knowledge that we have, the resources that we have as hubs, and offer this service to those whom they are interested at, and they can pay for that. Do not offer these services for free. Yeah, here's another breakdown for them, how they are split over co-working, incubation, acceleration, maker spaces, and the networks in general. So that the previous slide was for Africa, and this one is for Europe, and it's interesting to see like the differences between both of them. So basically here we see like more than 40% are representing business incubators and accelerators. In this case, not co-working, right? And then we have like the entrepreneurship and innovation centers taking 20%, and then development and innovation agencies afterwards. And then the split, the others are split over different types. Yeah? Is it interesting? There are different models actually between Africa and how the emergence of the hubs there and in Europe. And it's interesting to see here also the ownership structure. I'll go through it very quickly. Yeah, so this is the ownership structure for the hubs in Europe in this case. So you see the business incubators and accelerators having more fully public, like actually you have mixed public-private partnerships and then fully public. than private. It's interesting. We don't have like similar statistics for Africa, but I'm curious to work on that project if anyone is interested, by the way. Okay, and then when it goes to entrepreneurship and innovation centers, it's mostly mixed, like public-private partnerships. So the public will not be able to do it on their own. The private will not take the risk for that. So it's basically, they are marrying together and doing that. And then when it goes to development and innovation agencies, of course, it's mostly public than others. And then the science parks is actually mixed, then fully public. And then later, we have the university-based incubators and the support organizations that are affiliated to academia are more actually public. It's interesting to see here that there are a lot of public money, right? And here the conversation in Africa was basically, let's go away from the public money. This is a very important narrative to put in place. So in Europe, it's relying mostly on public or public-private. And the conversation that has been here was saying, let's go away of the public money and try to do it all on ourselves. The evolution that happened over there hasn't happened actually from the private pockets. It happened actually because public institutions, governments, and also here, it started to become the same case. They started seeing that hubs are playing an important role with the different structures they represent, and they have to put more money into these structures. Otherwise, they will be kicked out of the game of innovation, entrepreneurship, like the continuous improvements of the existing products in the markets and so on. So it's very interesting to see that. And it's very important to remember that sometimes we put more pressure on ourselves, saying we shouldn't get any public funding, but actually sometimes we should. But it's a matter of actually the strategy that we have in place. How are we putting that money into the strategy? How is that money financing the strategy to become more sustainable? Instead of just like shying away and saying, okay, we will do it on our own, and then after a while we beg sponsors to pay money for the programs, right? All right, so the cost structures, or the top money suckers, as I call them, it was interesting to map what are the main cost structures that we have and what are the elements that sucks the money from our budgets, basically. So that's another question for you. You still have Mentimeter? If you run a hub, affiliated to a hub, you know any hub, it's interesting to see how, or actually what are the elements that takes the most of your money. If you finish fast, I'll show you what were the results in another group. So we have rental, electricity, staff, internet, customs, and by the way, customs and equipment, like we put these two because basically we were working a lot with makerspaces and FabLabs, and actually these two elements were taking a lot of their budgets, basically. Okay. I see the staff is eating the money here. All right, so the equipment is also stretching over there, and the rental. Interesting. Okay. There are a lot of tension over there. So we only have 24 who did that exercise. Thanks a lot for those who did it. 29. I like how it sprints fast, huh? So thanks for the 32. All right. It's interesting to see here that actually the staff is eating most of the budget, and this is not a surprise actually at all. If you see that, the staff was eating most of the budget, and then the rental, right? And then others were split between equipment and customs. So customs for like basically importing like spare parts, like electronic pieces to run like the digital fabrication inside the countries of these hubs. But then it's very interesting to see that. So we have seen actually in many places in sub-Saharan Africa mainly, where electricity could be of a challenge in some of the places, electricity bills is on the top of their financial statements. They were on the top. And comes actually afterwards the internet. But then mostly the common thing was the staff. And one of the things, again, that we have witnessed is the evolution of like how the staff that was basically taking a lot of overhead as fixed cost, and this is one of the strategies that we have worked with many hubs to do, is basically to convert these fixed costs to a variable cost. What does that mean in finance? Anyone in finance here? No? No finance people here? Okay, so it's basically converting these fixed costs, basically the expenses that you are like, you should pay on a monthly basis, you switch them into variable costs. What does it mean? To affiliate these costs to programs, projects, activities, and so on. And what we found here, that while doing that, that was creating more employability. How? Because normally when we say we get rid of the staff, this means that you lower the number of staff you have, right? But actually the way we have seen it, that basically switching to remote work, allowing more flexible time for the staff to work, like onboarding more experts that might become affiliated to your organization, but also allowing them to work with other organizations so they evolve and like they learn more stuff and then they come back with much more mature experience for you. So it was bringing much more value for the hubs than trying to put that indicator of how many jobs are you creating on a full-time basis, because in many of the applications of proposals and so on, they ask this question. And actually, like in my case, from iSalex, we used to have like 37 full-time employees, and now we have 12. But actually, we are working with 100 experts more. Before, we used to work like with 10. So actually, the switch that we have done here allowed us actually to grow, because we were able actually to manage many programs, but actually we did a digital transformation for our old processes. So we mainstream, we streamlined all of the processes that we have. We had a digital platform in place, manage everything, all the data. We have a data-driven approach, and that allowed us actually to work in more than 18 countries at the same time without having burnout. I have burnout, but yeah, the team not yet. Okay, so that's interesting to see. And basically, I'll just skip this one, but basically we see here that the staff was a priority for many hubs. When we asked them, what is the priority for you to cut costs? They said staff, and then rental, and then equipment, and then comes afterwards the electricity and internet. And actually we have seen many collaborations happening between telecos and hubs to provide actually the internet cost, for example, with a much more like bigger bandwidth and so on. So there are a lot of modes of collaboration that could happen here. And also for the staff, you can lease the human expertise that we have to other organizations if you want to keep them on your payroll. That was actually another strategy that we have seen in many hubs. So the question here is basically, speaking about costs, one of the strategies is basically how could we lower the cost as possible, right? But also there is another strategy saying, let's increase the revenues that we have, right? So speaking about revenues, I think you were asked a lot about what are the top revenue streams that you have. We have listed these 7. If you can contribute to them quickly via Mentimeter, it would be amazing to see that. So we have workshops and community events, space rental, programs like incubation, acceleration, research. And that was an interesting thing that we have seen many hubs emerging to be like think tanks or research centers and selling the data in a way that makes sense for both of them. And then also we have consulting and professional services. And I think Paul was mentioning that many spaces emerged to be like program management offices and consulting offices. And you have also private investments. And of course, we have grants and donor funding. We can see that easily, right? But now we can see it and say that it's not a shame to have grants and donor funding, but actually it's a matter of when you get it and how you get rid of it. You know when you get rid of it, because it's very important not to be trapped in this rat race, right? All right. So we have 12 contributors. Thanks a lot for that. Can we get more? We have 14. Thanks for those 14 who contributed. All right, so we have 18. But like, yeah, so whatever the number of people who are contributing, the donors are not moving away, right? That's interesting. Some observations, you know. But also we see that programs here are becoming more stronger when we get the collective. Consulting is losing its place. No, coming back. Yeah? And then workshops and community events are competing unless COVID comes, right? But actually we have seen that a lot of modes of virtual events that were happening. And it's interesting to see that before, some of the spaces were doing like events and people were not paying. And when they switched it virtually, they asked people to pay for the events and they were paying. I don't know why. If anyone knows, like I'm curious to know as well. But we have seen that happening actually. It's an interesting shift. But actually my 2 cents here is basically if you offer something that people needs, they will definitely pay for it. If you teach them not to pay, they will get used to it. So it's very important here. It's a matter of mindset, but also it's a matter of how you design your programmatic approach, how you design the services you have. Is it replicating models that work somewhere else, or building models that actually relying on the real needs of your community? This is super important. And here we see, this is a nice picture to take and to reflect on later. We have donor funding, programs, consulting and professional services, workshops and community events, research, space rental is coming at the 6th place, private investments, among others. Can I ask those who put others, what are the other revenue streams that you have? Maybe we hear from 1 or 2. If you put others here, what were the other revenue streams that you put? No? No one put others? Yeah, please. Just very briefly.
Yeah, sure. So as I said earlier in the first meeting, selling of products like electronics components, yeah, because we are into makerspace and robotics generally. So that's the others I put over there.
Nice. And it's interesting reflecting on the makerspace model also. We have seen that many of the makerspaces were like providing, so they have equipment, right? So what makes sense is selling products. But actually they were selling the service of having the equipment, access to these facilities, right? But also this model is similar to the co-working space model, where you try to allow the physical assets that you have to become, leased in a way, but that actually was not proving to be very sustainable. So making sure that you can offer 1 product, 2 products, 3 products that make sense for your stakeholders and focusing on selling them makes more money than trying to lease the equipment that you have. It's important to consider that. Can you say it loudly? That's amazing. So you were relying on the expertise that you have as human resources, the big paycheck that you have, and then making sure that these people are providing big value for your hub, for your organization or your collective organization, and then selling that to those who are in need, right? Because you're an expert in that. And another model that we have seen is basically corporate innovation programs and how the hubs are playing big role in that. And this was happening more in more matured ecosystems than nascent ecosystems, because basically in more mature ecosystems, corporates were interested actually to move their products differently, inevitably, but they don't know how. So the best place to go was basically to see what is the best hub in town. Let's collaborate with this hub and make sure that we have a corporate innovation program that allows open innovation to happen so others can innovate for us as corporates in that sense, but also us can share with them the needs and the market insights for these industries, right? So it's a win-win thing. So it's very important to see this kind of evolution and to see where are we today as hubs. Each one of you has to reflect in his or her journey and see how could you evolve with the data that you are collecting. So one of the things that was mentioned in the morning was basically, do you have like the books in place? Do you have your books in place? Do you know what are the revenues? What are the percentage of each of these revenues in your financial statement or not? Because it's very important. It's not a one-year thing for taxation, right? It's a very systematic process that has to happen each week, each month. Because if you don't know what is eating your budget, and then just like being surprised at the end of the year, and you don't know what is contributing the most to your space, then you are losing a lot of value, right? And then you are contributing more to the burnout of yourself and your team and losing actually what you're doing. They're putting pressure for the lunch, but basically it's interesting to see how these actually sources of funding also were being clustered here. So we have seen like more corporate sponsor in place, more private money being put here, also for those who are offering incubation and acceleration programs and evolving to be venture studios. So and a lot of DFIs actually started realizing that this is an interesting place to be, but they need the hubs to speak the language of the DFIs because they speak actually different languages. and they might need banking intermediary in between to translate the two worlds together. All right, so this is like a quick graph about like the different revenue streams that you can do. But again, if you do all of them, before we used to do all of that, by the way. And then we get rid of everything, and then we package them into 2 to 3 products, and then we focused full force on that. And now we have more than 12 programs in place. But actually, we know why we are doing what we are doing, who is paying for that, and we streamline the processes inside the team. So it's very important, again, to do this exercise, even though you believe that this might waste your time. It's an investment, actually, in your hub sustainability in general. So I leave us on that note, that basically, with the different structures and categories of hubs and innovation hubs and spaces, there is actually a different contribution of revenue streams that could come from different sources. It could be public money, it could be grants and subsidies, for example, it could be programs coming from the EU or AU, hopefully, and also like some revenues from the rental and the real estate thing, and also from like investment funds and DFIs, as I was mentioning, and revenues from other typical business support services. So it's interesting to see that. And it's important to build one similar graph for each of us, for each of the hubs. Because if we don't know what's happening inside the hub, and if we have one revenue stream eating more than 30 to 40% of our overall revenues, then this is the third warning that we have. If you have one revenue stream that is contributing to more than 40% of your overall revenue, make sure that you should change that today, because tomorrow you might not find the money. If this player decided not to pay, you are in a tricky position. So better not to put yourself in that position, and better to be in a position of strength, understanding your value very well, to negotiate the contracts, to negotiate the pricing, to negotiate the value that you are offering in the way that you are good at. So it's about like matching the resources that you have with the needs of your stakeholders. And it's very important to leave it here. I hope like the conversation that we had together was insightful. I tried to put numbers. I don't know if people like numbers or not. Sometimes it's boring, but I hope like these numbers you can reflect on, get some insights, and think about where I am today, why I'm doing what I'm doing, how can I actually do something different? Because tomorrow I want to be in a different place. And I hope like, we are late for lunch. Okay, thank you. I see it here actually, but we're not here. All right, so thank you so much. And it's important to see that this is the valley of death that happens to the startups and actually happens to the hubs. And if you believe you are in the growth stage, be aware that it comes twice. So make sure that you don't fall into that trap. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'd be interested to keep in touch over LinkedIn or over lunch. Both could be the best option for me. And bon appetit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we give him another round of applause? Great work, Amrit. Okay, so we'll be going now for lunch. Can we do lunch 40 minutes, 45? Is that good? So after the lunch, we have a very interesting panel, the GIZ Make IT panel on how can the innovation ecosystem benefit from open innovation approaches. Are you excited about that? So it will be awesome. We have Matthias, we have Henry, we have Ornella, we have Charles, we have our good friend Olaf, and Alexandra who will moderate the session. Then after that, we have the workshop, which is the launch of the Open Innovation Toolkit by Make IT Africa. Who is excited? We want to know more about the toolkit. So please, let's 45 minutes, network a bit. Let's just rush out for lunch now. Yes, rush out for lunch. We have volunteers that will guide you. Then we get back here in 45 minutes. So we have, now is 2:24. 3:15. So exactly 3:15. I'll rush everybody back here. Let me see your faces. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Enjoy your meal too.
This is my first year.
Oh,
And
wow.
Yes.
A lot of firsts
yes,
today.
Yes.
Nice.
But it has really been amazing. It has been really nice. I've met great people. I've seen great, innovations. I've seen great programs and coordination and all that. I've learned a lot of lessons.
Okay.
And things that I struggle with in my community. I've met other people that have said, "Oh no, don't worry. This is how to mitigate that. This is the solution to that. Oh, we had gone through this." Before. So I think a lot of networking, it's just amazing. Yeah.
Thank you everyone for coming out, and this is the start of several conversations that are going to take place around the intersection between creativity and technology.
It's an honor to be here. It's a privilege. This is exactly the kind of environment that I think we ought to come and find all our Nollywood people, all our artists. The economy of technology is about providing solutions, making things easier, making things more efficient.
Use technology for all the good things that it can give, but don't dwell on technology to give you what only a cooking gas can give you. You cannot collect it from microwave.
From where I am coming from, and you look at now, technology, both in terms of creating the music and the business, has really evolved, and it has changed the whole narrative.
If you can do what you do for free, then you are living your dream.
Someone asked me a question some days ago on Twitter. The person said, "How do I become an artist?" I'm like, bro, for right now, don't chase hits. Try as much as possible, experiment, build a sound, experiment with that sound.
The role of technology in fashion can really be understated, especially in the now. Just considering the COVID period and the fact that a lot more people wanted to buy clothing that they saw online versus in person, so they don't contract no disease. That kind of just created a natural spike in
that this word open innovation means different things to different people, because it really does depend on your ecosystem, on your level of maturity of your startups, and their ability to even integrate with large organizations. And on the other side, it's not just about the ecosystem and startups, it's also about these large organizations and corporates, and how open are they to collaborating? When they think about collaborating, how much energy and resources and how much buy-in and importance do they often give to open innovation programs? Okay, cool, great. I have a clicker. Thanks, Paul. So this is the toolkit, branded with AfriLabs, which is a fantastic gathering. And when we thought about why open innovation, it was really around this collaborative approach to problem solving. It also looks beyond the boundaries of an organization to find new creative solutions for consequential problems. And open innovation can take many different forms. It could be a corporate-funded accelerator program, which is looking to integrate solutions in that supply chain into a bank or into a telecom. It could be completely outsourced. It could be more like a challenge or a hackathon. It really does depend on the type of program and the willingness of the partners to collaborate. But it's really all around partnerships and collaboration readiness. So when we think about collaboration, it's really looking at how do you get large organizations and small organizations to help both each other really overcome their barriers and to leverage each other's strengths. It's about building entrepreneurial ecosystems and creating better understanding. And open innovation programs with hubs really helps drive innovation across the ecosystem, which is really important. So these are just some of the
when we look at corporate value propositions, whether it's in product, and market, they could have a first mover advantage, or they could commercialize non-core technologies, whereas it could even be from an organization perspective. A lot of organizations are even using open innovation programs to recruit new staffs or recruit innovative individuals. It could be part of their CSI activity, but it's also around gaining insights and influence as well. And then purely in terms of looking at the overlap between organization and market, it could be around increasing financial returns, differentiation, marketing and brand awareness, platform establishment. So these are all other benefits that can be as a result of great open innovation programs. And then when we look at the value proposition for these small and growing businesses, it could be mentorship, and often it's industry expertise, which can be incredibly valuable if you're trying to break into a market. Resources and networking. It can also come with funding, and then really importantly is access to markets. So access to potentially a huge customer base or a very large client, and you can do a proof of concept with a large corporate. And then again, for the large organizations, it's this product market insights, employee engagement, social responsibility, marketing and publicity, and then also product innovation, which are absolutely critical and what a lot of organizations are looking for in an increasingly competitive world. And then these are just some of the examples that we've seen in terms of when we looked at the case studies in terms of what collaboration can look like. So new talent hires, mergers and acquisitions. And I want to actually pause here and just remind everyone that, do you know how most startups exit in Africa? It's through trade sales. It's through large corporate and international funders buying them. So this mergers and acquisitions through open innovation is not something to sneeze about. That's how most startups actually exit in Africa. It's around research and development initiatives and also around developing strategic partnerships. So I'm going to now move on to our open innovation panel, and hopefully that gave you an example of some of the things to look out for. Don't worry, I will also give you a link to downloading the Open Innovation Toolkit as soon as we've had our discussion. And I'm also going to run through a little bit more of the toolkit and what you can expect to find. So that session is going to be immediately after this, time depending, and then we can have some discussions as well. So we have a wonderful panel. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. And what I really like about this panel is that we've got different actors from across the ecosystem, which is really, really important. And so I'm going to ask my panelists to, in the interest of time, you've got to give your 60-second elevator pitch to the audience around who you are and what your role is or experience is with open innovation.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Charles Shaka. I do manage 250 Startup, which is a tech hub here in Kigali, doing the same business, supporting startup companies, but specifically in tech space, so in any sector, business that we have been doing for the last almost 9 years, close to a decade. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Henry Nyakarundi. I run a company called ARED, and we basically an infrastructure as a service company. We bring Wi-Fi, storage, and computing power into one product.
Good afternoon, my name is Matthias. I'm a co-founder of Startup Africa. We're based in Uganda and Tanzania. We do two key things. One is that we work with universities in Uganda and Tanzania, 12 of them, and changing how entrepreneurship education happens through universities. So this is very early stage and systemic work, especially in tech and manufacturing. And then we run a venture building program where we do even pre-revenue investing and 2-year venture building support. Open innovation, we are currently implementing for Make IT an open innovation program in Uganda, where our venture building team is supporting 15 tech startups, and we have made connections to the private and public sector for them to co-create and build collaborations.
My name is Olaf. I work for GIZ, for Make IT as a project more in particular, and we've been actually, I think it's now 5 different open innovation programs that we've been running. We've been learning a great deal, and we had the great pleasure of working with Alex and her team to put together the toolkit around this that also contains lots of learnings and best practices.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ornella Nkurunziza. I work for the Rwanda Innovation Fund, which is a government Rwanda-backed venture capital fund that invests in startups, not just in Rwanda, but across the continent. And one component of our mandate is to support the ecosystem, so help build the ecosystem in Rwanda, but also regionally, but we focus mostly on Rwanda, and we support the ecosystem by supporting entrepreneurs, but also entrepreneur support organizations like hubs and accelerators and incubators. And we also have a bit of supporting the facilitating the development of the angel investing community or ecosystem here in Rwanda. So yeah, thank you.
Necessarily typically government activities, which is really refreshing because I think most of us can get incredibly frustrated sometimes with government departments. But I wanted to start off with some of the successes in terms of open innovation, and what are some of the successful collaborations that you've seen and some practical examples. Would anyone like to go first with theirs?
Yeah, I mean, we have the final event of this like 6-month journey next week. So what happened? The most successful cases, interesting enough, it was really about bringing corporates and the tech startups together and figuring out how they can work together. And there is some concrete ways how this will happen. So in the beginning, we gathered problem statements from the private sector companies. And they were there, and we also found teams that solved them. But I think the highest potential collaborations are actually outside of these problem statements. Because both the teams and the corporates noticed, hey, there's something else that we can work on together as they engaged in continuous conversations. How it's panning out in Uganda, also considering all the examples, how it could look like, it's in almost all cases strategic and then service partnerships. So the corporates becoming clients of solutions that the startups partially already had and then kept developing and adding a few features or adjusting it to that particular use case. So to make it more concrete, there's one company that is running an M&E platform that helps with last mile verified data through making it possible, for example, for donor-based projects, and they also work in the agriculture space, especially with extension work, to scan, for example, a barcode that is given to a final beneficiary or a farmer, and gather that data to have a custom workflow and so on. And a bank is now super interested in that solution because they have a large sales force and it's completely manual and paper-based still, and the system does basically solve that case. There's just 1 or 2 tweaks that need to be made. So it's really about understanding each other and then getting into a room and finding out how this could look like. And yeah, this is in all the cases where the collaboration is turning out well, how it panned out in the end.
I can also add a bit on what he just talked about, but we also piloted a similar program, which is corporate linkages. So trying to match, recruiting corporates or organizations that are interested in collaborating with startups to solve different issues in their organizations, and then matching those with startups that can solve those issues. We didn't, unfortunately, we didn't get to because it was a pilot. We were trying to see the interest and gauge what the needs of the ecosystem are, and but we almost got to a successful partnership. But what I would say is, yeah, he's right. I think getting both sides, so the innovators and the large organizations maybe that are looking for innovators to help them solve problems in their organizations. Having both sides understand each other is important. I think for example, to run an ecosystem, the issue from the perspective of larger or more established organizations is that there's the startup ecosystem is a bit nascent, a bit not mature yet. So there's a reluctance in collaborating with them, but it doesn't mean that they don't need innovation, because they know they need it. Some of them have they have a list of problems that they know that they want to solve with innovation. They know it can be solved with innovation, but they're looking for the right partners. And also on the other side, the innovators, the startups that are maybe building solutions, don't necessarily are not necessarily building the solutions that are needed on the market. So if there could be an alignment, conversations between both sides, we might get to more successful partnerships in that regard, yeah.
I wanted to, do you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, coming from running an accelerator program and incubation program combined, one of the, I remember 2019, our first MOU with a fellow hub, which is Westawell, startup house. And really, it was more of how do we create, there's a word I borrow in agriculture, value chain, in terms of, you're coming from an incubation, and we don't have accelerator program by then, how do we make sure that we create exit program? And you can't do it yourself in-house, right? So the partnership, one of the components was that, how do we, once we are done with the incubation program for 6 months, can these people transition into your accelerator program so that you take it from there? And I mean, you can only do it when you have other people in the ecosystem working together. Two, is in terms of the mentorship, which comes from the selection process. Again, you can't sit on the panel selecting your own startup company. This is something that you need to have other, ecosystem players to come and sit on the panel and then select the best companies. You need an investor, you need to have the fellow hub, you need to have the government in terms of the policy, because it might be coming up with an innovative solution that there's no policy in place. And that's why we have been working closely with the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, so that someone come up with a tech solution and there's no policy around. So we need to figure out how do we support these companies. So, and the mentorship, I mean, how do we mentor these companies collectively in the ecosystem? Just want to add that. Thank you.
Great. So we can see lots of positive examples. And again, I think Rwandan government and the ICT Center is an exception rather than the rule. But Olaf, I wanted to actually just jump to you to see you've run with GIZ as supported 5 different open innovation programs. What has been some of the challenges that you've experienced in terms of running these programs and possibly learnings?
I think many of the challenges were mentioned in a positive way already. So it starts with having basically the right attitude in the room, because if I am coming from an enterprise or the corporate world, I really need a certain level of openness. As in, I really need to be open and transparent about the needs that we might experience on the inside. That's the one part. And the second part is the collaboration readiness, as in being really, really upfront about things that, okay, how can this go? What happens with intellectual property that's created? How are we going to deal with this? Can I, as a corporate, or even it gets more complicated with government, I feel, because they will not be able to then give a service contract out to the innovator directly, because direct awards are a bit complicated. So it needs a lot of planning and preparation up front. So I would say the large chunk of work and challenges is probably in the beginning to really get everybody on the same level and speed and willingness in order to run this program.
Great.
In terms of challenges? I mean, as a hub, when you do call for application, and I remember now it's a little bit easier because we have a lot of hubs in Kigali, but before we used to have 3 or 4, and you do call for application, receive massive, thousands of them. And and you're struggling with the resources, operation, and all that. To select the best, it's something that used to be a challenge. Thank God that nowadays we have more hubs, so even there is this challenge of getting the top quality hubs, startup into your hub. But again, talked about the intellectual property. Someone is coming into your open space, they're like, how am I sure that my idea is not going to be taken by you, because we have seen it around? And that's one of also another challenge. Tied it to corporates, because currently there is actually a case going on in terms of a startup company went to a bank, given bank, I will not mention the name, and they were, let's work together. They signed an NDA, and later on, the bank implemented the project without consulting the startup company, and now they're in court. So that's some of the challenges that actually practical one that we face around, and they come back to the hub. Remember, you're struggling with the resources, and you need to have a lawyer in place to make sure that they are supported. And those few challenges that we are facing. But again, it's interesting that if you're in innovation space, then you have to keep innovating. And thank God that now we have even the toolkit. I remember way back when we were starting 2018, 2016, around there, and you have to figure out everything, and thanks to AfriLabs, because I remember attending one of the gathering, and I met a couple of hubs managers, and they're like, how do you do this? Am I the one giving the wrong services, or I'm giving services to the wrong people? And because you don't have all these, templates that we have in the toolkits that are going to be free of charge, using them. And for open innovation, because of the budget and finance, as we have seen the previous session, that's one of, the challenge that we are faced.
Thank you. I want to move on to the startups perspective as well, because we've spoken a little bit about hubs and attitudes, but I would love to also deep dive into, because not all startups are the same, and what are some of the factors that really you think are critical for a startup to have in order to be collaboration ready?
So I didn't get the question clearly. You mean in terms of, can you repeat the question maybe?
So in terms of startups, what are the key factors that really startups need to have in order to be collaboration ready?
One, every startup has the technology, the new tech innovative, solution that either the corporate can tap into to be able to, for example, if have the open API. I remember one of the company had an API for easy integration of payment, and we're selling it to not only for the fellow startup companies, but also in terms of the corporates. By then, as of now, we have a lot, not a lot, but some few open APIs in the ecosystem. So that one of the, but also the experience within, because when you look at the founders, let's say Henry here, I know we've been working with him even before the 2018 I'm talking about. He was one of the mentors of our startup companies. So in the way of really working with them is coming back and they mentor our startup companies along the way, because we're in the youngest continent. Their continent is really full of young people, and they're learning everything along the way. And how do you tap into is using already the startup companies that are in the space, to make sure that, because sometimes you tell them this is the challenge and feel like, it's something you've been repeating within the program if it's 6 months, but you need someone to say it in the different way with the practical, because most of our hubs managers, they are not founders of startup companies. They're like, where are you getting this experience? But people like Henry, they can come and they're like, I've lived this life. So what I'm saying, I mean it.
Thanks. Henry, I'd love to go to you because you've had lots of other opinions, and as a mentor to other startups, I would like to just hear a little bit more about your experience.
Yes, so I can see I'm the only startup on the panel. So, but I mean, first you have to have an MVP, a minimum valuable product. You can't go to a potential partner without something to present. The other thing is you need some legal framework, right, to define a licensing model, for example. That's what we used to do. And second of all, and I'll talk more on the corporate side, because we used to have partnership with NGOs, with telecos. The biggest challenge is the mindset, right? And it varies per countries. We used to be in 6 countries with our previous tech, but it varies per country. But I'll give you a quick example. For example, MTN Nigeria has an innovation department. So if you have an idea, or, well, not an idea, but if you have an interesting product, you can pitch to them. What we found the biggest challenge on the corporate side is that companies tend to want to do everything on their own internally. They're not looking, and you see a lot of duplication of products and technology in the marketplace, instead of looking to acquire, existing solution and try to improve on. So those are the things we've seen, but there's a lack of structure to support startup on preparing on the legal side. I think that's the biggest challenge, the legal framework on how to protect their tech when they deal with a big company. Because, I'm sorry to say that, big companies, they're not your friend, right? They're in business. So if they find a loophole, they might take advantage of it.
I think that's a key takeaway for all the hubs in the room, is that if you're going to run open innovation programs, it's around those kind of legal frameworks. And I think it's really important to look after everyone. And I think often the good governance and the legal frameworks are sometimes overlooked, or we'll sort that out later, but it's important. In terms of the audience as well, and the hubs in the room, I'm very happy for us to jump into questions if you'd like to ask anything from the panelists specifically. I just wanted to go back as well. So you talked about an MVP. Do you not need something a little bit more robust than an MVP as a startup? Matthias?
Maybe from our experience in Uganda, what we have seen, the key 3 things that were important for success. Number 1 was about communication. Number 2 was about internal capacities. And number 3 was about clarity, where the team wants to go. So on communication, it is not always easy to communicate with the corporates. Like, we have had cases where responsibilities within the corporates changed, or the response times were long and the startups felt maybe they are not so interested, right? So as a middleman, we could make these connections, but it's super important that the entrepreneurs are on top of their game in terms of communication and have that sensitivity and are also pushy and salesy in that respect. Then on capacity, that's very much related to what you asked. Don't you need more than an MVP? You need to, if you really want to co-create and adjust something, you need more than just having a first thing out there. You need to really be aware that you will have to invest some resources and time. You ideally have a tech team, and I know that it's not always a given that there's a really good CTO who can just quickly build something or adjust something in every company that's out there. That might be even part of hub programs and so on. And I think it's very crucial because if things take too long, if you don't have these internal capacities, it can be a challenge. And this is also related to is the startup, for example, making revenues already? If they are maybe on a very low revenue level, broken even, like we had a few teams that are making like between $1,000 and $4,000 a month, but they are okay in that regard. That means they can afford to invest some time, which is important, and also related to the third part. There is a need for the entrepreneurs to be clear about, is this in the direction of what we want to build? Is this a big enough opportunity to even invest these capacities, right? Because what a startup doesn't have is capacities and money to do that. So they need to be very sharp and also be able to say, it's good that you have a need there, but that's not for us to build.
Yeah, I do want to add, MVP is enough, because what we've seen on our experience is a lot of time, you don't want to develop something and go too far, and you find out a lot of the modules and the things that you've added is not needed by the potential partner, right? So what's lacking also on the corporate side, if I can call it, you always have to have a pilot framework in between, right? Because you know, MVP is important to educate the potential corporate about what you're doing, the potential of the products, and so on and so forth. So I always advise startups not to go too far in development in their product, but you need to communicate to the corporate, this is a new technology, let's start with a pilot, get feedback, always get feedback. That's one thing I always say. Don't build a product based on what you believe, but always build a product based on what your potential customer is looking for. And so MVP is definitely the way to go. And explain that MVP, just like the word says, you know, there'll be some breakdowns, some issues, and it's even more important for hardware, because we always talk about software, but hardware is even more important.
Thank you. Paul, I know we need to wrap up because we need to swiftly move on, right? Okay. Key question. Anyone from the audience with a question for our wonderful panelists? Two ladies here in the middle. I can give you my mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Tobile Dlamini from Eswatini.
Oh.
My question is, especially on the part of corporates, organizations like you have said, organizations like in Eswatini, we have MTN, Standard Bank, they do need the banks. You find that they do need the innovations. But when they come to the startups, the incubator, I'm from an incubator, we're bringing solution. They don't want to work with the startups, but they want to hire the startup as one of their employees. So now I'm thinking of coming up with this, it's my first time to hear of open innovation. Should we now encourage them to sell the solution?
Is that for me? I mean, as far as selling or not selling, that's really a personal question, right? That's up to the startup to decide. But what we've seen with corporate is they need to find that champion within that corporation. That's the key, right? You need to find that individual that's going to push your agenda, believe in you, see the opportunity, because corporation is a lot of politics, there's a lot of stuff going on, and you know that's the way to go. Now, as far as selling, that's really a personal choice, but I've always seen an issue on strategy when it comes to startup trying to, you know, partner with a corporation. They think it's a straight line journey. It's definitely not, you know. So, yeah, find that champion. Things get a little bit easier, a little bit, but you can get it done.
Yeah, from our experiences, I agree 100%. And actually, the best partner in Uganda was a bank. And we found a champion within, and actually they brought in all the departments. So in the pitch sessions, heads of all the departments were there in the beginning. So everyone was on board and was very clear what it's about. They never tried to hire anyone. It was really about what can these solutions do for us in line with what we're doing. I think this is, us as ESOs, as middlemen, this is the role that we have to play to also educate the corporates and make them understand what's potentially in it for them so they have a more realistic image of how this can look like. And I agree, like, with the problem statements that you made, like they often also struggle to build, or you also said they struggle to build these things in-house. I think in the outreach in the beginning, when we were looking for partners and having conversations with them, they said they're working on an internal HR solution for the last 3 years already, and it's only 30% done yet, right? So that's an obvious case of, hey, get out there and work with a startup and get it done or procure what's on the market. So there's a lot of potential, and hubs can be middlemen.
And also just another plug for the toolkit. This is exactly why we designed it. So there are lots of tools for you. And we're your next door neighbors. So we can just have a Zoom chat and talk about Swaziland.
Hello, my name is Audrey and I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm a global educator in design thinking. So I'm going to direct my question to ma'am from Rwanda Innovation Fund. You know, I'm always at crossroads back home in Zimbabwe. You know, you've got so much information, you travel around the world, you get as much exposure. You come back home, you've got so much energy, you want to implement programs. But there's always that you're at crossroads because everyone wants to be known to have founded something. So instead of the ecosystem being collaborative, like the government, the public sector, intermediary organizations, anchor institutions, and so forth, they want to be more competitive. So how did it happen for you as the government of Rwanda, as Rwanda Innovation Fund, to come together and create such a vibrant ecosystem where you are more collaborative than competitive? What are some of the key ingredients that made it work for you? Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually a hard question to answer. I don't. Okay, I'll just answer as it comes to mind. I think that we still have a lot of work to do to become more collaborative. Yes, at least from the government side, it's very the government is very intentional at creating an enabling environment, but it doesn't mean that we're still learning. It doesn't mean that we have it right. I don't think we have the collaboration that we need to see. You mentioned, you know, people coming coming back to Zimbabwe and creating companies and becoming competitive. I think it would be nice if we see more of that here in Rwanda. Because one of the things that we struggle with, it's a comment I wanted to make in the previous question, is, you know, at least from our perspective, what we see in our ecosystem is that we have a lot of young entrepreneurs. And yes, you know, they may have really good solutions, but maybe are not the right people to drive the ventures. So there's an issue of credibility when they approach not just corporate partners, but also investors. So that's one. I think, you know, that for us as from our perspective as the government of Rwanda, we want to see a vibrant ecosystem, a vibrant hub, which is why there's initiatives like our fund that doesn't just invest, but also is trying to support the ecosystem. It's new, like this team is new. It only started this year. We started investing 2 years ago, but the ecosystem building team is new. We're still learning. We're working with GIZ or entrepreneurs in our ecosystem or hubs like 250 startups to understand what the needs are and how to best support the ecosystem and how to foster that collaboration. We also see, like, some of the feedback that we receive is that maybe some of these entrepreneurs actually should come together. Some of them are probably working on similar solutions, and if they join forces, they may be, since, you know, again, the context of our ecosystem is we have a lot of young entrepreneurs, so if they join forces, they may be stronger, be able to focus more and build something more solid and convince corporations or different organizations and investors to bet on them. And I think in terms also of collaboration as an ecosystem, I think Henry mentioned that there's finding champions in different areas of the ecosystem. Like right now we're talking about open innovation, so on the side of corporates or large organizations is important because yes, the way things are set up on that side is there's no framework or structure to collaborate with like a new company that's creating something new. There's a lot of like red tape, a lot of if there isn't someone or people in the organizations that really understand and believe in that, or are willing to even try something like to start small, like with pilots, then it's hard to get past that. It's hard to get to a successful collaboration. So I think I've answered. I don't know if I've answered your question, but what I'm saying is yes, I don't think we're where we want to be, but we're trying. We're intentional. We want to see a vibrant ecosystem and successful startups coming out of not just Rwanda but Africa, since our fund invests in not just in Rwanda but abroad and abroad meaning across the continent. We, us becoming a technology and innovation hub, we have to think not just, we can't become a hub if we're just thinking of Rwanda, but we're thinking of we have a Pan-African view of it. So I hope I answered your question.
Maybe I can add something.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I can add on one thing. No?
We need to cut it now because I'm getting looks.
Okay.
Thank you so much to my panelists for your time. Thank you for bearing with changing things up a bit and making it shorter. If you could all join me in giving our panelists a warm round of applause, and thank you for their time. Paul, do I have time to quickly fly through the Open Innovation Toolkit?
One of the directors, then now.
And what about your Francophone panel? Okay, cool. Sorry, I could.
Please, can we appreciate the panel? So before the Open Innovation Toolkit workshop, please, just a minute. We had to have a keynote, and fortunately, our keynote speaker is here, so we need to respect her time. Thank you. So I'd want to call on Madame Marian, who would give a keynote on building a legacy of impact, opportunities and challenges for African tech hubs. So she's the Director of Innovation in the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Innovation, Modernization and Administration, all the way from Mauritania. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she comes for our keynote?
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm honored to be here today at the AfriLabs annual gathering, which bring together leaders of the African and global innovation ecosystem, such as innovators, startups, hub managers, corporate organizations, academia, development agencies, and the government, to convene, network, share knowledge, and build partnerships. So I was pleased because it's in the past to introduce this track, building a legacy of impact, opportunities and challenges for African tech hubs. I truly believe that in our era of rapid technological advancement, African tech hubs have emerged as catalysts for innovation, economic growth, and social transformation across the continent. African tech hubs play a crucial role in driving innovation and economic growth across the continent that create impact of the technological landscape. Impact in this context refers to the positive and lasting change these hubs can bring to local communities and economy through technological-driven initiative. These hubs are not just creating successful startups, but also fostering sustainable development. I would like to give an example, not driven by tech hubs, but by African initiatives like M-Pesa, which is a successful impact-driven African tech initiative. The first mobile payment and money transfer served in Kenya revolutionized financial inclusion, providing access to banking service to millions of unbanked Kenyans. It's a prime example of how tech innovation can have a profound and immediate impact on people's lives and shape also the fintech and e-commerce industry in Kenya and also beyond in Africa. Today, we have also Wave, the unicorn Wave from Senegal, which is a truly African success story as well. As mentioned on the Global Innovation Index, some of the companies that gained the unicorn status are in the last decade are now pushing forward the scientific frontier and become giants in their industry. Impactful tech innovation have long-term effect on local communities and economies, as I said before. They create jobs, stimulate entrepreneurship, and drive economic growth. The hub plays a vital role by empowering these entrepreneurs with in-demand skills and network and contributing to the growth of the African tech ecosystem by bridging meaningful change in the African tech landscape. We know that Africa has big potential for growth with the globalization, industrialization, and urbanization. We are the continent who having a lot of potential of having emerging economies if we diverse our economic structure into highly integrated value chain and high-tech trade, built on competitive advantage through our valuable and tangible assets. A vast opportunity lies ahead for African tech by exploring emerging technology like now we know artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics, to address local challenges like access to energy, mobility, security, food, etc., and be part and fully part of this fourth revolution. Collaboration between tech hubs also, startups, established business, as we see now, open innovation, etc., universities and R&D institute, is key to bring diverse expertise and resources. To facilitate also technological transfer and enhancing innovation and scalability by creating clusters at regional levels. As we see on the Global Innovation today, a few days ago, having clusters is very important to also enhance the technological landscape. Identifying funding opportunities also, venture capitals, grants, impact investing, etc., at different levels for tech hubs for themselves and their startup, aligning to their business models and objective is essential for tech hubs to scale their impact. But we won't shy away from acknowledging the significant challenges the hub faces, such as infrastructural limitation, regulatory hurdles, and the pressing needs for talent development. Poor infrastructure, including limited access to stable electricity, internet, can hinder tech hub operations. Solutions may involve localized power generation infrastructure. Having connectivity and affordable internet and now also affordable equipment is vital. Avoid now digital divide and leave no one behind, specifically in rural area. Advocating for innovation, friendly policy, and regulatory reform is vital to create an enabling environment for tech hubs and startups. Now there is a need for multi-stakeholders, multi-sectoral mechanisms where initiatives, policy experiment, project, and resource can be co-created with a clear implementation, monitoring, and evaluation framework to meet ambitions. Tech hubs should engage dialogue with policymakers and interact with the different stakeholders of the ecosystem to ensure that the innovation policy addresses the real challenge and are well implemented. Developing a skilled workforce involves addressing also the education gap and implementing vocational training programs. According to the International Labour Organization, Africa is home to nearly 363 million young people, and is expected to double by 2050. So from getting the skills and know-how and finding environment and resources to engage with opportunities, young African talents are struggling. Tech hubs, by collaborating with upgrading existing university and training centers, could focus on talent readiness to innovate, conduct tech-driven research, commercialize innovation, and develop an entrepreneurial culture with the right mindset. We see now, certainly, a lot of science, technology, engineering, art, mathematics center implemented in partnership with tech hubs. I think to build a last legacy of impact, we must collectively address these challenges. One, by access to funding, make collaboration between government, development agencies, and private sector partners to create innovative financing mechanisms tailored to the need of startups. Encouraging also angel investors and venture capital to invest in African startups. For infrastructure development, we need also to advocate for improved infrastructure, including affordable and reliable internet access to create a conducive environment for tech innovations. We see a lot of programs like for data centers, having other cable, etc. Policy advocacy, creating supportive regulatory frameworks that foster innovation, protect intellectual property, and promote cross-border collaboration. We see now a lot of startup acts going on Africa, first in Tunisia, Senegal, Mauritania, Rwanda now, etc. Skills development, invest in education and training of our youth, ensuring that they have the skills required to excel in the tech-driven future. Diversity and inclusion. Promote diversity with tech hubs to ensure that underrepresented groups, including women and marginalized communities, have equal access to opportunities and resources. Sustainability works on sustainable business models for tech hubs, ensuring they can continue to support startups over the long term. Fortunately, we have today inspirational success stories for African tech hubs that have overcome these obstacles and challenges and achieved remarkable results. It's always difficult to pick one, but I have to. I can cite iHub for Kenya, for example. This tech hubs has fostered startup like BioSki, a company providing reliable internet access in remote area, impacting education and businesses. Also, we can pick CC Hub Nigeria, who has supported startups like Flutterwise, a payment technology company that facilitates digital transaction across Africa. And also, we can cite AfriLabs and I4Policy, who create bridges between African tech hubs and pledge to foster African tech and entrepreneurial ecosystem at the continental level. Also, I would like to highlight some examples of the north part of Africa, like Spark Tunisia, Technopole Gazala, and Maroc Telecom, who aim to create cluster in the North Africa. I think it's also important to keep an eye with other international success stories to learn from them and also look from their failures. I think, to end and conclude, African Tech Hub have a unique opportunities to drive positive and lasting change across the continent by understanding the significance of impact, seize opportunities, addressing challenges, and prioritizing ethics and education. We can build a legacy of innovators and progress that benefit for all African communities and economies for generations to come. Building this legacy of impact for African Tech Hub is not just a dream, it's a natural reality. Our continent is bursting with potential, and our tech hubs are the catalyst for change. Let us seize this moment, tackle the challenges head on, and together create a future where innovation for Africa shines at the global stage, make a lasting impact on our society and our world. Thank you.
Please, can we give a round of applause? We are tackling our challenges head on. Okay, so now we have our toolkit workshop. I don't know how you'd want to do it, but would use the space that we have.
Thanks, everyone. If I could have my second presentation, please. I have prizes. I was either going to be before a very late lunch break or a very towards the end. And I've run enough workshops to know that if you have the graveyard shift, you get a couple of things. Round tables and be able to have discussions, but we're just going to see how we go. But I have mini Kit Kats for any. I have mini Kit Kats for any interesting comments, key questions, anything that you might need to. So raise your hand, make it interactive. It's going to be quick. You can see there's an enthusiastic hand there over there. Cool. So, thank you. Okay, so this is Viridian, and we actually are a bit of a bigger team than that, but it's myself, the CEO, my partner Michelle Matthews, who comes from originally a publishing background, Claire Jowell, our COO, and Elze, who's our research associate, and together with our wonderful partners and writers, we've produced this open innovation toolkit. And we love producing open license products to build ecosystems, whether that's for hubs, angel investors, or entrepreneurs as well. So we don't have the patience for policy, but we really feel like if we can build and grow those three groups of actors at early stages of ecosystems, then we can really help move entrepreneurship forward. So I'm going to really fly through this because I know it's been a long day, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of insight into the toolkit. And I spoke quickly about open innovation previously, and there was going to be a bit of a lunch break in between, so I wasn't quite sure if everyone would have been in the same room. But if you weren't here for the panel discussion, open innovation is really a collaborative approach to problem solving. And it kind of looks beyond the boundaries of an organization to find new creative solutions. And there are many different open innovation models. I discussed some of these as well in the earlier session, but lots of value propositions in terms of the different stakeholders for small and growing businesses, for large organizations or even government organizations, and then for ecosystems and hubs as well. And I think all of these kind of benefits and value propositions actually drive ecosystem development, which is really important. So, as I said, these are some of the examples of what collaboration can look like. And the question I have for you is, how ready do you think your ecosystem is for collaboration? And when you think about it, in terms of your large enterprises and your SDBs, who has a view around their ecosystem's collaboration readiness? And we're not going to spend 10 minutes on this, but I'm keen to hear from you. Anyone have a view? And if you could state your name, the ecosystem you play in, and what do you think? And Audrey gave us some ideas, and in terms of, we've heard about Swaziland's ecosystem, so you're at a low collaboration readiness level, okay? Anyone else got a view? Yes. Yeah.
All right, my name is Shei. I'm from GIZ DTC Nigeria. So from our experience working with the ecosystem in Nigeria, we have seen that in the individual pockets of the actor groups of the ecosystem, there is a lot of maturity, readiness. The challenge is the model to exchange value has not been cracked very well yet, which still makes collaboration still a little bit difficult. So most players will still see issues from their side of the aisle. And when you talk about why don't you exchange, work together, share ideas, there is this protectionism component that comes with it. And for us, it's still something we're trying to work around, because that's where strength lies, and not in the strength in the silos.
Absolutely.
So yes, they're ready.
And I think, also what you're alluding to is the whole of Nigeria isn't like one homogeneous ecosystem. I think the ecosystem looks very different if you in Lagos versus in a less developed or more rural state.
Yes, very different.
Can I attempt to throw a Kit Kat?
Yeah, please throw. Let me catch. Yeah, I got an assistant goalkeeper. Maybe this house one too.
Okay, cool.
For catching.
For being,
Anyone can
come
caught this one for you.
Anyone can come and volunteer to be the Kit Kat throwing person. Okay, great. And for that, you can be rewarded with a Kit Kat. Thanks. Good. The snack box, as you can see in our office, is very popular. Yes, this gentleman over here.
Yes, my name is Joseph Ajina from Africa Makerspace Network. Yes, I think this has been one of the challenges we are having right now in trying to harmonize all makerspaces in Africa to ensure that we collaborate. And it's because makerspace is something new to most people in Africa, and also even to government and other top officials that can actually support and ensure that we come together to be able to make an impact in our small community or maybe the larger community. So I think we are still not there yet. There's still some need for able to channel our efforts out there to bring everyone on board. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So this question is not unique to anyone in this room. Do you want to jump in?
Yes, Yvonne Rivers, Chief EB Global Enterprise based in Washington, D.C., but also in Kenya and Rwanda. And for the question, how ready are your large enterprises SGBs for collaboration? We come in with a turnkey operation. So when we go to collaboration, we know what we're looking for. We know what we're looking for from them. Because then it's an easy conversation, because otherwise I'm on the one side of the table, they're on the other, they're talking about what they offer, and I may or may not want that, and they may not want what we do. So you've got to come in with that turnkey operation. We've been around for 13 years on the continent, 27 years as a company, so we know what works. So we come in with those, and that's how we make it happen.
Thanks, Yvonne. And I think all of us are trying to get to that turnkey solution and figure out what that is for our ecosystem. So we've actually developed an ecosystem diagnostic. We all love a canvas, and so this is really a part of because I think one of the very first things you struggle with around collaboration is how ready is our ecosystem for collaboration? And you can't design something for where you need incredibly high collaboration and partnerships when people aren't ready. So you might need to design something for more collaboration openness. So this tool actually gives you an understanding of exactly where your large enterprises and your potential small businesses or small and growing businesses are in terms of collaboration readiness. So this is kind of one of the first parts of the ecosystem. And the diagnostic is really so that you design for your ecosystem. And you can either, in terms of high levels of collaboration, then you might want to go with like an international best practice example. If your collaboration readiness is not quite there yet, you might want to move towards a more intermediate open innovation solution. And if your program goal is just to test and get people and to understand what open innovation and what collaboration potentially is all about, then you might want to go for a more baseline program and then kind of build up and expand your programs over time as your ecosystem matures. So when we also thinking about the toolkit, it really has three main goals. The first is to get these small and growing businesses and large corporates or private sector to actually speak the same language, to develop a mutual understanding of what collaboration readiness is all about, and then build mutually beneficial partnerships. And I think the mutually beneficial is so critical there for learning and scaling so that everyone in an ecosystem benefits. We recommend that when you're doing your open innovation journey, you plan at least 18 months. Some people try and do shorter open innovation programs. You might also want to do smaller iterations depending on what you're trying to test, but especially if you've got to build those relationships with the corporates and get them used to the idea of collaboration and openness, it actually takes quite a bit of time. What we then have done in the toolkit is, if you look at this open innovation journey, what we've then done is broken down all the activities that you would need to complete or think about in each stage of the journey. So there are different program activities and then those links specifically to the chapters in the toolkit. Excuse me. So we've made it practical, very experience-based. We've given you lots of tips, lots of examples of collaboration in action, lots of templates, and then also lots of access to additional resources, because we all know that you want something quick and easy to use, not something which is 1 million pages long and you've got to wade through it finding information. So we've tried to make it as user-friendly as possible. Thank you so much. We've also used case studies, and we've used case studies from across the continent. So we worked with Bongo Hive. We've been working with Yunus Social Business around the Reckitt Fight for Access Accelerator program, which was run in South Africa last year and is about to be run in Nigeria. Then one in Uganda, and then also a Mauritian program with Turbine around smart cities. So this is a quick overview of what's in the toolkit and the different chapters and how we've built them. And you can see that the chapters really do relate to that journey around designing an open innovation program. And it also allows you to dip in and out depending on what kind of tools you need or maybe where you are in your open innovation journey. So chapter 2 is really all around understanding the ecosystem and, again, securing those program partners and also coming up with the challenge definition, which is so critical. So these are just some of the templates that we've got for you. We've got a partnership development template. You can even see there's a whole block there around intellectual property and commercials, like what are you deciding, how are you going to manage that? There are persona templates. There's so these kind of all fit together. Chapter 3 is all around recruiting and selecting your businesses. So you can do a maturity assessment there as well in terms of, how mature do your startups need to be in order to actually collaborate. Then we've also got some testing mechanisms. I'm sure those of you who've also used the value proposition canvas will recognize these templates as well. So just also managing expectations and responsibilities, and then also looking at testing assumptions. And then putting Chapter 5 is all around the learning activities, mentoring, coaching, and really working towards collaboration. And so this is looking at what your program outcomes and goals are, and how do you actually put your program activities together and then link them into your indicators and your M&E frameworks as well. Because we all know that M&E is also super important, and that all has to hang together, especially for your funders. And then just also kind of goes through some core learning content. So a lot of design thinking has been included into this toolkit because design thinking is, I think, critical, especially around collaboration. Lots of coaching and mentorship, technical assistance, and then your pitch day. And then chapter 6 is really all around the evaluation and reporting. So mapping your outcomes, survey design and data collection, and being able to really understand what went well, what didn't go so well, and how could you possibly improve your open innovation program in years to come. And that's really what it's all about. Then I just wanted to quickly touch on sector specialization, because we had a whole, we kind of touched on it earlier this morning, or earlier this afternoon. But we are also developing another toolkit. It's in production at the moment, and it's really around understanding sector specialization. Again, thanks to GIZ for supporting this project, but it will be an open license toolkit again, and really will unpack the 10 different success factors around hub specialization. So that resource is going to be coming out. If you're in Ghana, Ghana Innovation Week, speak to Alex. You can participate in some play testing, but it should be out by December, by the end of the year. So we'll also watch the GIZ site. We'll share that as well. And then I did actually I'm not going to go into this in depth, but just something to really think about is some of the challenges you'll face during building partnerships, and we've got some suggestions in the toolkit. But I'm going to just quickly, there's a whole partnership development template in the toolkit. But if you click on the QR code over there, you can download the toolkit directly now. I've got 2 printed copies floating around. We didn't print them to save trees, but it's all digitally available. So you can click on the QR code, or you can go onto the Make IT website. But I'm going to be around the whole of tomorrow as well, so have a look at the toolkit. If you want to come and chat to me about the toolkit, let me know. And yeah, we've got 2 printed copies if you want to have a look. And that is the end from me. Who feels like they really need a Kit Kat? Because Lorraine has a few extras. So if you put your hand up, you can get a Kit Kat. Okay, definitely some Kit Kats here. Any questions? Yes.
Thanks a lot for that, and the toolkit looks very interesting and well crafted. My question goes to the dissemination of the toolkit, because we would like actually to push it as possible, and it would be actually beneficial for everyone. So yeah. Do you have like a plan in place, or with who are you collaborating with to do that? How are you ensuring that it's being tested and then getting feedback?
We've done play testing already, and we've got quite a bit of feedback from hubs. Dissemination plan, we are open to collaboration and open to disseminating it far and wide. So it is under open licensed, and it is fairly permissive. So if you even wanted to translate it into another language, that would be completely fine. Just let us know so that we can then, if you translate it into French, even if it's just one of the templates, then we can also share that and kind of keep a repository going. But we've got lots of hub resources, which are all open licensed. Another program we've been doing some work with is called Launch League. So if you go to launchleague.co.za, it's an entire repository of open licensed hub resources. And that's funded, sorry, GIZ, that's funded mainly by the UK South Africa Tech Hub. But yeah, happy to collaborate.
Thank you.
All right. So I've got a question because I'm really worried about frameworks that just becomes, white elephants in the room, like just blueprints that don't actually work on the ground. I didn't see anything around capacity building in terms of toolkit readiness for adoption. I didn't see that. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't see that.
So no, Audrey, we completely agree with you. Toolkits do need to be used properly. Otherwise, they do just become white elephants. So we have actually been doing a trainer series of workshops. And, we're very happy to work with hubs who look at the toolkit and say, okay, this looks interesting, but we're not 100% sure how to use it. Can we contact you? How do we go about actually using this toolkit? And we're very happy to do that. And Lorraine, we can maybe think about doing, if there's enough demand, we can get everyone together and we can run another workshop around the toolkit. Maybe once people have had a look at it and thought about it, we're very open to doing that. Okay, we've got the thumbs up from GIZ, so it's happening. Okay, perfect. Paul, I'm not quite sure what's happening now. I was just told we were really tight on time. Beefy, okay.
Hello. Okay, great. Hello, everybody. I already had my Kit Kat, I assure you. So I just wanted to thank you and your organization for making this available. I see it's very valuable. I've been able to download. What I'd like to say is there any consideration for contracting and legal terms? Because very often, these kind of partnerships will have some legal issues, associated with them. So I would like to suggest that things like non-disclosure, confidentiality, roles and responsibilities, and all that, we should infuse it into the toolkit. And finally, just to give some great examples, in Nigeria, to join what Sheyi said, we have TVC Labs, in collaboration with ARM, a big investment firm, and they're on their 7th cohort, building up startups. We have a tech hub in Akure, in collaboration with a university and a private organization, a tripartite collaboration. So a lot is happening in the Nigerian ecosystem, a lot of good things. Thank you.
Amazing, thanks for those examples. I hear you on the legal contracting, I really do, but we also had to ask ourselves how long was a piece of string, because we weren't able to think about customizing legal templates because for every jurisdiction, and also depending on the level of interaction, because sometimes it might be a full MOU or a license agreement or an IP or just an NDA. So I would say whatever you do in terms of building an open innovation program and framework, put a serious, especially if it's your first one. In any program that we run, we often put a legal line item in a budget. So make sure you've got those legal templates, and then find a law firm who's friendly and will hopefully want to work with startups so they don't charge you crazy corporate rates, but then also get them to come and do some. So we've got a few law firms that we work with on different programs, and they love it because they kind of use it to promote the fact that they're working with innovative businesses. So they give us a reduced rate, and then they come in and do sessions on IP management, which often people have no idea about when to use legal contracting. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, which I find very interesting. I think I have already seen this with the World Bank. Okay, and I just have one question for you. Have you ever considered partnership between the university researchers and large enterprises? Because what usually happens is that we have university researchers, they work on their own, they have some themes they develop, they have results, which usually lay in the drawers. But what they could do is to to partner with great organizations and find out what kind of problems they have so they can, in their research, find solutions for this. In your presentation, I didn't see anything like this. I only see growing businesses, but I just wanted to see if there is anything with the university researchers.
Absolutely. So many of the hubs that we work with are actually university technology transfer officers, which work with researchers or work in terms of helping commercialize technology. So our definitions are quite broad. We have also, as I said before, open innovation can be, it's an incredibly broad field. So some pharmaceutical companies actually have complete open innovation platforms, and they literally put their challenge statements out, and you can apply, you can put your solution online and you can like earn $10,000 or $20,000. And that's kind of how they look for new products and things. So there are lots of different open innovation models. And I think that universities across Africa are kind of untapped resources, and I think there are a number of challenges. I don't know if we've got time to go into it, but I think highlighting really great examples of open innovation and collaboration between corporates and between university researchers is really critical. And I know there's some great examples, so it's definitely an area we can look into and build out. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Please do it better for her. Thanks a lot, Alex. Thanks a lot, Alex, for making that brief. Next we have a fireside chat on improving hubs, sustainability in Francophone countries, development of performance indicators, sustainability criteria. The moderator will be Alida Ebo. Are you here? Yes, please do it louder for her. Thank you. And she's going to introduce her panel for this conversation.
Hello. Okay. On this part, we will have a session about sustainability for hub in Francophone country. So please agree with me that the session should be in French. But if you are English speaking, you are also welcome. We have a translation in the back. You can have headphone. And now I'm gonna call my speaker, Elodie Apremont from Impact Lab, sorry. Please applause for them. Ok, je vais continuer en français maintenant. Je vais appeler Yannick et Bibier de la SING au Gabon. Applaudissements aussi, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Et Moussa du Mali, AfriLabs. Applaudissements également. So please do not hesitate to take headphone in the back for translation. The session gonna be in French. Ok, alors je vais demander aux participants, ça va être un fireside chat, alors ça sera très rapide, on en a à peine pour 30 minutes. Du coup, je vais demander aux participants de scanner le code à l'écran. Ça va vous diriger vers un document qui aura un peu plus de détails et peut-être on pourra rejoindre la communauté des membres francophones AfriLabs pour essayer d'élargir la discussion, parce que je pense que c'est un débat assez intéressant, enfin une thématique assez intéressante pour les hubs francophones. Alors, sans plus tarder, nous allons commencer. Je vais prendre ma place auprès des panélistes. Rebonjour à toutes.
Bonjour.
Donc, avant de lancer avec les panélistes et les différentes interventions, je pense qu'il serait nécessaire de faire une petite mise en matière de cette thématique. Je pense que nous serons tous d'accord ici de dire que l'importance des hubs pour l'accompagnement et le soutien de l'innovation de l'entrepreneur et l'écosystème tech en Afrique est assez important. L'existence d'un réseau tel qu'AfriLabs le démontre assez. Et donc, malheureusement, dans les pays francophones, ces hubs rencontrent des difficultés de pérennité ou, si vous voulez, de durabilité. Donc, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous sommes ici ce soir pour essayer d'adresser cette question-là en définissant ou alors en proposant des indicateurs de performance pour ces hubs ou des critères de durabilité pour les aider à améliorer leur pérennité et ainsi mieux accompagner l'innovateur africain, l'entrepreneur africain dans son développement de l'écosystème du continent. Donc, sans plus tarder, je pense qu'on va présenter les intervenants au fur et à mesure qui vont prendre la parole. Je vais commencer par Élodie. Déjà, merci beaucoup Élodie d'avoir accepté de prendre part à ce panel. Dans les discussions francophones, on retrouve beaucoup les pays d'Afrique de l'Ouest, d'Afrique centrale, mais pas beaucoup l'Afrique du Nord qui pourtant a des pays qui parlent français également. C'est pour cela que moi j'ai tenu à t'inviter pour cette session, parce que je pense qu'on a assez à apprendre de ces pays-là qui sont en termes d'innovation, de maturité aussi. Donc, je voudrais beaucoup que, Élodie, ce soit toi qui nous définisse c'est quoi la durabilité pour une structure d'accompagnement dans un premier temps. Ensuite, tu nous dis quel serait le problème, quels seraient les freins que ces structures pourraient rencontrer et qui pourraient nuire à leur durabilité, à leur pérennité.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Tu vas peut-être aussi faire une petite présentation rapide.
Je me présente en premier. En tout cas, ravie d'être là. I speak in French, but of course, we can switch in English. If everybody has a question in English, it's okay. So feel comfortable with that. Donc, Élodie Apremont, je représente Impact Lab, qui est on se définit comme un accélérateur d'innovation. Nous sommes basés au Maroc, mais on opère sur l'Afrique francophone principalement, sur l'ensemble du continent africain et principalement sur l'Afrique francophone. C'est un hub qui a été créé en 2014. Et pourquoi on se définit comme un accélérateur d'innovation? C'est parce qu'on fait à la fois de l'accompagnement vers les startups pour leur développement, mais on travaille aussi beaucoup avec les corporates et les entreprises pour les aider dans leur stratégie d'innovation et pour être plus innovantes. Je pense que c'est important de poser ça dès le début parce que ça fait partie de la logique de la pérennité. Ça a aussi été un choix pour nous. À un moment, on voit la limite qu'on peut avoir dans la visibilité économique de l'accompagnement des startups. Et en tout cas, nous, c'est le moyen, la porte de sortie que nous avons trouvée en combinant à la fois de l'accompagnement startup et de l'accompagnement corpo. Ta première question était sur le sujet de la sustainability,
voilà,
comment la définir. Moi, là-dessus, j'ai vraiment deux sujets et je trouve que c'est important de placer les deux dès maintenant. C'est-à-dire que quand on parle de durabilité, on va parler de la pérennité, de la viabilité économique de la structure. Et je vais revenir après sur quels sont les défis, et principalement en Afrique francophone et en Afrique du Nord. L'autre sujet derrière, c'est aussi le sujet de la durabilité, donc du développement durable et de l'impact qu'on peut avoir finalement avec nos structures d'accompagnement pour assurer la pérennité des business et pas qu'une pérennité économique, mais aussi une pérennité qui prenne en compte l'ensemble des éléments sociaux et environnementaux. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui nous tient à cœur en tant que structure Impact Lab. Donc, je trouve que c'est important d'adresser ces deux points. Sur la viabilité économique, la pérennité, je pense qu'un des principaux défis qu'on a en Afrique francophone, en Afrique du Nord, c'est peut-être cette problématique de maturité de marché. On voit que par rapport au reste du continent africain, on a du mal à sortir des grandes startups, on a du mal à sortir des licornes, on a des investissements qui aujourd'hui restent plus faibles. Du coup, on a des structures d'accompagnement. Ce qu'on voit, c'est beaucoup de structures d'accompagnement qui sont très dépendantes des bailleurs, des financeurs de leurs programmes. Et qui fonctionnent vraiment en suivant des programmes qui sont financés par des bailleurs, qui sont financés souvent at cost ou pas loin du at cost. Et ce qui fait qu'on a des structures d'accompagnement qui sont toujours à la limite de la pérennité économique et qui ont du mal aujourd'hui à générer réellement des revenus pour pouvoir avoir une stratégie, pour pouvoir avoir une vision, pour pouvoir développer des ressources en interne. Beaucoup travaillent, j'ai entendu dans des points ce matin, quelqu'un qui disait c'est important de variabiliser ses ressources. Oui, variabiliser ces ressources, ça va limiter peut-être votre coût parce que vous allez pouvoir répondre aux besoins d'un bailleur sur un programme, mais vous ne montez pas en compétences, vous ne pérennisez pas. Votre structure n'est pas en train de créer les compétences internes sur lesquelles vous allez pouvoir capitaliser et durer dans le temps. Donc je pense que les défis aujourd'hui, c'est cet équilibre-là. C'est-à-dire comment réussir à développer une pérennité économique qui soit suffisante pour générer des revenus et du business qui permet de construire, de capitaliser avec des moyens internes forts et pouvoir porter une vision du hub dans le temps. Ça, c'est pour la partie économique. Sur l'autre partie, et je prends encore une minute, je sais qu'il y a pas mal de questions, mais pour moi, c'est hyper important en tant que hub de se dire on est les acteurs de l'innovation du continent. Les entreprises de demain, elles sortent aussi pour beaucoup de ces hubs. C'est notre rôle en tant que hub de non seulement les accompagner dans la pérennité économique, mais de les accompagner dans les impacts qu'ils vont développer dans leur business. Et on regarde vraiment tous les aspects sustainable. Donc à chaque fois qu'on travaille, nous au niveau du hub, mais avec les entreprises, on va travailler avec elles sur quel est leur impact, quels sont les impacts sociaux, environnementaux qu'elles développent et comment s'assurer en tout cas de maximiser les impacts positifs dans leurs propositions et dans leur business model. Voilà.
D'accord, super. Merci beaucoup, Elodie, d'avoir parlé de ces contextes-là, parce qu'effectivement, quand on parle de sustainability en anglais, en français, ça peut se traduire de deux façons. On a sur la durée, la durabilité sur le temps. On a aussi le côté impact qu'on a sur l'écosystème, la communauté. Donc maintenant, je vais me tourner vers Yannick et Bibier. Bonsoir Yannick.
Bonsoir.
Et, après avoir fait ta petite présentation, j'aimerais que toi, tu nous parles des indicateurs de performance que pourraient avoir ou alors mettre en place les structures d'accompagnement, notamment francophones, pour essayer d'aller vers cette pérennité ou alors dans cette durée sur le temps.
Donc, je suis Yannick Bibier, le directeur général de la Société d'incubation numérique du Gabon. Je suis directeur général depuis 2018 maintenant. Et la question de la performance des incubateurs, c'est une question moi qui m'intéresse depuis longtemps déjà, depuis une quinzaine d'années, parce que quand j'ai démarré ma carrière, j'étais responsable des programmes de soutien aux entreprises aux États-Unis en pleine crise financière. Et donc là, il y avait déjà la question de comment on arrive à soutenir une petite structure lorsqu'il y a des effets macroéconomiques qui sont en train de réduire les opportunités pour ce type d'entreprise. Et puis, en rentrant en 2014 au Gabon, j'ai également été directeur de la stratégie du marketing de l'Agence nationale de promotion des investissements, une structure qui permet de faciliter la création d'entreprises. Et là, on s'est rendu compte que malgré le fait qu'on arrivait à permettre une création d'entreprise en moins de 48 heures, qu'on avait multiplié par 2 le nombre d'entreprises qui se créaient, il y avait quand même toujours une fragilité auprès de ces structures-là. Donc, l'idée, c'était de se dire comment on arrive à créer donc, une structure d'accompagnement qui, à la fois, va pouvoir être autonome financièrement, c'est-à-dire ne pas dépendre uniquement de financement extérieur, mais être également capable d'apporter un accompagnement qui soit pertinent dans le contexte. Je rappelle que pour des pays comme le Gabon, comme beaucoup de pays africains, souvent on a tendance à vouloir se comparer à l'espace anglophone, alors que parfois on n'a pas le même, par exemple, système juridique. Nous, on est dans un cadre qui s'appelle l'OADA, où les critères pour lever les fonds ne sont pas de la même façon, la rapidité pour créer les entreprises ne sont pas de la même façon. On a un style de gouvernement qui est différent des styles de gouvernement anglo-saxons, avec une présence dans la politique économique qui n'est pas la même. Donc, ce qui fait que très vite, dans les critères de performance, on a vite compris que vouloir créer des unicornes, c'est-à-dire des sociétés, des startups qui vont lever $1 million en un temps record, ça ne correspondait pas à ce que nous, on recherchait. Parce qu'en réalité, pour nous, faire en sorte qu'un jeune qui, en réalité, statistiquement, jusqu'à ses 32 ans, serait sans emploi, qui arrive à créer une entreprise, créer des emplois, à avoir des revenus réguliers et en plus à apporter un produit nouveau sur le territoire, c'était déjà quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Donc c'est pour ça aujourd'hui dans les performances les critères de performance, nous avons préféré regarder des critères qui sont propres à notre marché. Donc vraiment les critères économiques, est-ce que l'entreprise a réellement des clients, est-ce qu'elle peut créer des emplois, avec quelle vitesse elle est en train de grandir. Et l'on se dit que dans 8 ou 10 ans, peut-être qu'on regarde des critères beaucoup plus financiers qu'on peut retrouver dans des marchés comme les États-Unis ou l'Europe.
D'accord. Je pense que aussi là, tu as beaucoup insisté sur les critères pour les entrepreneurs, les entreprises qu'on accompagne, mais maintenant pour les hubs eux-mêmes.
Très bien. Et alors là, c'est très important, je crois que c'est hier, c'est quelqu'un qui faisait le commentaire, c'est que lorsqu'on parle de la performance de hub, il faut le connecter tout de suite à la performance des entrepreneurs. Parce que vous pouvez avoir un hub qui lève beaucoup d'argent, qui fait beaucoup de programmes, mais si les entreprises en réalité dans l'écosystème ne se développent pas, tout ça ne sert à rien. Donc c'est pour ça que moi, quand je parle de critères de performance du hub, oui, il faut regarder quel est le niveau de finances qu'on arrive à lever, les performances de productivité sont des critères qu'on regarde lorsqu'on fait nos conseils d'administration, mais surtout, on regarde quel est le taux de survie des startups qui passent par nos programmes 2 ans après leur passage, quelle est leur capacité à lever de fonds, quels sont les critères de création d'emplois qu'ils regardent. Donc vraiment, moi, ma recommandation serait de dire, il faut réellement regarder la vitalité d'un hub, il faut regarder également la vitalité de toutes les entreprises qui arrivent à passer par ce hub-là, même si elles ne sont pas responsables directement de la performance de ces entreprises sur leur marché.
D'accord, super, c'est plus clair comme ça. Donc maintenant, je vais aller vers Moussa qui représente le Mali en Afrique de l'Ouest, Yannick, Afrique centrale et Elodie, Afrique du Nord. Donc Moussa, pour toi, après t'être présenté bien sûr, j'aimerais que tu nous parles de comment est-ce que tu réussis, toi, à mesurer l'impact que tu as au niveau de ton écosystème. Aujourd'hui, on connaît toute l'actualité au Mali, comment les choses qui se passent dans la zone du Sahel précisément. Comment est-ce que toi, tu réussis à mener tes activités, à mesurer l'impact de ce que tu fais?
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Alida. Eh bien, moi, c'est Moussa Hubert pour le game. Je dirige AfriLabs Mali, qui est un incubateur et un accélérateur également en son sein. Déjà, nous avons commencé par créer une firme de consultation qui est d'abord spécialisée dans l'accompagnement des PME. Et après un certain temps, on s'est rendu compte que les services que nous offrons, à la base, nous, c'est des services qu'on offrait. On s'est rendu compte que beaucoup d'entreprises, des startups, des petites entreprises n'arrivaient pas à pouvoir payer les services qu'on offrait au niveau de cette firme de consultation. Et c'est là qu'on a décidé de créer l'organisation qui est devenue l'incubateur pour pouvoir accompagner ces différentes structures-là. Et là, l'incubateur, lui, son rôle vraiment, c'est de pouvoir booster ces jeunes-là qui veulent commencer, qui veulent démarrer, mais qui n'ont pas vraiment les moyens à travers les différents programmes que nous mettons en place et avec les différents partenaires. Et une fois qu'ils ont cette stabilité-là maintenant, on les redirige vers la firme qui joue beaucoup plus un rôle d'accélérateur. Donc voilà un peu la stratégie que nous avons mis en place au sein de ces deux structures-là. Maintenant, au niveau du Mali, c'est vrai qu'aujourd'hui, dans le contexte malien, on a le taux de chômage qui ne cesse de grandir parce que beaucoup de personnes fuient un peu les zones insécuritaires pour venir un peu vers le sud, ce qui fait qu'on a un afflux de jeunes qui migrent vers là-bas. Et la promotion de l'entrepreneuriat est beaucoup aujourd'hui faite par l'État et par beaucoup d'acteurs, ce qui fait que beaucoup de jeunes aujourd'hui veulent se lancer dans le domaine de l'entrepreneuriat et les incubateurs tels que nous sommes sont vraiment débordés. Maintenant, il va falloir que les programmes et les projets puissent suivre. Et comment est-ce que nous, par exemple, on arrive à mesurer au sein de nos structures l'impact et les résultats à travers les différents indicateurs?
C'est un peu comme Yannick l'a dit, nous avons divisé en deux grandes catégories. Il y a la catégorie interne, et je vais dire direct et indirect. Les directs, un peu, c'est lors de nos différents programmes, nous essayons de voir chaque année les fonds que nous avons pu lever. Parce que quand on parle de durabilité, l'aspect économique, il faut le reconnaître, on a beau tourner autour du pot, ça joue un grand rôle. Si vous n'avez pas pu mettre en place un système durable pour pouvoir faire entrer les sous et pouvoir continuer votre programme, ça va être très compliqué. Donc il y a le financement que nous arrivons à lever pour pouvoir tourner, pour pouvoir également faire nos différents programmes. Au-delà de ça aussi, il y a le nombre d'entreprises auxquelles nous contribuons à la création et à l'accélération. Donc ça, c'est de façon directe ce qu'on arrive à faire à travers nos différents programmes. Et s'ajoute aussi le nombre de projets que nous-mêmes nous mettons en place, le nombre de projets et de programmes que nous mettons en place chaque année. Donc ça, ce sont les indicateurs directs que nous-mêmes nous arrivons directement à mesurer au sein, à l'interne même de notre structure. Maintenant, il y a les indicateurs indirects, comme Yannick l'a eu à le dire, qui ne sont pas directement liés à nous, mais au travail que nous faisons. Donc ces jeunes-là, ces entreprises-là que nous accompagnons, il y a aussi, eux, l'emploi qu'ils vont créer derrière, qui est un indicateur très important. On peut faire beaucoup de projets, et puis derrière, il n'y a pas assez d'entreprises, il n'y a pas assez d'emplois qui sont créés, et il n'y a pas assez d'impact sur le long terme. Donc c'est un élément très important que nous mesurons chaque mois à travers les différents programmes sur lesquels nous travaillons. Il y a aussi derrière ça aussi le taux de rentabilité de ces jeunes-là. Parce que nous créons parfois beaucoup d'entreprises, mais il faut aussi voir sur la durée est-ce qu'ils survivent. Parce que souvent, après 2-3 ans, il y a beaucoup d'entreprises qui ferment. Donc, sur la durée, il faut voir la durabilité aussi de cette entreprise-là. Et est-ce qu'elle est rentable? Est-ce qu'elle fait du chiffre d'affaires? Parce que c'est ça le plus important qui va permettre de savoir si cette entreprise-là aussi va perdurer dans le temps. Donc, sa durabilité aussi est un impact qui va nous aussi nous permettre de pouvoir ajouter ça à nos résultats et aussi pouvoir avancer. Donc, voilà un peu les éléments que nous mesurons à l'interne de nos structures et également à l'externe afin de pouvoir avancer.
Super. Merci beaucoup, Moussa, d'avoir partagé ça avec nous. Donc, si je rappelle la thématique, renforcer la durabilité des hubs dans les pays francophones, il y a 3 questions qui me sont venues principalement à l'esprit. Les indicateurs ou alors les critères de sustainabilité, de durabilité, de pérennité, si vous préférez. Comment est-ce que les hubs intègrent ces critères dans leur modèle économique? Parce que la problématique de modèle économique est revenue dans les interventions des panélistes. Et aussi, puisque nous sommes dans un contexte événement AfriLab, comment est-ce que AfriLab, qui lui est un réseau qui soutient les hubs, pourrait encourager ces hubs à intégrer ces critères dans leur modèle économique? Donc, voilà 3 questions sur lesquelles nous allons recueillir les propositions ou alors les idées des 3 intervenants. Je vais commencer avec Yannick. Donc, selon toi, quel serait le top 5 des critères de durabilité pour les hubs? Donc, si tu peux nous partager quelques-uns et les autres vont donner leur avis aussi.
Alors, moi, il y a un critère qui est important à la SIG, c'est le taux de couverture des procédures des programmes. Souvent, ce qu'on a remarqué, c'est que lorsqu'on peut recevoir des fonds, souvent, si l'équipe n'a pas des procédures en termes de programmes qui sont suffisamment documentées, souvent connues par l'ensemble de l'équipe, l'exécution peut être compliquée. Il peut y avoir de la perdition d'énergie et de financement qui fait qu'après, on ne pourrait pas avoir suffisamment de durabilité. L'autre critère que je pourrais également proposer, qui est assez intéressant, c'est de regarder en réalité le pourcentage de ressources levées par l'incubateur et quel pourcentage de ces revenus-là va bénéficier directement aux startups. Ça aussi, c'est quelque chose qui est apprécié directement par les startups parce que nous, ce qu'on a pu remarquer au Gabon, on a plus de 7 incubateurs et on va remarquer que les incubateurs qui ont le plus de succès, ce sont celles-là où les startups ont réellement l'impression que l'incubateur met une bonne partie de ses ressources directement à leur disposition, soit en termes de subventions, soit en termes de ressources techniques pour pouvoir les accompagner. Voici 2 critères que je pourrais donner au-delà des critères classiques qu'on pourrait retrouver sur une entreprise normale.
D'accord. Élodie?
OK. Je pense en complément, parce que je pense, enfin, voilà, chacun Chacun a ses points. Moi, c'était le point de tout à l'heure, je vais rester dessus, c'est de se dire, on a un sujet sur comment les hubs se financent et comment ils assurent leur pérennité par leur financement. Donc, il y a peut-être un point qui est aussi autour de traquer, enfin suivre les sources de financement, s'assurer d'avoir un portefeuille de financement suffisamment diversifié pour qu'il n'y ait pas de dépendance à certains acteurs forts. Et s'assurer que tout ne soit pas finalement sur que des programmes d'accompagnement, mais avoir d'autres services à valeur qui permettent un peu de diversifier le portefeuille d'activité du hub et qui va lui permettre, c'est ce que je dis, d'avoir une bonne balance entre des activités qui sont plus ou moins rentables dans ce qu'il fait. Donc voilà, je pense que ça fait partie des tracks intéressants à suivre et qui garantit une certaine pérennité économique, d'avoir cet équilibre finalement des sources de revenus.
D'accord, super. Et Moussa?
Merci beaucoup. Je pense que je vais plutôt parler des méthodologies que nous pouvons utiliser pour pouvoir peut-être rendre durables nos différentes structures. La première que je proposerai d'abord, c'est d'avoir une stratégie durable, triannuelle ou quinquennale, sur lesquelles d'abord on va se concentrer. Parce que, il faut le dire, si nous fonctionnons nous aussi comme des startups pendant longtemps, ça risque d'être très compliqué, ce qui est le cas aujourd'hui. On tâtonne, on cherche chaque jour un peu, on tape à des portes. Donc, il faudrait qu'on puisse avoir une stratégie et pourquoi pas même se spécialiser. Ça facilite un peu la tâche, peut-être dans un début, peut-être un général, mais à un certain moment, je pense que ce serait opportun pour un hub de se spécialiser et de choisir une voie. Et qui parle de stratégie, ensuite parle de ressources humaines. Il faut qu'on puisse avoir les ressources humaines qualifiées, compétentes, qui vont aussi rester, qui vont aussi être durables dans nos différentes structures. Pour ça, il faut vraiment qu'on renforce les capacités beaucoup plus des travailleurs, des consultants, des experts dans ces domaines-là. Et surtout que quand on parle d'innovation, c'est tout le temps du changement, c'est tout le temps des nouvelles compétences qu'il faut développer. Au-delà de ça, ce qui est également important, c'est l'investissement durable. Il faut que les structures aujourd'hui puissent avoir des services qui sont durables autour d'eux. Par exemple, je prends un exemple, je connais une structure qui a une ferme où elle fait elle-même des services, des activités, elle collabore avec les startups qui travaillent autour d'elle, ceux qui n'ont pas de ferme, par exemple, ils peuvent faire les expérimentations, ainsi de suite, avant d'être autonomes. Donc ça, c'est des critères. Quand un hub possède elle-même des investissements durables, ça lui permet également de travailler sur sa durabilité. Et puis, je pense que pour terminer, ce qui est important, c'est le reporting, et également mesurer son impact pour voir ce qu'on fait. Est-ce que ça donne pour pouvoir faire du bon reporting et pouvoir attirer d'autres bailleurs à venir collaborer avec soi sur le long terme. Et faire aussi également des partenariats gagnant-gagnant avec les différents partenaires sur du long terme. Ça nous permettra aussi également de pouvoir souffler. Merci.
D'accord, je vais rester avec toi, Moussa. Tu parles de mesurer l'impact sur les actions que nous menons. Et maintenant, concrètement, est-ce que tu aurais des idées sur, par rapport aux différents critères que tu viens de citer, comment est-ce que ces hubs-là pourront les intégrer directement dans leur modèle économique?
Oui, aujourd'hui, pour mesurer l'impact, il faut faire une étude. Et généralement, l'étude aussi coûte de l'argent. Et parfois, on se retrouve à chercher encore un partenaire pour pouvoir également faire ce genre d'études-là. Mais le tips qu'on peut utiliser, c'est quoi? C'est que nous faisons déjà du reporting tous les jours avec nos différents hubs. Nous faisons déjà du reporting, nous collectons déjà des informations. Donc, pour être stratégique, l'idée sera d'utiliser ces mêmes outils-là que nous utilisons déjà pour faire du reporting et les conserver sur une longue période afin de pouvoir avoir déjà nos critères, qui sont ces mêmes critères-là. Parce que les critères, la finalité de tous ces critères-là, c'est quoi? C'est le nombre d'emplois que nous allons créer. Le nombre d'emplois que nous allons créer, je pense que quand on prend tous ces critères-là, c'est le KPI, je pense, le plus important de toutes celles-là, le nombre d'emplois qui sera généré derrière. Donc, au-delà de ça, les informations que nous collectons, je pense qu'on peut en faire un data et sur une longue période, pouvoir avoir réellement tout ce qu'il faut pour pouvoir mesurer l'impact.
OK. Yannick, quelques types sur comment les hubs intègrent ces critères dont tu viens de citer tout à l'heure dans leur modèle économique?
La première chose, c'est effectivement, il faudrait que chaque hub ait une stratégie annuelle, donc une vision avec une stratégie. Très important, cette stratégie doit pouvoir être découpée en indicateurs pour chaque membre de l'équipe. Donc nous, à la SING, chaque membre de l'équipe a un indicateur dont il est responsable. Et il faudrait que très régulièrement, toutes les semaines, on fasse un point sur comment ces indicateurs avancent. Et tous les trimestres, faire exactement un point sur comment on a avancé. Très important également l'évaluation en fait des équipes. Hein. C'est vrai que souvent quand on est un hub, on a enfin un travail un peu bienveillant, mais il faut maintenir une dimension de responsabilité. Donc pour chaque membre de l'équipe, s'assurer que vraiment tous les trimestres et tous les ans de l'année, on continue à suivre ces performances-là. Donc quand il y a un réel suivi sur l'exécution des indicateurs, donc ce qui va amener en fait que l'on puisse être très productif sur les procédures, ça va faire que de manière générale, les incubateurs vont arriver à se développer.
D'accord. Et Elodie, du côté d'Impact Lab, comment ça se passe?
Je pense qu'on est dans cette logique-là aussi, de se dire, voilà, avoir le reporting interne, avoir l'importance de cette vision stratégique, hein, parce qu'effectivement, si on veut être pérenne, il faut savoir où on veut aller. Je pense qu'un des points importants et qui est un point de difficulté, je trouve que c'est important de le partager, c'est qu'on se dit il faut aussi voir le suivi de nos startups, des entreprises qu'on accompagne. Et ça, c'est pas toujours facile. On sait qu'on a des programmes parfois qui vont durer que 6 mois ou que un certain temps. Et finalement, l'impact, il n'est pas toujours dans ces 6 mois. Il prend plus de temps que ça. Et ça prend du temps de suivre, de continuer à suivre ces startups, de continuer à garder cette relation. Et ça, je pense que nous, c'est un travail qu'on a fait finalement que récemment et qui est quand même très important d'assurer finalement la connexion parce que les ressources sont tellement prises sur le day-to-day, voilà, sur ce qui est déjà à faire aujourd'hui. Et en fait, on s'est vraiment rendu compte que suivre nos alumni, suivre ce qu'ils deviennent, c'est aussi mesurer notre impact à nous. Et c'est hyper important pour s'assurer de l'impact, de l'efficacité de ce qu'on produit. Ça prend du temps, mais je crois que ça fait partie des choses qui sont hyper importantes à mettre en place. Ça redonne du sens aussi à ce que chacun fait. Je trouve que ça aussi, c'est important. Mais quand on voit finalement que des entreprises qu'on a accompagnées il y a 1 an, on les a laissées, on se disait, voilà, ça peut marcher ou pas. Et on se rend compte qu'à 1 an, on a vraiment eu les décollages qu'on attendait et que c'est ces programmes-là qui ont permis ces changements. Je pense que voilà, ça fait partie des éléments assez importants dans la pérennité d'avoir ce suivi, pas que dans le quotidien, mais aussi dans les programmes qui sont finis, dans la suite, dans les relations qu'on peut avoir avec notre communauté d'entrepreneurs et de start-up.
D'accord, super. Donc maintenant, dans le cadre où nous sommes aujourd'hui dans un événement AfriLab et que AfriLab, c'est un réseau qui soutient les hubs, en tant que hub du Gabon, Yannick, qu'est-ce que tu pourrais... qu'est-ce que tu auras besoin de la part d'AfriLab pour t'aider, toi, à maintenir la pérennité de ton hub, par exemple?
Alors, je devrais faire beaucoup plus d'efforts encore pour justement collaborer avec AfriLabs, notamment pour faire remonter les données spécifiques de notre territoire pour que les programmes qui soient proposés, notamment dans notre région, soient réellement adaptés aux réalités de ce contexte-là. Donc ça, c'est l'engagement que je peux prendre.
Ok, et Elodie?
Oui, je suis assez alignée parce que souvent dans les structures qui sont panafricaines, finalement, on veut ce partage d'expérience, on veut ce partage de best practices. On a des spécificités aussi locales. C'est hyper important de se dire, quand on fait du best practice sharing, enfin voilà, quand on met en commun, il faut être conscient que ce qui est une best practice à un endroit n'est pas forcément ailleurs. Donc c'est aussi hyper important de faire cet exercice d'acculturation avec AfriLabs, de faire comprendre aussi les difficultés qui sont spécifiques à nos territoires et de montrer les best practices qui sont les nôtres dans nos écosystèmes à nous.
Okay. Et Moussa, toi?
Je pense que AfriLabs fait déjà beaucoup. Déjà, l'une des choses les plus importantes quand on travaille dans ce secteur-là, c'est le réseautage, la connexion, connaître les bonnes personnes, savoir qui a telle expertise pour pouvoir collaborer ensemble. Donc, je pense que ça, c'est déjà quelque chose que AfriLabs fait. La deuxième des choses que je pense que AfriLabs peut mieux faire encore, c'est toujours dans le renforcement des capacités, chose qui est déjà en marche, mais je pense qu'on peut également augmenter la cadence, travailler beaucoup plus sur le développement des compétences, l'expertise. La troisième chose que je pense que AfriLabs peut ajouter, c'est peut-être du parrainage, des recommandations au niveau des structures dans chaque pays. Je pense que AfriLabs, avec cette couverture de AfriLabs, là, sur un niveau beaucoup plus élevé, cela peut donner de la crédibilité à chacune des organisations au sein de sa communauté. Donc, AfriLabs peut jouer ce rôle de parrainage, d'appui au sein des différents hubs au niveau de leur communauté, sur le plan national, les appuyer et aussi AfriLabs peut faciliter aussi la co-création de projets entre les différents hubs et cela donne aussi de la crédibilité et de la clairvoyance aussi aux différents bailleurs qui accompagnent. Je pense que s'ils renforcent ces différents points-là, cela va nous permettre d'aller très loin.
Ok, on m'annonce que le temps est écoulé. Je vais juste vous remercier beaucoup à tout le monde. On n'aurait pas le temps de prendre des questions dans le public. J'espère que vous avez pu scanner le code, comme ça nous permettra de rester connectés et de continuer la discussion. Merci beaucoup à nos panélistes. Est-ce qu'on peut les applaudir, s'il vous plaît? Merci.
Okay, how was it? How was it? For those who didn't understand French, I think we had the translators to help us out. So we have the last session now before we close. This session also is very important. We'll be talking about developing Africa through Fab Lab maker spaces, which is also a very important element in terms of sustainability. And I would love to invite we good? Okay, good. So I'd love to invite to the podium Tochukwu, who is the founder of Clitonel Innovation Center, Nigeria. Please, can we give him a round of applause?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tochukwu Chukwueke, and I'm the founder of Clitonel Innovation Center, Nigeria's first makerspace. I'm also the founder of the Advanced Engineering Center in Nigeria, and I'm also leading the Nigeria hardware community. So briefly, I'll be making a very brief presentation about developing Africa through makerspaces and Fab Labs. So there's been a lot of talk about Fab Labs and makerspaces. Can they be instrumental to the developing of Africa? So I'll just share briefly on that. So a makerspace is a place where people come to make things. That's how the name came, a makerspace. A place for hands-on learning with the tools to create things, to make things. Then a Fab Lab is a digital fabrication lab where people come to also create things. So they're the same thing. So I could use the terms interchangeably, Fab Lab or makerspaces. So why do we need Fab Labs, makerspaces? Why are we thinking about using Fab Labs for developing Africa? A couple of reasons. One is that the industrial and economic development in the US was largely driven through a culture of innovation, where you had the great inventors, the Thomas Edison, the Henry Ford, the Bill Graham, and then they worked with industrialists who helped to, like the Andrew Carnegie and all that. So the US development was initiated through the culture of innovation and then driven by great inventors who became industrialists and entrepreneurs, and then the government came in later to support the ecosystem. But that's not the same model that China has used. China and other Asian nations, their development, their industrial and economic development is largely driven by the government. Almost 99% by the government. So they have like an opposite model with the US. But Africa, we have to invent our own model of development. So we cannot use the US model because we don't have that culture that they have. We cannot use the Chinese model because we don't have the efficiency and governments that they have. So we have to invent our own model. And that's why we are thinking about using makerspaces as a model that could help Africa to develop. Makerspaces are open access, so anyone can access that. It's non-bureaucratic, so it's fast to make decisions and to take actions, and they're flexible. They specialize on hardware, and then they are founded on innovation, making things, creating things, and they are also a bridge. So they are not an academic institution, neither are they full-fledged industry, so they're in between, so they can connect the two. And then they are near to the market. So why do we need to repurpose Fab Lab and makerspaces? We need to do that because the Fab Lab and makerspace movement started in the US, but the US and the West have a different realities from Africa. So we cannot copy what they used and paste into Africa. So we have to repurpose so that our makerspaces can solve the problems that Africa has. So one is that although the makerspace started as in the US, which is developed, but Africa is not developed, we are developing. So we cannot copy and paste what worked for them. And then also, it was largely started as a hobby, as a leisure activity. But in Africa, we have some very serious problems. So we don't have that luxury or the leisure that they have. And then, unlike them, Africa is resource constrained, largely dependent on aid. So we have to become efficient in the use of resources. So that's part of why we have to repurpose what we have to be able to solve the problem that Africa has. So we have to repurpose them to be able to solve the African problems. So how exactly can Fab Labs help to develop Africa? One is in securing food for Africa. Of course, today we know Africa is hungry. A lot of African nations depend on food import to survive. So through makerspaces and Fab Labs, we can design and build the equipment to mechanize farming in Africa, and then to scale up food production in Africa. By scaling food production in Africa, we make food more affordable, and then Africans can have more income to invest in development, education, and other areas. So in the picture, you can see that's a robot, that's a remote-controlled farming robot. This robot was created by engineering students at our makerspace within a 2-week period. And then on the picture on the right, you can see it's being tested on a farm. And it's watering, it's planting, it's doing what most farming operations. This can be scaled to become a product that will mechanize Africa and then provide food for Africa. Also, makerspaces can also support in bridging the gap between STEM and engineering education. So on the picture, you can see a STEM kit that was developed by our makerspace, which is being used to enrich STEM education. This can be done across Africa to improve our education. And then also on the lower corner, you saw a training program that we are doing for engineering students, a 6-month training program. We are helping to upskill them for the industry. This can be done. And then we have, on the other side, you have an industry expert who brings in industry experiences to train these engineering students at our facility. So makerspaces can drive innovation in Africa. So we can repurpose them to become centers of excellence for research and for development. They can be repurposed to design and to build equipment for manufacturing, which will help to industrialize Africa and then bring development in Africa. They can also be repurposed to support entrepreneurship, where we can raise and incubate startups who will help to create jobs across Africa. And then they can be used to, for reducing unemployment by training young people on technical and soft skills that will enable them to get employment, and then linking them to employment opportunities. So finally, what are my recommendations? One is that as Africans and as development partners in Africa, we all need to face the truth that it's impossible to develop without hardware, because hardware is the foundation of development. Hardware is the foundation of manufacturing, of production, of internet. So you can't do that. You can't develop that without that. So we have to realize that hardware is compulsory if we want to develop Africa. And then two, we have to prioritize. We have to pay special attention to developing hardware and boosting local production in Africa. We have to co-create hardware development programs with makerspaces and fab labs, and then we also have to create a blueprint on how exactly to develop the hardware and local production sector in Africa. And then we have to repurpose. Like I've said, we cannot do the makerspaces that you see in the West or the fab labs. We have to adapt that concept to be able to solve the problems that Africa has. We have to provide technical and financial support needed by makerspaces and fab labs to be able to execute the plan to develop hardware in Africa. And then we have to monitor, evaluate, and improve on such programs and plans continuously. Thank you. Sorry I had to rush because my time was cut off. I hope it's helpful. Thank you.
Go straight to the point. Okay, so now I think we take the panel. Or we're done? Another presentation? So I think we have just... Okay, great.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I know I'm the one standing between you and the long-awaited panel, but we have to do this together. So, my name is Martin Olo. I'm the founder of FabLab Winam, based in Kisumu, Kenya. I'm also the co-founder of Distributed Manufacturing, which is focusing on how to distribute manufacturing, just as the name goes. I'm also sitting in the board of the countrywide innovation hubs. So today we are going to talk about innovation manufacturing in Africa. So the purpose of this program was basically to strengthen the hardware maker innovation ecosystem and its research capacity in Kenya, Ghana, and South Africa, with partners to grow evidence. Because for the longest time, maker spaces or hardware are not focused on by various development partners. Reason is many times they cannot show the evidence. And so this is the purpose of this program. So some of the maker spaces participating in this, we have, as you can see, 3 in Ghana, 3 in Kenya, and 3 in South Africa. This program has gotten support from RISA, which is Research and Innovation System for Africa, which is focusing more on R2C, research to commercialization. Many times researchers end their research at publication, but it should go to commercialization. So again, it gets support also from UK International Department, and other partners include Internet of Production and Manufacturing Change. So, IMA, as we normally call it, addresses the gaps in research and innovation system in makerspaces and their ecosystem activities. And these are some of the areas that we are working with. Research capacity and impact tracking, distributed production, and business models. So under research capacity and impact tracking, there is already available report on makerspace impact indicators, and it was published in June. If you Google around it, you will get it, and you will find more information about that. There is also another program for mentoring, it's called mentoring program, focusing on working the makerspaces on business models. So the program has shortlisted indicators and common data, research methods, developed a data management plan, created a press kit. So under distributed production, which is one of the main items that the 9 makerspaces are doing, we came up with 3 products. One, a simpler product, another one basic, and another one a little bit complex. So how does it work? The innovators or makers within the innovation makerspaces are given tender to produce those items. And this one is testing the model of distributed manufacturing, whereby they have common design and different people are able to produce it. But where do they get tools? They still go back to innovation makerspaces and fab labs to hire the tools. Remember, one of the business models of makerspaces is space hiring and machine hiring. So they are still going back there and use that. So as up to today, the first product has been produced and has been shared to different health facilities and people living with challenge with their limbs. So it's a writing aid. We have produced 900 pieces, meaning each makerspace produced 100. And so, meaning each country produced 300, and they've been distributed in those countries. The second one, which is test tube rack, again, is helping in health department. We are producing 180, and will be able to help various facilities. And last one is tibial fracture fixation, which is a complex one. Again, it is being produced using 3D printing. So to participate in production, it is required that every machine used in manufacturing and production has a location record. So this is the biggest role that Internet of Production is doing to ensure that you are able to locate machines. So they have marked all the machines available. So in any time, for example, when AfriLabs wanted to produce this, basically it was produced in a makerspace. So when they wanted to produce it, instead of scratching your head, you just go to internet and you find who are the makers who are around. So Internet of Production has been making sure that people and skills are marked, and that helps you to get what is called maker passport. So that whenever there is any groups of people who want any service, can give it to you. So as we are closing, we have business models. So again, business model catalog has been developed to help in makerspaces who are struggling with business models, so they can be able to use that to find what business model can work for them. Thank you. Yes, I thought you would have clapped better than that. So right now, I'm just going to call upon the panelists to come forward. They know themselves. Please just come forward for the interest of time so that we are able to finish up this. Thank you everyone for coming. For the interest of time, actually I've been informed that we have very little time, and so we will just try to be as fast as possible. So you will just take 30 seconds to introduce yourself from the end, and then we proceed to the next. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Hello. My name is Maurice Rwamigabo. I work at the UNDP Rwanda Country Office. I'm the head of the Accelerator Lab at UNDP Rwanda Country Office. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Husna Umurerwa. I work in FabLab Rwanda as a program manager. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Heito. I'm a JICA expert from Japan. So I'm running a project in Rwanda with Ministry University. So I'm supporting the Fab Lab and K Lab in Kigali. So I'm very excited about it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sheyo Gidiolu. I'm a technical advisor with GIZ, Digital Transformation Center, Nigeria, and I lead innovation and entrepreneurship.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdurrahim. So I'm the founder of WADIAP. So WADIAP, we are promoting the IoT hardware in Africa. So one of our vision is to make IoT in Africa. So that's actually the WADIAP working last 7 years.
Thank you so much. Members, as you can see, we have a very strong panel, and we are just going to discuss on the issue about scaling local production in Africa. And my first question to Sune. Yes, this one comes to you. What is your assessment on the production in Africa? How much is Africa producing for the market?
Oh, yeah. To answer that, it's like productivity in Africa is still not so much meeting the quality and then, quantity.
Maybe you can move the microphone.
Yeah. So each country has each situation. I think that especially in Rwanda is an inland country, so you have to import everything from the outside country. So the manufacturing is an important factor for these topics. So, but still, we are suffering in Rwanda. But so I'm finding that our project is supporting the secondary city in Rwanda. So also it's also hard to find out a solution now. So we are going to find that out.
Husna, what can you say about it? Because I know you come from a Fab Lab, and so you can tell us more about that.
What I can say about it is I can just categorize that into three areas, as we have industry, we have agriculture, we have mining industries, and also we have cosmetic industry. So all those three industries, their level of productions is still different. So when we go through agriculture mostly, it's a big and wide industry which has so many sectors. So from those industries, they have the assets, they have everything to grow and move, but when there are those bigger industries, but we also have small industry, but when we come into the, let me say the manufacturing industry, they're the ones who produce what we consume every day. So that industry is still very low. And even though if we do have some who are up, who can produce big quantity of products, their product is still, they're still very expensive from locals. So from that, it's because of they don't have matière première. So that is a very big issue for people in the manufacturing. This is how I look into it separately.
Thank you, that's amazing. As you are talking about items still very expensive that makes them not affordable, Abdul, what can you say are some of the opportunities for manufacturing in Africa, especially that you are also working on IoT?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so from our experience, as I said, that from Wazi app, when we started with this vision that we wanted to make the IoT with the label called Made in Africa. That was our vision. And from we are especially focusing on the electronics component, not the electronics component. So I have to say that, yeah, somehow over the time, we have managed to manufacture the electronics. So we are producing our electronics in Kenya since a couple of years. But we are facing quite a lot of challenges when it's coming to scaling up. It's making very difficulties. So for the electronics, because here there are a lot of different challenges we are facing. One is, first of all, it is very few fab lab, very limited fab lab have this kind of capacity where they can manufacture, assembly a ton of like the 100 of electronics in a day. So there are few of them. So capacity is a problem. And still, another is that all the small component is sourcing from the China. So it seems that everything is depending on that. So that's also another problem is coming. And overall, I see that those are the fab lab that we have been working. Most of them are doing still a kind of prototyping level manufacturing, very small, not really the enterprise level, like producing large quantities and things. So I think there are quite a lot of challenges there. So, and I see that there are a lot of opportunities to develop in this.
All right. Maurice, as he's saying that there is still a lot of challenge around that, and a lot of fab labs are still operating at a very low level. What do you think are some of the roles that international organizations and agencies would play in enabling the environment or enabling local manufacturing?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's important to note that the international organization, they having a lot of presence in different countries, they have a vast knowledge and the capacity to keep the pulse on the current trend and technological advancement, where they can be able to provide oversight, strategic oversight, and future planning for different countries. In that, you can see how the trend is going and then be able to influence through the policy. You work with the different government by supporting their own initiative. But also, we have realized, since we are talking about production, we have seen that the world is now more than ever interconnected. And I don't think there is any country which would say I'm fully self-reliable 100%. So there is need for each country to collaborate and to also learn from each other, as we see the technology has kind of leveled the ground where knowledge moves fast. Countries like in Africa, we get to learn about new advancement in emerging technologies. And before, without technology, it would take maybe another 2-3 years before you get to learn the new techniques, and also gives you the opportunity to as well innovate and having things like the maker space and the fab labs, as you said. This is going to be the next thing that is going to help Africa continue on its channel of on its path for development. So I really recommend or support the maker space and fab labs to keep empowering the young African, because Africa is a young continent, and we have a lot of population now, And hopefully, we'll have enough production capacity going forward to be an equal trade partner with other developed countries.
Thank you. Say, actually, I have called you last because the name was so difficult to pronounce. So, because you are also working in a development partner organization, what can you say about that? What will be your role as a development partner in Africa to push for local production?
All right, thank you very much. Specifically for us at the GIZ Digital Transformation Center Nigeria, we took the bold move to really support manufacturing and production. So we have 3 focus sectors, green economy, trade, and then manufacturing and production, because it's a hard nut to crack. It requires heavy investment, it requires a lot of R&D, it requires a lot of commitment, long-term commitment. You won't build capacity and talents, and they eject in 2 years. It weakens the system, except you're strong enough to have the processes. What we are coming to do in that regard is to support existing technologies as exist within the local community, to get them to hold the ground, survive the phase of brooding while they're building the team, while they're acquiring, while they're partnering and getting support. There are a lot of gaps all around them, around organization development, around processes systems, around knowledge management, and we are supporting that in particular. But there is a dimension we're bringing in recently. Fab labs and maker spaces will continue to struggle. As I said, they operate at this low level, prototyping basically. It's not a bad thing, but then what do you make of it? You cannot rely on donor funds. You have to have a pure revenue business line. And at prototyping level, very few people even find the need to come and test prototype first. They rather pay money to somebody who already promised and give you the same machine right away. And a model we're bringing in is called corporate innovation, where you are not setting up a fab lab to just have machines and produce random things, but you are setting up a fab lab to answer questions that can be paid for by big corporates. So a big corporate defines a problem for you. You build the infrastructure, you build the talent, you build the data required to answer that question. And we are there to help stabilize that engagement, that relationship, so that commitment is there, understanding is there. You commit to it, you commit your talents to it, they commit the work, and they build the solutions. Should these solutions answer the questions of these big corporates, that is a bulk purchase immediately. When you get it right with the first one, don't get me wrong, it doesn't work every time, but when you get it right with a big corporate and a General Electric orders 10,000 components from you, all right? And you close a good revenue. Already, organically, you've built a survival model for a period of time. Based on that record, based on that data, based on that learning, remember, in corporate innovation, the big corporate is not just saying, create this for me. They are there to support with data, with local technology, with market understanding, yes, and tailor you to the specific needs, all right? So you work with the engineers, you gain that exchange, and these things come together to help you strong. If makerspaces in Africa continue to stay around prototyping, helping startups click MVP level, revenue will remain scarce, they will remain dependent on donor funds, and it's only a matter of time for one 3D machine to get spoiled and you're stuck.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And as you have just warned the Fab Labs and makerspaces that they will continue to struggle until something happens. Mr. Sunay, could you tell us some of the solutions that you think you may have on the support that Fab Labs need? And then you also add your last closing remark.
Okay. Yeah, Fab Lab and makerspace is one of the key success factors for the each country's development. It's so for our project also that I mean to the supporting the country level. It's and the Kigali Fab Lab is one of the success they have success story, but it's not easy. They have some journey. So yeah, so now we are supporting the secondary city and local side and to collaborate with the Kigali, not only Kigali, maybe the other countries. They have the same issues. So for me, I'm going to support this kind of situation to improve their situation now. So yeah, I'm going to working on this. Thank you very much for today.
Maybe you can add something about that? Because you are in the problem. You are in the Fab Lab, you are in the problem, and you've been warned. What do you think should be a solution?
Mostly as we are the transfer knowledge or skills of technology in the Rwandan industry. Let me say mostly not only in Rwanda, but in the whole Africas. As we do so, we need so many things to operate and also to bring up those solutions or those technology to the industries in Africa. So we mostly need to like a way of having facilitate international partnerships with industries that have the latest technologies that are already in the market so that we can partner them with them for us to provide us with those skills, those technology. When we gain those knowledge, when we gain those technologies, we are able to operate with local produce. We are able to cooperate with different industries. So we give them those skills, we provide them with training for their workers, so also to be able to go with the technology, how it's moving. So we need to have those facilitation of partnership, and also from that, we need also equipment, the latest ones. Those ones are very, very important for us to keep operating.
I know I'm being pushed, but I'll beg for 2 minutes just to allow them to have closing remarks, especially on what you really wanted to talk about, but I didn't give you a chance. So maybe we can start from here. Any last word?
Yeah, Secretary, thanks, yes. So, yes, so I think the manufacturing is a complex, it's not as easy actually, because if Africa really wanted to develop on the manufacturing, we know that there need to be built ecosystem. And it is more complex than just building the ecosystem of the startup. And because if you want to build a hardware, for example, even simply the electronics that we have, it has so many different components, and every partner, everyone is specialized in one component. And so you need to bring them together. And sometimes you see that you have one component and other component is not available in the ecosystem. So you need to find that one. So this is a very complex. So the developing a whole manufacturing capacity is very complex, and it has to be done with the ecosystem concept. And yes, I think my time is going. So I just wanted to last comment that what I was mentioning, that we have been working on this IoT electronics made in Africa, and we have that once, and actually we have our exhibition booth. If some of you are interested, so you can visit in our exhibition booth and you can see what we have developed.
Thank you. Should Africa shy away from facing the reality that they need to do all those complex things to move to production, or should they continue importing? Just your last words.
Oh, okay. One thing is true. We have serious unemployment issues. We have serious level of livelihood, and the solution to that is in manufacturing. That's where the scale for employment, scale for income is. The baseline to that is Fab Labs and makerspaces. Yes, they need to be enabled, but the model at this level where we are has to also latch on low-hanging fruits. So makerspaces cannot invest that much passion and commitment to be waiting on donor funds. You have to have viable business models that quickly capitalize you, strengthens you, improve your technical capacity to really deliver on this mandate, because the entire African economy really depends on manufacturing.
Okay, thank you. Maurice?
I think manufacturing in Africa really all rotates around the capacity to have the industry capacity to produce things. With the makerspace and Fab Labs, it creates the capacity for people to have the technical know-how and to produce, but producing and manufacturing things at a large scale for the market through a Fab Lab, then it becomes a bit tricky with that. So now this should be informing the much more mechanized and the industrial production for huge population consumption. So as we speak about the makerspace, we should also going hand in hand with industrialization, which are green, as we say, that are actually taking care of the people and the planet at the same time. If you look at the makerspace, like if you look at the MIT makerspace, which promotes much more about commercialization, producing things for selling on the market, but there are also other models like in the Europe, like KTH in Sweden, which prioritize manufacturing for the people. So they put people at the center of everything. So, okay, you're producing, but is it harmful to the people in the long run? And why the other one, they look at the returns that this comes. So in Africa, we are a bit now balancing these two things. People say you should be responsible enough not to pollute, while the people that have been manufacturing in the past and polluting are now develop the capacity to do greener things, which in Africa we are still catching up. So it's really a matter of trying to keep pushing and making sure the young generation in the futures to come, they really have this capacity to produce, if not, also have the capacity to have a purchasing power in the future. There are some countries which don't rely on production, are still much more developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We can give them a round of applause.
Appreciate ourselves, those who have been here. Okay, there will be a video going on, but just a quick announcement as we go. This evening is the gala event, so we have to come back here by 8 o'clock, not in this hall, downstairs, MH1 to 3. So come down here with our African attires for us to celebrate the African culture. So we'd love to see you. So as we close, please, I would love us to all just rise and dance ourselves out of this place. Please also come with your badges. For access to the hall, please come with your badges. Thank you so much and have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Twende is a Swahili word that means let's go. We are a grassroots entrepreneurship training program that leverages human-centered design principles to empower people, particularly students and makers, with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive as successful innovators and entrepreneurs. Our model is there to empower learners to become makers, to become innovators, and eventually successful entrepreneurs. We would like to see a local technology sector that is globally competitive. Since its inception, Twende has empowered over 1,000 people. Contact us because we would like to collaborate and partner with you. Karibu sana. Let's go.
Hello, welcome to Clean Tunnel Innovation Center, Nigerian first engineering makerspace, hardware tech hub, and STEM Center. At Clintonel, our vision is to transform Nigeria into a technology developing nation. We have 4 focus areas. The first is digital skills. We've trained 585 young people in computer-aided design, computer-aided manufacturing, and renewable energy. We've incubated 8 startups, and they have raised funding for their business. We've trained 100 persons in computerized and automated leather manufacturing, STEM education. We've built sets of indigenous STEM kits that have been used to train over 1,000 students across 60 secondary schools in STEM. We've trained and inspired 102 girls to pursue STEM-related careers. The third is engineering education. We've trained 584 engineering graduates, lecturers, and students in industry-relevant skills such as product design, CNC machining, 3D printing, laser cutting and engraving, embedded system, welding and fabrications, among others. The Nigerian Genius brings together Nigeria's brightest engineering minds to solve Nigeria's toughest engineering problems. They learn advanced engineering skills from industry experts, and they are given access to advanced precision machines to build manufacturing solutions for Nigeria. Our fourth focal area is technology and startup incubation. We've supported 20 inventors and startups to build new businesses and develop new products. We are also involved in hardware ecosystem development. We've built a national hardware community in Nigeria. We've organized a hardware convention where we created a digital map of the hardware ecosystem. CIC is an Autodesk learning partner and testing center for international certification exam.
Entrepreneur and digital specialist Doji Onu believes new technologies can give kids a springboard to a brighter future.
A Fab Lab is a digital manufacturing laboratory. The objective is to have a space with digital manufacturing equipment such as 3D printers, electronics, and others, and to allow young people, whether they are experienced or not in the field of new technologies, to come into this space, train and discover the tools of new technologies.
We are actually at AfriLabs, based in Benjerville in Côte d'Ivoire, Abidjan. We are working on a program called Tech Camp for Kids. Kids will learn how they can use computer for programming, for 3D printing. They are going to show us what they have done during the month. So by building robots, 3D printing, so modeling and printing.
When a young person learns at a very young age how an object works, he is no longer a consumer. He is himself the producer of what he will use tomorrow.
When we speak about robotics, it is sometimes abstract for them. So we show them how to assemble and program a robot themselves. We give them the basics to show them the extent of the possibilities. They will no longer see these new technologies as inaccessible, but as tangible. One of the first challenges for us is to have the skills and people capable of teaching. The second difficulty is access to equipment. We are self-financing, so we provide services such as paid training. What keeps me going is to see the impact we have on the young people. On the first day, some young people don't even know how to use a computer, but after 2 sessions, they become autonomous. That's our goal, to promote learning by doing and to impact the educational sector.
Now we are just at AfriLabs, which is another Fab Lab based in Yopougon. And actually they are working on e-waste recycling to make a new computer inside a jerrycan.
When AfriLabs organizes a workshop, I lead it. They also have a mobile Fab Lab that travels around the neighborhoods. That's how we work. By sharing practices, tools and skills, it allows us to have more impact.
FabLab is an open-access fabrication laboratory equipped with a variety of digital fabrication machines and tools. The lab provides working spaces for innovators and makers to develop and test their prototypes.